Xiaofan's Wuxia Tales. Chapter 345. Cats fly in the night, and people can't sleep. Looking at the candlelight that has turned to ash, they sighed with emotion like flowing water. When the trend falls, the heart is also broken. Who does disaster cover? But drunk with the moon. While Zhang Zhong was waiting for his son and daughter-in-law to come back, there was also someone who couldn't rest. In the Qin family's Zhuangzi, the head of the family, Qin Gengxin, already knew what happened during the day. He was drinking alone and cursing. Who is it? He came to the river to cause trouble and didn't reveal his identity. He only said that it was a trading company. Isn't this telling the Zhang family that it was Buxing who did it? But when did Buxing do such a thing? The Zhang family will definitely think that I asked someone to do it. What should I do? I have to make the Zhang family believe that it wasn't me. I'll go talk to them. Qin Gengxin didn't know how much he had drunk. He drank one cup after another. People said that when one was drunk, one wouldn't be afraid of anything. However, when he stood up and swayed, he was still thinking about what happened during the day. The more he wanted to forget, the more he couldn't forget. He didn't touch the food on the table and only drank. The servant in the Zhuangzi came over to help him pour wine. Seeing him like this, he was very worried. The servant wasn't afraid of Qin Gengxin, but he was afraid that he would do something to the people around him if he drank too much. If he were to think of something wrong and vent his anger on her, she would be done for. At the very least, she would not be able to avoid being whipped. Do you think I should talk to Zhang Zhong and tell him that I didn't do it? The servant was worried when Qin Gengxin turned his head and asked him. The servant was so scared that he trembled. Master, I thought that it would be useless even if you went to look for him. If you really went to look for him, others would think that you were guilty. Who is guilty? Did I do it? Tell me, who is guilty? Qin Gengxin's face darkened as he stared at the servant. It's the Zhang family who is guilty. It wasn't you. If you wanted to do it, why would you hide? It's the Zhang family who is guilty. The servant regretted making that sound just now and tried his best to make up for it, or to make the master forget that he was beside him. Qin Gengxin didn't do anything to the servant. He shook his head and said, "The Zhang family is not guilty. You don't understand. The Zhang family is thinking whether this matter is related to me. I'm not guilty. I won't go to them. What if they think I'm guilty? Phew." The servant at the side heaved a sigh of relief and also calmed down. Master, someone is here. Someone from the Zhang family is here. He said that he has something to tell you. At this time, a gatekeeper rushed in and said nervously. No, I'm not meeting anyone. What Zhang family? Which Zhang family? There are many people with the surname Zhang. Do you think I'm afraid of him? What did you say about the Zhang family? Is it Zhang Zhong? Qin Gengxin was still in a daze and said casually. Suddenly, he reacted and asked again. Yes, it's a guard from his family. He said that he has something to tell you. Master, are you going to meet him or not? The servant's voice trembled as he spoke. At this time, Qin Gengxin finally sobered up a little. Yes, I have to meet him. Find him and bring him in. No, invite him in. No, I will personally welcome him. No, invite him in. When Qin Gengxin said this, he struggled and changed his mind again and again. In the end, he finally decided to invite the guard in and not personally welcome him. That would make him look guilty, even if he really didn't have any confidence in his heart. Soon, the guard came in. As soon as he saw Qin Gengxin, he smiled and said to Qin Gengxin, "My master has something that he wants to let family head Qin know alone." Alone? Leave, all of you, leave. Tell me. Qin Gengxin drove everyone else out of the room and asked, and he was alone with the guard. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were still riding on the same horse. There was one less guard beside them, Zhuangzi, who was sent to the Chen family just now. The two of them hadn't eaten yet. They didn't bring their backpacks with them. After traveling in the middle of the night, they were feeling tired. This was the time when they usually slept. Finally, the lights of the dock appeared in front of them. The two of them slightly increased their speed. When they reached the shore, there were already people waiting for them. The two of them dismounted and changed boats. When they reached the opposite shore, they didn't wait for the boat to stop and jumped over one after another. "Father, your son is back. Father, is there anything to eat? I'm hungry." When Zhang Xiaobao saw his father, he ran over to the table and grabbed the brush to write on a new piece of paper. He didn't forget to mention that he hadn't eaten yet. Zhang Zhong imagined several situations that would happen when they met. For example, when his son saw him, he would say, "Father, it's nothing. It's simple." Or, "Father, what happened?" Or, "Father, I know." Or. But he definitely didn't expect it to be like this. He came in and said that he was hungry. He still had to practice his son's handwriting. Ernie didn't think too much. He just listened to what others said. When he heard the young master's words, he ran out but was stopped by Wang Wan. "Tell the kitchen at the dock to make some noodles. It's enough for 4 people. Just empty the kitchen. You don't need to say anything else. Oh, and tell the kitchen to put the ingredients away. We'll use it later." "Got it. Little girl, I'll go and tell them." Ernio responded and ran away again. At the same time, he was happy in his heart. Only now could he eat the noodles. There were only the master, the young master, and the young lady in the house. There were only 3 people. Including himself, there were exactly 4 people. The young master and the little girl didn't usually cook. When they instructed others to cook, it would definitely be delicious. It seemed that they were preparing to cook for themselves today. Erniu went out. Zhang Xiaobao was still writing. He wrote a letter to Li Sun and asked Li Sun to arrange it. That would save him a lot of trouble in the future. Zhang Zhong was also at the side looking at his son writing the letter. With one look, he knew that the letter was written to Li Sun. After reading the contents of the letter, he was baffled. It was all about arranging some things in the dock. Something like leaving a certain place for people to easily light a fire, something about loading a few boats with sand and placing them in a place where they could light a fire together. What was all this mess going on for? He asked him to come back to help think of a solution. What did it have to do with the dock? When Zhang Zhong couldn't figure it out and Erniu came back, Zhang Xiaobao finally finished writing the letter. He dried the ink on the letter and put it in an envelope. After looking around, he found a seal and applied it, then handed it to Erniu who had just returned. "Erniu, have someone send this letter to Li Sun as soon as possible. It must not be delayed. Otherwise, the consequences will be unimaginable." "Yes, young master. I'll go arrange it now." Erniu ran back. Before he could catch his breath, he ran out again. Zhang Xiaobao didn't wait for his father to ask and directly said, "Father, you don't have to worry about the business. We'll go back together tomorrow. I'll go get something to eat first. I'm starving." After saying this, Zhang Xiaobao pulled Wang Wan and hurriedly ran away. Only Zhang Zhong, who was in a confused state, was left in the room. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan ran to the kitchen. The noodles had already been mixed. Zhang Xiaobao rolled them into slices. Wang Wan found some green onions and cut them into small pieces. She also found some non-spicy sauce and eggs. She also found some meat and mushrooms. She cut them up and used a small stove to fry the sauce. While waiting for Wang Wan to finish frying the sauce, Zhang Xiaobao also cut the noodles into strips and put them into the other pot. He even said, "I'm too hungry. I don't have time to slowly roll it out a few more times. Let's just make do with it." Wang Wan saw this and began to look for cooked food. She found cold shredded bamboo shoots and 2 cucumbers. She patted them and made them into garlic cucumbers. She also didn't know how the dogs got the beef. She also cut it into slices and mixed it with garlic sauce. As for the soup, she didn't have time to make it. Zhang Xiaobao had already fished out the noodles. Thinking that there was no soup to cook the noodles, he simply put the noodles into cold water. He poured the water twice and put it in a basin. He put it on his head and sent it back. Wang Wan also put the dishes on the tray. She also felt that it was heavy. She held it on her head with one hand and picked up the sauce bowl with the other hand. She followed behind Zhang Xiaobao and returned to Zhang Zhong's room. Erniu also came back at this time. He had been thinking about eating. "Dad, you also haven't eaten because you were thinking about something, right? Just eat something casually. I don't have time to cook." When the basin on Zhang Xiaobao's head was taken by Erniu, he said to his father. The things Wang Wan carried were also taken by Zhang Zhong. Erniu didn't need to say anything. He directly ran to the kitchen and brought back the bowls, chopsticks, and plates. Zhang Zhong looked at the 3 cold plates. He knew that his son and daughter-in-law really didn't cook anything. Only the cucumbers were just chopped. He really didn't eat and couldn't eat. He always felt that there was a place that wanted to scheme against him hiding in the dark. Erniu served others at this time. He first served a bowl of noodles for each of the 3 people. When the 3 of them were ready to eat, he also served a bowl for himself. He sat at the side and waited for others to eat. He was used to eating with the master family, especially with the young master and young lady. He didn't feel afraid at all. Zhang Xiaobao first scooped 3 spoonfuls of sauce for his father, then 2 spoonfuls for Wang Wan. He also scooped some for himself. He pushed the sauce bowl to Erniu and said, "Put it on your own." After saying that, he and Wang Wan began to eat. The soaked noodles were really good. They lowered their heads and refused to raise it. They didn't even want the 3 dishes. After eating, Wang Wan finally reacted. She put some cucumbers in Zhang Zhong's bowl and some in Zhang Xiaobao's and her own bowls. She pushed the plate to Erniu and said to Zhang Xiaobao, "I forgot to shred the cucumbers and didn't bring the garlic. Just make do with it." Zhang Zhong felt that it was good and also ate there happily. Erniu was really good. It's delicious. The young master and young lady's food is delicious. I'll go get the garlic. After saying that, he ran away. Looking at his bowl again, there was only a little water left. There was no noodles at all. Chapter 346. On one side of the mountain, there were pavilions and small buildings for people to swim in. On the other side of the water, there was a gentle murmur. Paddlers walked along the shore with bamboo poles. On the other side, they were happy and sad. They listened to children singing about fishing boats. "Dad, Dad, here, here." At the little Luoshui pier, a group of children were carrying backpacks and preparing to go to the other side of the mountain. A girl among them looked at the boat in the water and suddenly shouted to one of them. When a middle-aged man and a 15 or 16-year-old boy stood out and looked over, she waved her hand and turned to the other children beside her and said, "My house is here. I'll bring you to my house later. My brother's roasted shrimp is delicious. Wei Wei, is it comfortable to sleep on the boat?" A 6 or 7-year-old child who was about the same age as Wei Wei asked curiously. "Well, more or less. I fell asleep after a while." Wei Wei looked at her house and put the backpack in front of her. She opened it and took out the things inside. "Wei Wei, why are you here?" The middle-aged man asked Wei Wei when the boat came over. He was relieved when he saw that there were other children beside Wei Wei. Wei Wei happily moved forward and let the boat come closer. When the boat came closer, she began to pass the things in the bag to the middle-aged man and her brother. "Brother, Dad, this is what I got when I went to school for the half-month exam. There are 5 century eggs, 3 salted goose eggs, 1 foot of silk, and a new set of toys for playing house. I changed them into hairpins and gave them to my mother. These 10 copper coins are also my reward. Dad, you don't have to pay me next month. I learned well. They didn't ask for money and even gave me things. Dad, you don't have to make clothes for me. The school will make them for me." Wei Wei handed the items over one by one and said that each one was correct. Then, she pointed at the 5 seeds embroidered on her chest. One of them was a sprout. Wei Wei has a sprout now. In half a month, she has recognized 113 words. They said that other than Sister Lu, Wei Wei is the fastest to recognize the most. The middle-aged man took the items one by one. Hearing his daughter's words, a look of disbelief appeared on his face. In just half a month, he had spent 100 copper coins to send his daughter to school. Including food and lodging, he had to fork out another 50 copper coins. In just half a month, his daughter had brought back so many things for his family. 2 kinds of eggs and a foot of silk would cost more than 20 copper coins, which was close to 30 copper coins. He also got back 10 copper coins. There was also a hairpin. This hairpin would cost at least 40 copper coins. In total, it was half a month's worth of tuition, food and lodging. Also, from next month onwards, he would no longer need to take money from Zhangjie Zhuangzi. He had not seen his daughter for half a month, and she had become fairer and fatter. Would Zhangjie Zhuangzi do this? Could it be that his daughter had stolen other people's things? Thinking of this, the middle-aged man's face darkened. He was just about to ask when a person wearing the Zhang family's inner court uniform came over. He was holding a small bag in his hand. "You must be Wei Wei's father, right? I am the Zhang family's 3-star errand boy. This time, I brought the children out to have a look and see the people and things outside. I originally planned to look for your boat when I returned. Your boat has always been sailing between the clouds and the water. I didn't expect to meet you here. This is Wei Wei's other prize. Please take a look." The errand boy handed the bag over and said, "In the future, Wei Wei doesn't need you to pay a single copper coin. Everything will be managed by the Zhang family. Fishing doesn't require too many people. As for your son, Lu Feng, if he is willing, the Zhang family can arrange a job for him." This is salt? It's at least 5 caddies. Zhang Zhongren took the bag and immediately knew what it was. He opened it and was even more certain of the things inside. He knew that the salt here was controlled by the provincial government. It wasn't expensive, but it wasn't cheap either. Fortunately, he didn't eat a lot. The official price was 10 to 15 copper coins per bucket. When he went to buy it, some sold for 30 copper coins per bucket, while others sold for 40 copper coins. 5 caddies of salt was 20 copper coins. However, this salt was different from what he usually ate. This was fine salt, so it was whiter than the usual salt. It wasn't easy to buy it even if one had the money. After listening to the errand boy's words, it seemed that his daughter, Wei Wei, was enjoying a good life there. His son could also find a new job. "Father, I want to work and earn money to support the family's expenses." The middle-aged man's son reacted quickly. The other things weren't important. If the Zhang family said that they would find a job for him, it definitely wouldn't be something that could be found anywhere. This kind of good thing was brought by his sister, so he definitely couldn't miss it. He pulled his father's arm and reminded him. The middle-aged man didn't agree just because of a few words. He asked again, "What's so good about my Wei Wei?" "Don't worry, the Zhang family won't harm Wei Wei. Wei Wei has learned more things in half a month than other people combined in 2 months. She hasn't learned anything before, and she's smart and not inflexible. That's why the Zhang family made this decision, the errand boy explained patiently. Seeing that his father was still asking, his son became anxious. Father, if the Zhang family wants to harm us, what other methods do they have to use? Oh, right, the Zhang family is good. Then what can my son do? At this time, the middle-aged man also thought it through. With the power of the Zhang family, as long as his home was still on this river, it was too easy for the Zhang family to harm them. There was no need for them to go through so much trouble. There are 3 workshops in Sanshui County, and one of them is a food processing workshop. The original manager can't handle it, mainly because his skills in processing seafood and freshwater fish and shrimp are not good enough. I heard from Wei Wei that Lu Feng is better than ordinary fishermen in this aspect. He can be the manager of the seafood processing workshop there. Is it possible? The errand boy directly gave the position of manager. Although it wasn't the chief manager of the workshop, it had a lot of power and responsibility. Naturally, it would be more profitable. Wei Wei also knew some things when she was studying there. When she heard that her brother was going to be the manager, she happily said to her father, "Father, that manager will get a salary of 500 copper coins a month. He will also be given food, clothing, accommodation, and transportation during the holidays. He can work for 10 days and take a day off to go home." Really? The middle-aged man didn't expect the Zhang family to directly give such a position. He turned around and looked at his son, afraid that his son couldn't do it. Feng met his father's gaze and said, "Father, I will try. If it really doesn't work, I will come back to continue fishing." The middle-aged man finally relaxed and nodded, "Okay, then my son will try. This errand boy, if my son causes any trouble, look for me. I will take responsibility." The errand boy was also relieved. He didn't expect that it would be so difficult to arrange a better place for someone to work. If it wasn't for Wei Wei, he wouldn't have cared about his son. Don't worry, as long as Lu Feng doesn't put poison in the seafood processing, he won't cause any trouble. Tomorrow, let Lu Feng go to the Li family's farmstead and find the person in charge there, then he can go and do his job. I still have to continue playing with the children, goodbye. After the errand boy was settled, he cupped his hands to the middle-aged man, patted Wei Wei's head, and walked back. "Father, I'm going to play. I'm going to play at the lake over there. You can go there by boat." Wei Wei put her backpack on her back and said to her father. Then she went back. The other children at the dock wanted to go to Wei Wei's house to take a look, but seeing that the errand boy didn't want to go, they gave up the idea. After the group of children left, Wei Wei's mother came out of the cabin. Just now, she couldn't show her face because her man and son were there, so she could only stay in the cabin and listen. When she heard that her daughter had exchanged a toy for a hairpin for her, she even wiped a few drops of tears. "Mother, I have something to do." Feng saw his mother come out and said happily. "Good, when you get there, do your job well. Don't embarrass your sister. They are so good to us because of your sister." Wei Wei's mother also knew why the Zhang family did this. The middle-aged man was in a good mood and handed over the hairpin in his hand. "Madam, look, this is what your daughter earned for you." "What, madam?" "She is an old woman. Quickly send this to the first family in Linshui." Wei Wei's mother snatched the hairpin, blushed, and turned back to the cabin. The middle-aged man slightly pushed the boat, and like a small fish, the boat changed direction and went to the first family in Linshui. With a turn and a push of the pole, the boat was perfectly controlled. Just this move of the pole was enough to deter many people who were rowing the boat. The middle-aged man smiled and muttered, "Our Lu family is all good at this." During the hunting season, the toads in the field croaked regardless of day or night. Some people listened leisurely, while others felt irritated. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan belonged to the group of people who were leisurely. The two of them were swimming in the area behind the yamen where the family lived. The second courtyard that they entered would be the courtyard where the two of them would live in the future. The courtyard door would reopen elsewhere, leaving only a small door here. The two of them held important positions in the family. Many people in the inner courtyard had to come over to discuss matters, so they were given a courtyard with two entrances. In addition to the yamen at the front and the garden at the back, there was a small corner door next to it that allowed people to come directly to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. The coal from Elm Village was being loaded into carts and shipped away by boat to Zhangjia Zhuangzi to be used for smelting. It had only been half a month, so no one had noticed or interfered. The two of them were lying on the surface of the water, holding on to the letter written by the frustrated Li Sun. The letter stated that no one had lit the fire, and no one had bought a large amount of wood. Li Sun was asking Zhang Xiaobao if the expert in his imagination had made a mistake in his calculations. Xiaobao, did you calculate wrongly? Did we underestimate the enemy? No one from Jingshui River has come to make trouble. Wang Wan was also a little uncertain. They had waited for half a month, but nothing had happened at the river. Zhang Xiaobao and Wei Wei smiled and said, if it were me a few days ago, I wouldn't have done anything either. It wouldn't have worked, and I would have exposed myself in advance. In another 2 days, the winter wheat will be harvested. That's the time when the transportation ability is tested the most. Chapter 347. Wang Wan did not expect Zhang Xiaobao to be so certain. He even deployed another step, there has been no movement for half a month. How can you be so sure? Half a month is nothing. For a purpose, there are many things that can be done for years. The county has started to build roads. There is no asphalt, no cement, and no bluestone roads. They can only use some gravel to pave the roads. It will take a year or two to repair. Zhang Xiaobao was not willing to spend more time on schemes, so he changed the topic to people's livelihood. He liked to do things related to people's livelihood. He also wanted to do this to cheat money. Unfortunately, God did not give him much time. He just started, and he was not afraid for the rest of his life. His family was powerful. Wang Wan also did not want to ask why Zhang Xiaobao was so certain. Well, let's not care about other things. Let's talk about road repair. In fact, it is not a problem. A car with wooden wheels needs to be repaired. How much can it overload? Besides, it is not difficult to repair this kind of road. Didn't you see that when it rains, no matter how bad the road is, the people living on both sides of the road will come out to repair it? The more people there are, the fewer potholes on the road. Without anyone telling them, they will repair it themselves. Yes, they will repair it themselves. This kind of thing seems normal now. In the future, get some gravel and put it on both sides of the road. It is not worth much. A pile is only 1 or 2 coins. Leave it there for a year. Unless the rain is too heavy and washes it away, it can be used to pave the road. Zhang Xiaobao was multitasking just now. He was thinking about road repair and coal at the same time. He was thinking about habitual thinking. He remembered some pictures from 100 years ago. There were always piles of gravel on the side of the road in the village. At that time, people would not take gravel to their houses. When the road was not good due to the rain, except for specific people, some old men in the village would take a shovel and help to pave the road. It was hard to understand their motives. Since it could be done at that time, perhaps it could be done better in this era. Wang Wan did not think too much and said, "Let's go, Xiaobao. The two of us will go and take a look. You can catch some toads in the field and stew them for dinner tonight. Toads are beneficial insects. Don't lie to the child. Basically, the louder the voice, the more they eat. Let's go." Wang Wan was not a member of the Animal Protection Association. She just wanted to eat toads. She even had a pond at home. The two of them climbed out of the swimming pool. Zhang Xiaobao specifically found a two-pronged fork to fork the toads. Just as the two of them went out, they came to a small ditch by the side of a field. Before Zhang Xiaobao could do anything, a fast horse ran over. "Young master, this time, the Chen family's leading cloth company has started to purchase a large amount of wheat. They said that they want to ship it to Sichuan and sell it to the garrison there." The person on the horse said something to Zhang Xiaobao. Zhang Xiaobao and Wei Wei smiled and said, "I know. Don't worry about it. Just pretend it didn't happen." "Yes." The man on the horse answered. He held the reins and turned the horse around to gallop away. Zhang Xiaobao thought for a while and tightened his grip on the fork. "Don't worry about it. Let's enjoy life and continue to fork the toads. Someone is going to be unlucky again." Wang Wan felt sad for those who came to find trouble. From time to time, one or several small boats could be seen on the connected river. They were carrying people and goods. Zhang Zhong had found 3 places where they could pull the fibers. It did solve the problems of life for dozens of people. Every day, people would ask them to pull the fibers in order to save time. Unexpectedly, not only did they pull the fibers themselves, but they also borrowed money to buy a few donkeys. With the donkeys pulling the fibers, the speed was much faster. The people pulling the fibers were relieved, and the owners of the boats were happy. When Zhang Xiaobao heard about this, he asked people to pay attention to the person who came up with the idea. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were really short of manpower. They only had a few people, but their business was too big. They did not even have a mobile person. Erniu was also sent out to manage the coal mine. The children in Zhuangzi's school were studying hard, but they were too young to use them. The academy had just been built, and the teachers had not all arrived yet. Facing this situation, the main force pulling the fibers by the river, Sun Changyuan, who still knew how to use his brain and courage, was put on the list of people to pay attention to. At this time, Sun Changyuan was commanding a few people to pull the boat together. This boat was not big, but it was heavy. No one knew what was on it, but the people pulling the fibers were worried that the boat would run aground. The 6 of them put a white linen cloth on their shoulders. The innermost layer was a layer of leather, which could make their shoulders more comfortable. There were also 4 donkeys harnessed there, pulling with them. The donkeys were strong and had good endurance, but sometimes they were not obedient. Otherwise, no one would use them. "Brother Changyuan, what do you think is on this boat? It's so heavy. Don't tell me it's stones?" One of the people pulling the fibers asked Sun Changyuan, who was beside him. "Don't think too much. We did not offend anyone. Who would put stones on this boat to make us suffer? The people coming here are looking for money, not for energy. If it's really stones, then they are precious stones. Ordinary stones are useless when transported here. Who knows, they might be filled with copper coins." Sun Changyuan moved his feet. With the donkey pulling in front of him, he saved a lot of energy. He was even able to switch the rope from his left shoulder to his right. This switch made him feel much more comfortable. He glanced back and saw a few people standing on the bow of the boat. He quickly turned his head back and continued to pull. The people standing at the bow of the boat were also looking around. They felt that this place was interesting. There were actually people pulling fibers. The people at the bow of the boat also knew about some of the things happening in Huayuan County. In just 20 days, a place that no merchants were willing to come to in the past had a large number of merchants. Some were transporting food, some were transporting cloth, and some were transporting salt and meat. It gave people the feeling that this was not the Zhong County that was made poor by County Magistrate 1, but a Shang County. "Brother Qianyuan, did you see that? Huayuan County's county magistrate Zhang Zhong is a capable person. Since he took office, he first took in the bailiffs. Then, he took in those documents. Xiao Qi was sent to Beijing the moment he took action. His house was also raided. The last time he was here was half a year ago, right? At that time, the people of Huayuan County were all in a daze. What about now? He was so happy when he was working. This was his ability. If he was the head of a manor, he would be able to turn a middle county into an upper county within 2 years. If he was the county magistrate, he would be able to turn the entire county upside down within a month. He has politics, commerce, agriculture, and even an official. He is also the top scorer of this year's Jinshi. This kind of person, no matter where you put him, you will feel at ease. The only thing you don't know is how he is in terms of military strategy. If he can do this, won't he be an all-rounder? At the bow of the boat, a person wearing light yellow clothes with green stripes said to the person next to him. The person next to him was also wearing light yellow clothes, but the color was light green. At this time, he was looking with his hands behind his back. When he heard the person next to him, he said, "Brother Weitong, are you scared? Everyone says that Zhangjia Zhuangzi is very powerful and that the small bridge is the bridge of helplessness. I don't believe it. No matter how powerful he is only one person. If you and I work together, won't it be easy to deal with him? We are not people from the grain company, and we are not people who don't have the ability to do anything. If we were not in the same place, it would be fine. But this river here, how much business has he stolen from us? If we retreat, how can we raise our heads in front of others in the future? Brother Qianyuan, whether we raise our heads or not is not important. The main thing is that Buxing, who dares to interfere at this time. If they take in the goods, how can we take in the goods? They raise the price and take in the goods, saying that they will take in some of the goods. If that is the case, how can we still get wheat? Are we going to wait for the spring wheat and rice crops to harvest? The person who spoke earlier did not care about his reputation. Merchants like them did not think that reputation was important. Compared to farmers, their status was inferior. Even if they were richer than farmers, what he cared about was money. Everyone knew that grain was needed at the border. The production of grain around the capital was poor, so it had to be transported from the south. Every year, when it was time to harvest, they could take advantage of the opportunity to lower the price and raise the price to make a profit. The more capital they invested, the more they would earn. The person who was called Qianyuan was also thinking about this matter. What was different this year from previous years was that basically every family in Sanshui County grew rice. If they could not get the wheat this time, or if they could not use transport to lower the price, when a large amount of rice was harvested, no one would look for them again. Just thinking about what was about to happen made him uncomfortable. This time, no matter what, he had to get the wheat and ship it out to sell. While he was thinking about this matter, the person next to him said, "Brother Qianyuan, we still have to think about this matter. We can't rush it. Why don't we ask that person from the Chen family?" This time, he was pushed to the front. "I heard that he is not on good terms with the Zhang family. Why don't we take this opportunity to get in touch with him?" "Well, that's good too. Even if we can't touch the Zhang family's foundation, we have to let them know who they can and can't afford to offend. We'll be at the docks soon, right? Let's see what they've done to the docks. If we can make use of it, this trip will not be in vain." Perhaps he was tormented by the situation and had no other choice. He thought there was nothing in this world that could not be united. It was just that he had not found that door yet. After he said this, the two of them went silent again. They just stood at the bow of the boat, letting the wind blow past them from time to time. Sometimes, it would blow up the corners of the boat, and sometimes it would blow their hair into a mess. In short, it showed a kind of freedom. Chapter 348. As the two of them talked, they walked for a while before a connected garden appeared in front of them. The two of them didn't understand why a garden was built not far from the pier. Of course, they didn't know that one of the 16 businessmen who went to Hua Yuanxian's yamen had ancestors who practiced medicine. One of them had even been an imperial physician. However, in his life, he found that he would starve to death if he went on like this. That was why he was determined to be a rich man since he was young. He wanted to eat and drink well. Regardless of whether it was his persistence or talent, he traveled a long way on the road of business. He planned to build a warehouse of medicinal materials next to the dock. People who practiced medicine not only knew how to treat patients, but also knew how to distinguish medicinal materials. They also knew how to store and keep medicinal materials. They even knew how to do some processing. Before the warehouse of medicinal materials was built, his father came. Compared to him, his father was more skilled in medicine. It was said that the person who wrote the prescription used to live in a mountain in Huayuan County. Mu Ming had come here to meet with the merchant. While he was preparing to build a warehouse for medicinal ingredients, his father wanted to stay here and take a look. At the same time, he also wanted to treat a few people. However, the people who were sent by Zhang Xiaobao to find out what business they wanted to do found out. They went back and told Zhang Xiaobao. Zhang Xiaobao was a person who wouldn't miss such an opportunity. He immediately found his father to discuss it. Under the lead of his father, Zhang Zhong, and the businessman's father, a place to treat patients was built in a short time. However, this was still not enough. When practicing medicine, it was impossible for everyone to be treated with acupuncture and medicine. Some people needed long-term treatment. Zhang Xiaobao handed over this matter and built some wards for the hospital specifically for observation and treatment of patients. It was a very simple thing, but it was also a waste of resources. Just because of Sun Simiao's name, Zhang Xiaobao pushed it out. It didn't matter whether the businessman's father was skilled or not. What was important was that there would be many medical students coming to see the mountain where Sun Simiao lived. If they felt that the medical skills of the people in the hospital were not good enough, they would naturally put forward their own opinions. Then, the people arranged by Zhang Xiaobao would find a way to keep them. In the name of saving the common people, they would use Sun Simiao's name to expand the hospital. In order to compensate the merchants for the 5,000 strings of coins and the ginseng they sent, they took out a few hundred strings of coins. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan designed this place that combined treatment and cultivation. They found someone to plant some willow branches and waited for them to slowly grow into willow trees. He then contacted the person who sold the cotton and bought some cotton from him. Then, he asked the local people to pick some wild flowers. Gardens were built one by one. Not to mention whether the patients were really cured or not, in such an environment, one's mood was different. In the past few days, there had been people who were truly devoted to the study of medicine. They had indeed come to cause trouble. If they came, they would set up an arena. If they lost, they would not have to leave. What was the point of people like them leaving? They should be doctors here, helping out and learning more. If they won, they could not leave. Did they come here to fight to become famous? A doctor has the heart of a parent. If they leave, aren't they afraid that others will be treated badly? You have to give them some pointers. Otherwise, do you deserve Sun Simiao's precious prescription? Do you still have medical ethics? Have you never seen the sincerity of a great doctor? If you want to leave, then leave. Anyway, there are many people coming and going. In the future, I will help you spread the word. You don't save people and rely on small Taoists. What kind of doctor are you? What? You are a doctor? You want to go back to the palace? Then why did you come out? You can treat people in the palace, but not in the county? Is there a difference between rich and poor when sick? Stay. There are countless people who are sick in the world. If you can treat one person, you can leave a record of your treatment. Learn from Sun Simiao's selflessness and pass it on to the later generations. Every time you treat a person, you can let the later generations have the experience of treating people and engrave it on a tombstone. As for the money in medicine, you don't have to worry too much. When a doctor thinks that there is a time when there is no doctor in the world, how can a businessman have a heart of stone? I will give you money to spend and help you collect medicinal materials. I will also give you help from the county government office. You can stay. After a series of big words, threats and inducements, most of the skilled people were fooled into staying. In just a few days, they treated more than 10 people, making the reputation of the clinic rise. In front of them was the main traffic road, and behind them was the mountain where Sun Simiao used to live. The 80 books he wrote were recorded and engraved on the stone tablet on the mountain and on the big billboards in various places of the hospital. This kind of effort made the businessman, who thought that he had lost 5,000 strings of coins, smile happily. After other businessmen heard about it, they were also willing to invest here. The county government office didn't cheat others of their money and really helped them to do things. In addition to this hospital, the other 15 businessmen, who worked together to build a place or worked alone, were all taken care of by Zhang Xiaobao. Some wanted to build a restaurant. Zhang Xiaobao specially sent people to deliver seasonings, providing long-term supply. He also taught them how to make fast food. Originally, there was already fast food at this time, but it was not very convenient to carry it around. Zhang Xiaobao asked people to contact them to buy and sell vegetable oil. They tried to use more fried food, not because it was good, but because it was convenient to carry. He also provided them with a stable lunch box manufacturing factory, which was the one in the 3 workshops that processed wood. In the name of helping, Zhang Xiaobao could also make some money. Some people wanted to build a carriage company, so Zhang Xiaobao also asked his father to start building roads here first. He helped them to finish the road construction as soon as possible, so that transportation would be convenient. Even if there were 2 businessmen who worked together at first, but they didn't know what to build and only wanted to build a warehouse, Zhang Xiaobao could also think of a good idea for them. In the summer, they would freeze the cheap meat they collected and wait until winter to resell it. They would be able to earn the difference in price. From next year onwards, as long as the river was frozen, they would be able to dig out the frozen river and keep it until the next winter to provide air conditioning for the cold storage. This year was simple. At the Shao Luoshui wharf, there was still a lot of ice left last year. They were worried that there was no place to sell it. Some of that ice could be used to eat and drink, and some could only be put in the house to cool down. They transported it from there and sold it to 2 businessmen at a cheaper price. Following the river, they could use their own boats to quickly support the cold warehouse. After helping the businessmen, Zhang Xiaobao sold a lot of his goods. He also provided a handicraft manufacturing job opportunity for the people in Sanshui County and Huayuan County. The businessmen were satisfied. A lot of the money they took out was used on them, such as planting trees, repairing roads, etc. Zhang Zhong, the county magistrate, also helped them to solve some of the raw materials. The people were also satisfied. As long as they had some craftsmanship, they could make things after receiving the raw materials shipped by the Zhang family. They didn't have to worry about not being able to sell the finished products. They had already contacted good people, and the people who got the raw materials saved some money. The people in the 3 workshops were also satisfied. Now that they had the demand of the businessmen in Huayuan County and the river was connected to them, as long as the products were not too bad, they could sell them. Their welfare also increased a lot. The relatives of the Zhang family and the Wang family were satisfied. They were originally afraid that it would be difficult to sell too many things. Now, with Zhang Xiaobao's help, not only could they sell the goods, but they could also help others. Good people, all of them were good people. While Li Sun was satisfied, he was also shocked. He felt that the expert from the Zhang family would not let go of even the slightest chance. He would link everything together and let the Zhang family gain benefits, and let the people who cooperated with the Zhang family gain benefits as well. It could not be said that the Zhang family was pushed to do something by the Zhang family, or the Zhang family was enticing others to do it. Anyway, in the end, everyone was happy. Even Bai Go's nephew wrote a letter to his uncle, saying that the Zhang family's shipyard was the first to send the boats over. They could rent or sell them, and this made a lot of money for his wharf. This cooperation made the people outside feel the capability of the Zhang family again. This was also what worried the people on the boats a little. The two of them knew the power of the Zhang family, but sometimes they had to do something. They were used to making money by the Jing River. The Jing River was their rice bowl. The connection of the small river would steal their rice bowl. If they didn't act now, they wouldn't have another chance after this year. When the small merchants got used to this road and worked together, they wouldn't be able to act even if they wanted to. Some of the bigger merchants even started to use this small river to transport their goods when they were in low quantities. The two of them stood at the bow and watched. They saw the rapid development of Huaiyuan County and saw the business opportunities brought by this river. There were even more business opportunities than their big river. The big river's current was fast, so it was impossible to stop the boats everywhere, but the small river could. It was strenuous to go against the flow of the big river, but it was easy to go against the small river. When the big river reached the capital, they had to take a detour. There was no need to use the small river. If someone fell into the river, it was too difficult to save them. If someone fell into the river, they could be picked up by any boat. Those who knew how to swim could swim to the shore. If there were shortcomings, it was nothing more than the small river's transport capacity was limited. Big boats couldn't use the small river, and the speed was not as fast as the big river. However, these two shortcomings were not shortcomings. How many people could use the small river to transport goods? The speed was not as fast as the big river, but there was no backlog. Once the goods were loaded, they could leave. Chapter 349. Guo Ren, Guo Qianyuan, Mi Fan, and Mi Weitong just watched without saying a word. They really wanted to learn how this was done. Would it work if it was on the Jingshui River? The two of them really couldn't figure out how this could be done in such a short time. Was the top scholar different from others? As the boat moved forward, the two of them also looked around. They had already entered the places where the merchants did business. Most of them were auxiliary businesses, but there were many people coming in and out. There was even one who had joined forces with little Luo Shui to set up an intermediary. The information from both places didn't go by boat, but by horse. In this way, there was an exchange of information between the two docks. In just one day, the new intermediary's information would be sent over, and the merchants at the two docks would be able to obtain more useful information. From there, they would be able to decide whether to unload the goods at the docks or ship them to the docks. When the boat reached the dock, the two of them realized that this dock was different from other docks. Other docks docked directly by the river, but this river was small. There were too many boats docked here, and other boats couldn't pass through. The person who built this dock had actually dug a man-made lake. It wasn't that big to call it a lake. It was just that at the back, there was a connecting waterway. The water wasn't too deep, but it was slightly wider. All the boats docked at the dock directly entered the waterway and unloaded from there. This way, the water flow wasn't fast, and the river wasn't blocked. It was really convenient. How is it? Brother Qianyuan, do you see now? A few days ago, the people who came to ask for information didn't mention that there was a waterway here. Today, you see it. That Zheng guy doesn't have such great ability. It must be the Zhang family who told him. Mi Fan didn't want the boat to stop. She stood at the bow of the boat with her hands behind her back and said to Guo Ren. Guo Ren nodded. He had to admit that Huayuan County was changing rapidly every day. I don't know what it will be like in a few days. Let's go, this isn't our destination. Let's go to the Chen family first, then go up and see where little Luo Shui is. Let's not go to the Chen family for now. I think the people from the cloth store want to take advantage of us this time. While we are in chaos, we have no reason to let them do what they want. When it comes to collecting grain, we used to rob a part of the grain store's business. It couldn't be that a lion had snatched some food that belonged to wolves in the past and found that another lion had also come over to eat it, and then said to the other lion that this was his food, right? The result would be two lions fighting, with a wolf waiting at the side. There would also be a person who was originally going to kill the lion, happily hiding at the side with a hunting bow in his hand. Mi Fan thought a bit more and analyzed the situation. She used the simplest example to explain it so that Guo Ren could understand. He was also vexed about this matter. When there were benefits, everyone wanted to get a share. When the cloth company interfered, the grain company did nothing. It could only be said that the grain company was waiting for an opportunity. In the past, they couldn't get a share, but now that they had lost it, they were waiting for a conflict to break out between them and the cloth company. Then what should we do? We can't let the cloth company interfere just because this whole should belong to the grain company, right? Now that we are robbed, we can't just let the cloth company interfere, right? Look at the price they are paying. They are actually increasing the price by 1 yuan for 1 bushel of wheat. Wait until other places find out and transport the wheat here. Should we also increase the price by 1 yuan or even more to collect the wheat? Guo Ren didn't think it was a good deal, no matter how he thought about it. The wheat that Sanshui County could collect was too little. Other people grew rice, while Huayuan County grew more rice. However, the people in Huayuan County were starving this spring, so they wouldn't be able to sell much wheat in the fall. The extra one from the cloth company was clearly prepared for the people who grew wheat in the surrounding areas. To be more precise, it was prepared for the small merchants who bought wheat. They bought wheat and spent the transportation fees. No matter what, they could earn 3 or 4 yuan per bushel. They didn't have to manage it themselves, so they just had to arrange for people to do it. There were even some small merchants who would hoard the grains and wait for others to increase the price. When the time came, they would consider who to sell to. This was not the result they wanted. In the past, transporting by land was more expensive than the grain itself. Those merchants had no choice but to sell the grain to them. They controlled the Jing River. But now, they didn't have to be afraid. The merchants could take another route, which was more convenient for them to transport the grain. When that time came, how much would the price of this year's grain increase? Mi Fan also understood the importance of this matter. Other people were not fools. Naturally, they would estimate the price. However, he always felt that things weren't as simple as they seemed. There was a conspiracy, but he couldn't figure out where the conspiracy was. This made him have no choice but to be cautious. He knew who his opponent this time was and how powerful his opponent was. He had also heard of many people who had come to find trouble with him, but they had all been defeated in front of that ordinary-looking manner. Seeing Guo Ren beside him anxious, he advised, "Brother Qianyuan, there's no need to be like this. Right now, we're in the dark, and they're in the light. If we really look for that Chen guy, it's very likely that we'll be exposed. We're not dealing with the cloth company, but the Zhang family. The cloth company's matter has indeed caught us a little off guard. At worst, we can give up on this. Let's deal with the Zhang family first. What's so difficult about dealing with the Zhang family? Let's show them what we're capable of and they'll know what to do. I'll let them beg us to come and get a share of the profits. Last time, I said that we should burn down their shipyard, but you didn't agree. What do you think now? They don't make big ships there, they only make small boats. We can even go to other shipyards to buy skeletons, stick a piece of wood on them, and sell it to others. This will increase the number of small boats on this river. When they make big ships in the future, if they don't sell them, we can directly transport goods on the Jing River. We still have to think about how to deal with the marquis. When Guo Ren brought up the matter of dealing with the Zhang family, he felt a bellyful of anger. The shipyard had just been built, and it was a mess. If they set fire, no one would be able to find out who did it. In the end, he brought it up a few times, but Mi Fan didn't agree. Once they started building big ships, the security there would be tighter, and it wouldn't be so easy to set fire to it. Mi Fan also knew that Guo Ren had been complaining about how he had tried to stop him back then, but he couldn't do anything about it. After being flooded once when he was young, he always knew about some dangers in advance, so he was able to prepare and avoid them. This time, just as he was about to agree to set fire to the shipyard, that uncomfortable feeling came again. And it was even worse than before, so he didn't dare to agree. Even now, he was standing at the bow of the ship with a relaxed expression, but he still felt uncomfortable. He always felt like he was being watched, and when he wanted to do something, not only did the person not stop him, but he also sneered repeatedly. Just now, when Guo Ren said that he was going to the Chen family, he couldn't help but tremble, as if he couldn't go anywhere. Now that Guo Ren brought up the matter of burning the shipyard again, he could only continue to persuade him. Brother Qianyuan, we're all businessmen, and we're just looking for money. Last time, I listened to you and sent people to rob you. What happened? They almost found out our identities. Do you think it's so easy to set fire? It's better to be safe than sorry. Don't be anxious, let's think about it at length. Setting fire to the shipyard, we definitely can't do it unless we have no other choice. They're still so chaotic now. Didn't the people we sent to gather information say that because they were rushing to make boats, it's even more chaotic than before? It's not too late to set fire to the shipyard then. Let's go up and see if there's any other way. After hearing Mi Fan's words, Guo Ren didn't mention setting fire to the shipyard anymore. He was used to listening to Mi Fan's words, and Mi Fan was always able to let him and the others gain more benefits. Now, he had no other choice but to go up with the ship and let Mi Fan come up with ideas. Their ship was different from the small boats here. They had built it themselves, had more oars, and could row very quickly. If it wasn't for the heavy load on the ship, there wouldn't have been a need for someone to pull the cable. When it was almost noon, the two of them sat at the bow of the ship, eating and drinking with the others while admiring the scenery on both sides. In front of them, they could faintly see the restaurant between the clouds and the water. Compared to the original Between the Clouds and the Water, there were many people coming and going between the clouds and the water now. Many people came here on small boats because it was convenient to travel. They wanted to taste the unique dishes between the clouds and the water and experience the feeling of being in the center of the water. The ship moved forward for a while and came to a man-made lake. Reeds had been planted here. Next year, or perhaps this autumn, they would see patches of reeds growing. Many people only knew that the reeds looked good, but it wasn't hard to guess that the Zhang family was preparing to cut the reeds in winter and weave them into straw curtains to sell to people who were preparing to grow vegetables in winter. Good, the scenery is really good. What do you think, Brother Weitong? If they didn't steal our business, I would really like to have a chat with that Zhang Zhong and come here when I have nothing to do. While eating, one of the people looked at the scenery between the clouds and the water and sighed. There were pavilions built here, and there was no lack of corridors connecting the pavilions. There were also some flowers and plants on the corridors and pavilions. When the sun shone on the water vapor appeared through the reeds. It really did feel like a trip between the clouds and the water. It's good, but I wonder what happened in front. From now on, don't say what you said just now. If someone hears it, they will expose us. Mi Fan also felt that the restaurant built in the water was good. When eating there, they could see the reeds outside, the corridors and pavilions in the lake, and the clouds in the sky and the flowing water in the distance. Sitting there, he felt that it was worth a few strings of coins. Chapter 350. The boat did not stop at the group of restaurants between the clouds and the water. It continued forward until it reached the small bridge. The small bridge had been torn down and replaced with a new bridge that was higher. Otherwise, the boat would not be able to pass. Some people made the boat special. Although it was not deep in the water, it was very high. It could carry a lot of goods, and it was not that wide. Seeing that they were about to reach the small bridge, the people sitting at the bow of the boat all stood up at the same time. They looked at the surrounding scenery in disbelief. This is the Zhuangzi of Zhang Wang and Gusan family? How is this still Zhuangzi? This is clearly a paradise on earth. One of the people came here for the first time. Even though he had heard people say that this place was good, it was not as shocking as seeing it with his own eyes. Just as Wang Wan and Zhang Xiaobao had designed, the villagers lived in picturesque two-story houses that had just been built. Some places were still damp. On the Zhuangzi of Zhang Wang and Gusan family, there was no ordinary road at all. Wherever one walked, it was paved with bluestone. Canals snaked through the spaces between the houses. Beside the canals were cloisters with flowers and plants on both sides of the cloisters. In addition to these, there were several ponds connected to the canals. Occasionally, one could see fish jumping up in the canals beside the pavilions. They swung their tails in the air and fell back, bringing with them a string of water droplets that sparkled under the sunlight. There were also small wooden houses in some places. It was noon, and the children who were too young to be brought out to play were walking around. A burst of laughter was heard by everyone. There was also a road that connected to the other side of the mountain. It had been built into a winding road. From time to time, birds would fly out of the mountain and circle around the ponds and the road. They would chirp and fly back, letting people see their elegant figures when they spread their wings. The Zhuangzi of Gusan family was built a little later. There was still a part that was not built, but together with the Zhang Wang and Gusan family, it looked just as charming. Everyone stood at the bow of the ship and stared blankly, as if they didn't want to leave after coming here. The people on the ships that passed by them saw them like this and could understand. When they first came here and saw such a scene for the first time, not a single one of them was not stunned. No wonder so many people are willing to come here to eat. It's not just between the clouds and the water. The two Zhuangzi are even more beautiful than between the clouds and the water. You can even go to the mountains to play. I heard that there's a pond in the mountains as well. The fish you catch will be cooked on the spot for those who go there to eat. The person who had just praised the Shuiyun Club said enviously when he saw the tourists strolling around the Shuiyun Club alone or in groups of 3 or 5. If it weren't for the fact that he had to see what was going on here, he would have gone down and followed the tourists up the stairs or strolled around the corridors. Mi Fan was also attracted by the scenery. Such a place was not easy to come by. Usually, there were few people in beautiful places. It was too cold and quiet. Wandering around those places was to experience a special kind of ethereal feeling. This place was different. Amidst the emptiness, there was a strong sense of peace. Even if there was anger in one's heart, upon seeing such a scene, seeing the laughing child, seeing the fish jumping in the canal beside the child, and then looking at the surrounding green fields, one's anger would dissipate, and he would reveal a knowing smile. If one could live here and come here to take a look when they had nothing to do, they would definitely be able to live a few more years. Occasionally, they would pick up a hoe to hoe the grass. The rural scenery was nothing more than that. Looking back at the different restaurants between the clouds and the water, they sighed with emotion. It's really good. The farmers on Zhuangzi are the ones who really enjoy life. One side is the sky, the other side is the mountain, the other side is the water, and there's also the fields. This is the scenery that people have always said, the mountain by the side and the water in the middle. Everyone nodded one after another. When they crossed the small bridge and continued forward, they would turn back from time to time, looking back with nostalgia. The boat traveled for another 2 hours. In the afternoon, when the sun was at its peak, everyone finally prepared to return to the cabin to take a nap. At this moment, a boat caught up with them. Its speed was very fast. The boat was narrow, so in a short while, it stuck to the boat. The boat was a little lower, so was the person standing on it. He said to the people on the boat, "Did you come from the Jingshui River? Are you the people on the boat over there? I'm a 5-star errand boy from the Zhang family. I'm here to bring a letter for the main family." As he spoke, the man took out a sealed letter from his sleeve and handed it up. Everyone was stunned for a moment. At the same time, they felt cold sweat seeping out. They thought that the Zhang family knew that they were behind this and had come to warn them. The person guarding the boat looked warily at the Zhang family below. Without an order, he wouldn't accept the letter. However, Guo Ren's personality was different from the others. He said loudly, "What are you afraid of? Just take it." The person guarding the boat carefully took the letter. The Zhang family man said, "The main family's master said that if you think that the matter over there is feasible, you can stay in the first family by the river for 2 days. Naturally, someone will come and find you to discuss the details. I wish you all a smooth journey. Goodbye." After the man finished speaking, he gave the person rowing the boat a look. The boat turned around and the 2 oars moved. In a few moments, it became a small black dot and went away. Guo Ren took the letter and carefully looked at the outside. There was not a single word on the outside, only a picture of a rice sprout. He then looked in the direction that the boat came from. At this time, it was already gone. He thought for a moment and opened the letter with a knife. He glanced at it and handed it to Mi Fan. "Brother Weitong, tell me what's written inside? If you don't understand, just give it to me. Don't pretend there." Mi Fan took the letter and began to read it carefully. After reading 2 lines, she let out a sigh of relief. It wasn't the Zhang family warning them not to cause trouble. Instead, it was a suggestion for them to cooperate with the docks to build a large ship. When the time came, they would travel together. There weren't many words on the letter. It only gave a general idea, but it allowed people to understand the business opportunity contained within. Zhang Zhong's name was written at the bottom of the letter. There was also a private seal and a rice seedling. It's like this. The Zhang family wants. Mi Fan read it herself and told the contents of the letter to the people who were still waiting to know what was written. A merchant immediately said, "This is a good idea. We also have a dock that has been built for many years. It will be easier to build a big boat. When the time comes, we can make more money. I trust the Zhang family's ability to make money." When he said this, Guo Ren was not willing to accept it. "What good idea? I don't think we can work with them. Their dock has just been built. There are people who don't know how to work. They clearly feel that it is difficult to build a big boat by themselves, so they want us to help them. Listen to what Brother Weitong said just now. Let our dock send a few people to teach them how to build a boat. We will also build a boat. Teaching them how to build a boat is what they want the most. When the time comes, the 3 workshops will all be theirs. Even if we ship the goods back, it will be difficult to sell them. We don't want to do it. Whoever wants to do it can go and tell them." After he finished speaking, someone beside him also felt the same and agreed with his opinion, saying, "That is indeed the case. Although they have written it, when the time comes, they will write a contract and give us a portion of the 3 workshops. When the time comes, we will divide the profits according to the agreed upon amount. But if they build a few more workshops and ship their goods to the workshops over there, when our goods are shipped to the workshops over there, won't it be our goods that let them make money while their goods are all theirs? Yes, that's right. They can't be trusted. If we want to go by sea, can't we build our own boats? It's just that we don't know the details. Why don't we pretend that we want to work with them and ask for the details? When the time comes, we will work hard to build a big boat. If we don't agree to work with them, they can't say anything. Besides, we are preparing to deal with them now. If we agree and then attack them, how will the other merchants view us? Another person chimed in from the side. Now, there were even more people who felt that it was impossible. Mi Fan was indeed tempted. Compared to Jing Shui, shipping seemed to be more profitable. Just one trip and she would be able to work in Jing Shui for 8 to 10 years. Now that he heard others say this, he also hesitated and didn't know how to choose. Brother Weitong, don't think about that. Think about how to deal with the Zhang family. We can do that ourselves. Let's wait at Lin Shui's first shop and ask them clearly. Then we can discuss it. When the time comes, we will turn hostile. What can they do? Guo Ren suddenly spoke at this time. He snatched the letter and casually folded it before stuffing it into the envelope. Mi Fan saw that so many people were against it. Wei Wei nodded. Fine, then let's think about how to deal with the Zhang family. When the time comes, we will go and take a look ourselves. Let's build a big boat first. We must build it well. Otherwise, when we enter the sea, we won't be able to withstand the wind and waves. Everyone was afraid that he would agree to the Zhang family. That would make things difficult. Hearing that he agreed, they would first deceive the Zhang family, then turn to deal with the Zhang family. Then, they would snatch the business in the sea. Everyone let out a sigh of relief. Let the boat go faster. When we see little Luo Shui, we will see if we can stop some people who are transporting wheat. Our boat is loaded with tens of thousands of strings of coins. We can't make this trip for nothing. No matter what, we have to collect some wheat and go back to see the market. Mi Fan didn't want to think about the cooperation anymore. He ordered the boat to speed up. As the shout spread, the people rowing the boat began to exert force. The heavy boat was rowed to about the same speed as the other small boats. Everyone prepared to rest for a while and entered the cabin. Before Mi Fan entered, she stood at the entrance of the cabin and looked in the direction of the Zhang family. Then, she shook her head and lowered her head to enter the cabin. At the end, she was muttering. Chapter 351. Huayuan County was different from Sanshui County. At this time, they were harvesting wheat. The winter wheat had already grown, but the work in the mountains was not done yet. Most of the people who had land could only go back to harvest. However, the work in the county could not be left undone. Zhang Zhong originally wanted to ask the Yamen in Sanshui County to release a notice to ask the people in Sanshui County to come and work. However, he was stopped by Zhang Xiaobao. Zhang Xiaobao did not feel that it was better to ask the people in Sanshui County to come and work than other counties. The work in Huayuan County was considered basic construction and could not directly generate economic benefits. If the people in Sanshui County came to work, no matter how much they ate and drank, the money they spent could not compare to the wages they paid. It was not a form of domestic sales to stimulate the economy. If the people in Sanshui County earned money for nothing, the people in Sanshui County would not come to live in Huayuan County. Sanshui County was better than the current Huayuan County. It was better for the people in Sanshui County, but the promotion in Huayuan County was slower. Zhang Xiaobao asked his father to find people to spread the news in other counties that Huayuan County lacked people to work. There were places like Hunan Province, where the wheat was harvested early and they were planting other crops. There should be people who were free. In the surrounding counties, there were also people who were free. He called them over and asked them to build. During the construction process, he kept talking to them about how good Huayuan County would be after the construction and how much money they could earn by living here. When they finished building, there would naturally be some people who liked Huayuan County and were willing to live here. Especially those who did not have land, it was easy for them to go anywhere. Since it was close to the capital, there was coal, and the transportation was convenient. Huayuan County should not become an agricultural county. It should exist as a processing and auxiliary place. When Zhang Zhong heard his son's words, he felt that it was reasonable. On the same day, he asked people to spread the news in the surrounding counties. At this time, there were already 500 people from the surrounding counties who came. Some even brought their families and prepared to live in Huayuan County. Zhang Zhong divided the people into two groups. One group went to repair the road near the docks, while the other group went to repair the mountain. When outsiders came to the county, some of their needs increased. Even if these people were not very rich and spent less money, they were still spending money. Zhang Zhong paid them their wages every day. In addition to the consumption driven by these people, there were also merchants who wanted to do business here. When they sold goods, they needed transportation, food, and a shop. They were also a part of the consumer group. When they brought in taxes to the county, they also increased the demand for some goods in Huayuan County. The middlemen at the docks considered the matter at Little Luoshui. Some of the merchants who were transporting goods felt that it was not worth it to continue moving forward. Coincidentally, Huayuan County also needed goods, so they directly transported goods from the docks to the county. The number of people in Huayuan County suddenly increased, making it seem more prosperous. The law and order here was not like in Sanshui County. There were always people who wanted to do something, were caught, locked up, and then released to help repair roads elsewhere. Moreover, they were not paid. It was not easy for Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan to walk around the streets now. Their families were afraid that something would happen to them if the streets were chaotic. Now, both families had moved to a place behind the yamen to live. Fortunately, there were many courtyards, and there were still some people in Sanshui County. Otherwise, it would not be able to fit them. Today, Zhang Zhong wanted to go out and have a look. In the morning, other than some official business, he also closed 2 cases. Basically, there was nothing important in the afternoon. Unless there was a death or an emergency, he would postpone it until the next day. Zhang Zhong went out with the bodyguards and yamen runners. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan found an opportunity to follow Zhang Zhong out. With so many people protecting them, there was no need to worry. The yamen runners were on the periphery, and the bodyguards were in front. There were some new faces among the yamen runners. Since Huayuan County received 80,000 strings of coins, they recruited more than 200 yamen runners at one time. Together with the original number, they were short of 300 people. They also bought some horses one after another, and less than half of them could ride on them to patrol. As for the newly recruited yamen runners who did not have horses, they could not be idle. Other than patrolling in shifts in the county, they had to train in the field that was set up by the yamen. At this time, the yamen runner who was walking on the periphery was a newly recruited yamen runner. He looked around vigilantly, as if everyone could hurt the county magistrate. It was obvious that he was a newcomer, and the old man would not be so obvious. Wang Wan felt the changes in the county and asked Zhang Xiaobao, who was a little absent-minded, beside her, "Xiaobao, Huayuan County has finished harvesting the winter wheat this time. Do you still want to continue planting the same as before?" Zhang Xiaobao now had too many things to consider, including what Wang Wan was talking about. After being touched by Wang Wan, he raised his head, thought carefully and said, "Let's plant some vegetables. Vegetables are not valuable elsewhere, but they can still be sold for a good price in the capital. Plant some cucumbers, eggplants, and other vegetables. We also need to plant many kinds of radishes. We can dry them in the shade and keep them for winter." We can't always rely on the same method of planting vegetables in winter. Wang Wan thought carefully and agreed. The capital was close to this place, and there was a large population. The consumption of vegetables every day was not small. It would take a long time to come back from the capital, but it would be faster to pull the vegetables over. There was no need to worry about the freshness of the vegetables. Bad vegetables could be fed to pigs and chickens. That's good. Then we have to send out the notice quickly. Otherwise, they will plant other things. After talking about this matter, the two of them continued walking. Wang Wan asked again, they haven't done anything yet. We can't always be on guard, right? There are thieves for 1,000 days, but there is no such thing as guarding against thieves for 1,000 days. No, we still have to wait. We have already sent a letter of goodwill. Let's see what they will do. If they really live in the first family in Linshui for 2 days, we will send someone to talk to them. First, we will discuss whether we can cooperate. If they can, we will sign the document and tell them some details. If they don't want to sign the document first, we will directly tell them the details we have prepared and let them play. Zhang Xiaobao did not seem to care much about the things over there. Usually, he was like this when he arranged things. Wang Wan pursed her lips and smiled. She hoped that those people would not agree to sign the document first. They must want to cheat the details and do it themselves. Then, she would see what they would do with the details. She had seen it herself. If she did not have some experience in this area, she would have been cheated. Zhang Xiaobao was too bad. The two of them spoke in a low voice. There were many people in the county, so it was noisy and no one could hear them. Only Zhang San saw the two children talking there and knew that what they were talking about was not a small matter. She took her son's little hand and said to the two of them, when next year comes, we will have to repair the shops on both sides of the county. Some of them are so old that they can be blown down by a little wind. Tell me, how should we repair them? Pedestrian street. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan thought of this at the same time. Now on the street, there were people driving carriages and people riding horses. It was too dangerous and smelly. In the future, they would let them take other roads and leave this place for people to stroll around. In particular, Zhang Xiaobao wanted to open a small supermarket here. As long as people strolled in, they would have a certain desire to buy something. Looking at his father's puzzled eyes, Zhang Xiaobao said, "It's a place where carriages and horses don't go. What if someone gets hit?" "Oh. That's fine." Zhang Zhong knew that his son couldn't say much at this time. He would ask about the future arrangements when he got home. Now, he just needed to know that they didn't go by carriages and horses. The group kept walking. As they walked, Zhang Xiaobao suddenly said, "Let's go back and write a letter to the people of the boat company. Let's give them another chance and let them take the initiative." "Well, let's do it." Only Wang Wan heard this and said that she wanted to go back. When Zhang Zhong was puzzled, he saw his son winking at him. He didn't hesitate to turn around and take people back to the yamen. After a few words with his son, he wrote a letter and asked someone to send it to the little Luoshui wharf. When the stars and moon rose, the people of the boat company also arrived at the first restaurant in Linshui. Looking at the bustling scene here, they were angry again. The more prosperous this place was, the more business they would get. The group went up to the 3rd floor of the restaurant and chose the room that had a clear view of the wharf and the shops on the shore. They ordered a table full of dishes and ate as they looked. They looked at the dishes more often and were in a daze more often. However, they rarely ate. Occasionally, they would raise their cups and take a sip of wine. Basically, they didn't have much to say. When it was midnight, Guoren finally couldn't take this kind of depressing atmosphere. The wharf below was lit up with lanterns, and there were still boats stopping occasionally. People were coming and going. For people who knew the business, this was money. Brother Weitong, hurry up and think of something. Last year, this place wasn't connected to the capital, so we could still bear with it. Now look, it's midnight, and it's still so busy. How much money have we lost? Guo Ren couldn't take it anymore. He threw his chopsticks on the table and stopped eating. He sat there and looked down. His expression also changed. Everyone was thinking the same thing, but no one said it out loud. Now that Guo Ren mentioned it, they all gave ideas. Everyone thought about it and felt that it wasn't suitable. Another one was still not suitable. When they were almost done, everyone was helpless. They could only look at Mi Fan. He had a lot of ideas. Mi Fan was also worried now. He didn't know how to deal with the Zhang family. He couldn't even think about using force. It was also useless to use people from the government. Just as he was worrying, the door was knocked open by a waiter. He came in and said respectfully, "Everyone, the Zhang family has sent a letter to everyone. I wonder if everyone is willing to accept it." Everyone was stunned. They had just sent a letter in the morning, and now there was another one. Did they regret what they did in the morning? Let me see. Guo Ren extended his hand. Give it to me. When the waiter came closer, Mi Fan took the letter and opened it. She suddenly burst out laughing. After the waiter left, he said to everyone, "There's a way. The Zhang family still wants to cooperate with us in other areas, but they wrote out the most important thing." Ha ha ha. Chapter 352. The sun shone through the clouds, and the mountains in the distance were enchanting. The smoke from the chimney accompanied the crowing of the rooster, and the sky cleared up early after the rain. Early in the morning, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan begged their family to bring along 10 guards from the prince's mansion, as well as the former bailiffs who were chased away because of disobedience. These bailiffs were obviously better than the ones who stayed behind, and they were more serious in their work. Because of this, they were chased away. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan adopted the principle of using capable people. Those who were not of good quality could be helped to improve, and those who were too rigid would be used where rigidity was needed. A group of people rode on horses and jogged to Yaowang Mountain, which was officially named. Some of the local people who didn't need to harvest wheat and those who came from other places were continuing to build roads on the mountain. The old people who couldn't do heavy work were also busy weaving baskets. These baskets were originally made by the old people of their own accord. After all, they were eating together. Zhang Zhong still spent money to buy them. He was fast at weaving baskets a day, but he only made 2 or 3 baskets. He bought one for 1 copper coin each. There was a person who specifically counted baskets on the side. He didn't even check if the baskets were solid or not. There was no need to check. The old people didn't weave baskets for money, and the ones doing the work were their relatives. If something happened because the baskets were not good, the unlucky ones would be their relatives. They ate well here, but there were some old people who felt bad and always falsely reported the number. They made up 3 baskets and insisted that it was 2. One of the baskets had already been counted, and the person who counted them watched them like they were thieves. It was absolutely impossible to underreport. Therefore, there were often disputes over whether a basket was counted or not. It was very strange. When Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan came, there was a time when the person who was the fastest at weaving baskets was usually able to weave 4 baskets a day. After weaving a few more baskets every day, these days, he actually sent 7 baskets and asked the person to count 4. The person who counted them was not a fool and insisted on counting 7 baskets. The old man was unwilling, saying that he used to weave 4 baskets a day. How could he possibly weave 7 baskets? They began to argue with each other. After Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan understood the situation, they were dumbfounded. The world was so big, nothing was too strange. Xiaobao, Why does it look a bit like the gentleman's country? Wang Wan looked at the two people arguing and said to Zhang Xiaobao with a smile. Zhang Xiaobao looked at Wang Wan blankly. What's Mirror Flower Fate? It's a novel. It says that a person goes to a certain place and sees different things. The country of gentlemen eats one of them. The people there buy and sell. The seller will give the best goods for the least amount of money. The buyer will take the worst goods for the highest price. At first, I only thought that this was a novel full of loopholes and did not match reality. Today, I saw that this kind of thing really exists. The people want to give in, but the officials are not willing. If the people and officials of the great Tang can be like this, if they are more united and diligent in martial arts, then the entire world will belong to the great Tang. Wang Wan looked at the two people pulling at each other as if they were fighting. They were fighting for 3 more baskets and 3 less baskets. Zhang Xiaobao also smiled. If that's the case, society will never improve. Only competition can lead to development. It's just human nature. People who can do this show that they know what the 8 ends are. Filial piety, friendship, loyalty, trust, propriety, righteousness, integrity, and shame. The things that the people can do, the officials who are knowledgeable may not be able to do. There should be a difference between internal and external. Look at the dishes for lunch today. Wang Wan sighed and pulled Zhang Xiaobao to the kitchen. The two of them did not want to care about the dispute. They just treated it as a kind of entertainment. Otherwise, their days would be too dull. Before the two of them got close, a strong smell of cucumber entered their nose. When they smelled it again, it was still the smell of cucumber. When they got closer, there were also chives, bamboo shoots, and a small amount of eggs. Looking at the staple food, it was some millet. From the color, it could be seen that it was old rice. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan immediately frowned. The vegetables looked good, but at this time, the cucumbers had already been harvested. It was the time when they were the least valuable. It was not a big deal to eat these usually, but now, it was time to do heavy work. Eating only vegetables and some eggs could not make up for the consumption of the body. Every day, the food was arranged. There was meat and vegetables. Where did the meat go? Zhang Xiaobao's face darkened. He gave Erniu a look. Erniu understood and immediately shouted, "Where is the person in charge? Come here. Here, here. Are you looking for me?" The person in charge was chatting with the basket weaver. When he heard the call, he ran over and asked. "I'm looking for you. Where is the meat?" Erniu pointed to the place where the dishes were being cooked. The person in charge knew Erniu's identity and thought that something big had happened. Seeing that it was this person who asked, he was relieved and replied, "The meat was fried when it was delivered in the morning. It was placed in the jar next to it. It was waiting to be eaten in the evening and at midnight. Now, we eat 4 meals a day, morning, noon, and night, plus a midnight snack." Erniu went over and opened the jar. There was indeed fried meat inside. He did not know what to say. It seemed that there was no food for the working people. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan did not see it that way. What did it mean to eat a meal in the middle of the night? Zhang Xiaobao pretended to be curious and asked, "Is it because you can't sleep at night, so you get up and eat a meal?" "That's right. What's there to eat at night?" Erniu also found the problem. The person in charge sighed, "It's hot now. After they eat dinner, they rest for a while. They will work until 1 a.m., then eat another meal and sleep. They will wake up before 7 a.m. and continue to work. They said that they can't take so much money for nothing." Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan finally understood. It was high-intensity work, so they ate 4 meals a day. However, this meal did not look good. This time, Wang Wan spoke, "This meal is delicious, right? I'll try it later." That's right. Why is this rice stale? Only a clever person like Erniu, who usually interacted with Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan more often, knew what it meant. If it was someone else, they would not be able to ask such a simple question. The person in charge knew that more work was better for the people, so he had to continue to explain. This rice was sent by Registrar Jean. Oh, it was sent by Jean Wendy. When it was sent, it was good rice. The people here used good rice and exchanged it for stale rice. It's about the same. You can eat until you're full. If you exchange it for 3 batches, you can eat until you're full. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan sighed at the same time. They really did not know how to describe the thoughts in their hearts. It was so simple. He worked more and took less advantage. If you treated him better, he would always remember. What should we do? Wang Wan's lips moved. Let's wait and see. Zhang Xiaobao could not ask for more dishes at this time. He thought that the people who came to work would not agree. He could only make up for it elsewhere. If they ate 4 meals a day, there would be meat for 2 meals and eggs for lunch. It was still okay. It was just that the rest time was shorter. After eating the last meal, they would only sleep for about 7 hours. Doing physical work and resting for such a short period of time was a behavior that overdrew vitality in advance. It's okay. You can do your work. Seeing that the young master and young lady did not continue to ask anything, Erniu held hands and walked forward. He said something to the person in charge and asked the guards to follow. The person in charge thought for a while and also followed behind. He knew the identity of the 2 little ancestors. If they were to ask something out of curiosity, he would have to run over. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan walked all the way to the place where the work was done. There was no need for others to urge them. Even the newcomers worked hard without the slightest intention of being lazy. The weather was hot, and many people had taken off their shirts, swinging shovels and pickaxes. Beside them was a river. The flow was similar to that of the pier, but it was even slightly larger. A small river branched out, leading to this place. It was so clear that one could see the bottom. It seems that the formation of the lake in the future is due to this river. Originally, this place was a little sunken. As long as there is a little natural disaster, such as an earthquake, the river will change its course and become a lake. Zhang Xiaobao observed the surrounding terrain and whispered to Wang Wan. Wang Wan also agreed. She walked to the side of the river, squatted down, and touched it with her hand. It was cool and had a soft feeling. Why don't we let them make a lake here after the mountain road is built? Our family also needs to earn some benefits. We can't give away all the benefits. I also plan to do so. Moreover, rowing the boat back and forth on the lake and setting up some herbal medicine stalls by the lake is also a long-term income. Let the local people do it. Zhang Xiaobao also thought that it should be so. In the future, if they raised some fish in the lake, they could fish when they had nothing to do. Tourists would like it more. When they cooked the fish, they could let people add some herbs and make a medicinal diet, which could promote Yawang Mountain. While the 2 of them were talking, one of the workers accidentally stepped on air and fell from a steep place. While everyone was shocked, he hung in the air again. The person in charge patted his chest. Without waiting for the little ancestor to ask curiously, he took the initiative and said, "Those who work in dangerous places will have a rope tied to their bodies. Even if they accidentally fall, they are not afraid." Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan knew this. They were the ones who suggested it. Human life was more important than heaven. The man was pulled up and went down. He squatted by the river and washed the mud off his body and the wounds he had just made. Finally, he wiped his face with water and looked at the people around him with a smile. He said, "It's okay. I feel much better after washing up." After he finished speaking, he stood up and went back to work. The others laughed and made fun of him. Some of the people who were sweating also came over to wash up. They scooped up the water in their hands and splashed it directly on their bodies. With a little rub, the mud balls were knocked off and bounced into the water. With someone taking the lead, the others also came to wash. The water, which was originally clear, became muddy after they washed. In addition to the mud and sand when they washed, they were too dirty. This kind of behavior was naturally not lazy. In the cool weather, they worked faster. Zhang Xiaobao looked and suddenly said to Wang Wan, "I know what to do. Even if I sleep less, it can relieve fatigue." Chapter 353. Wang Wan was also thinking of ways to improve the lives of the people working. When she heard Zhang Xiaobao say this, she immediately widened her eyes and waited for him to tell her. "It's Yaowang Mountain. We can't lack medicine. It's not Huaqing Pool. There's no hot spring. We can make a pool for them to bathe in. We don't know what Chinese medicine to put in, but someone will." When Zhang Xiaobao saw others bathing, he thought of bathing in the pool. Not only could they wash off the dust on their bodies, but they could also relieve fatigue. They could also apply some Chinese medicine to disinfect and treat some diseases. "Yes, that's right. Xiaobao, you're right. Let's build a bathhouse for them and massage each other. Their fatigue will be reduced by a lot. Immediately go back and ask your father to fork out money from the Yaman's account." When Wang Wan heard Zhang Xiaobao's idea, she immediately agreed. In the future, they would look around to see if there were any hot springs. There should be many hot springs around. In a place like Shaanxi, as long as they dug deep enough, they would be able to find hot springs. Because of the geology, they could also build one at home. The sauna that was mentioned a while ago had not been built yet. They used the Maifan stone to build one at home. It was the same on the other side of the mountain. Zhang Xiaobao shook his head. "We can't use the county's money. We'll fork out the money. First, we'll try to build a few at the foot of the mountain and let people think about it. When the time comes, we'll build it on the mountain. If the yamen is built, who will earn the money in the end? We also need to find a professional for the massage. Let's practice on the people who are working first. When the time comes, we can also charge for it. So that's how it is. Then in the future, we can't just build big ponds, we have to build small ones. Each person has a different position. The higher the status, the more money we pay, and the better the ponds. Xiaobao, what you're doing is immoral. You're making people use the workers to practice." Wang Wan agreed to the first part, but she was a little conflicted about the second part. How is it immoral? Isn't it the same if they massage each other? Find those doctors or medical students to do this. The doctors can also do scraping, cupping, and acupuncture. When they aren't confident, let the doctors and medical students do it first. To them, their excuse was to study medicine. Wasn't it good to have someone to let them experiment? He could teach his disciples, and in the process, he could discover some diseases in the living people. When treating them, the yamen would take care of the medicine, and it would be beneficial to the people who worked. When he went up the mountain in the future, he would let them take care of him. They would provide him with a bath, a massage, and cupping. It wouldn't be expensive to charge 100 copper coins for a set, right? If we sell some medicine, it will probably be a source of income. Zhang Xiaobao suddenly thought of the doctors at the docks. There would be more of them coming. Wang Wan was no longer conflicted. It was indeed the case. It didn't matter who pressed. Under the guidance of others, it was much better than these people pressing each other. They must have pressed where they were sore and were not professional enough. Thinking of doctors, Wang Wan also thought of the inheritance of medical skills. Now, most people were learning by hand. This was a little slow for medical skills to spread. She nudged Zhang Xiaobao, should we print some of Sun Simiao's books? We can give them to the doctors for free, but they have to help us do something. I think this is a good idea. We don't need movable type. We can just let people carve plates. We can print more at one time and collect all of Sun Simiao's books. In the future, we still need movable type. Otherwise, we can't afford to carve them. If there is someone with high medical skills and comments something, we can't carve it again and again. Movable type is good. Let's make a mold first and reprint it again and again. We can leave more for reprinting. When the lead is melted, we can pour it in. We can make the words bigger so that the ink is not good and it is tiring to dip the ink. Zhang Xiaobao also agreed to print. It was too tiring to just copy by hand. It couldn't satisfy the doctors who came. At first, they wanted to carve plates, but later, they felt that they should use movable type. Wang Wan reached out and pinched Zhang Xiaobao's face. You are usually very smart. Why are you so confused now? Who said that you can't add comments to the plates? The original plates can be used, right? Can't you just carve another plate with comments? Put the two plates together and make the paper bigger. Then, it will be the original book with comments. It is not easy to study movable type and it is tiring. You should let people think about it first and print Sun Simiao's book as soon as possible. This is a serious matter. You can't eat one mouthful and get fat. That's fine too. Let's do it. Zhang Xiaobao agreed. What do you mean by fine too? I have thought about it thoroughly. Wang Wan emphasized her ability. Those people were still working. They didn't know that because of their efforts, someone thought of better benefits for them. Erniu, who was the closest to them, heard their conversation. He knew that the little young master and little young lady were kind. They were always the kind of people who were good to each other. If they were not good to each other, they would give them another chance. If they were not good to each other, they would not talk about using thunderous means. They could feel sad for a child who was not eating well, but they could also look at a person who was killed and not change their expression. When he talked with his master, he mentioned that officials could give him some benefits when the lives of the people under their rule were better. However, he absolutely disliked the idea of being greedy when the people were not able to eat. An official who was greedy and could let the people live a good life was better than an official who could not do anything and could only suffer together with the people. Erniu could not understand. The two were almost extreme. Yes, they were extreme. According to what the little young master and little young lady said, why would two extreme things appear in one person? Erniu, why are you in a daze? You have another mission. Go there and bring back more my fan stones. Bring more money and buy more seafood. If you can buy a place with my fan stones, that would be even better. When you find a wife in the future, we will definitely arrange a decent wedding for you. Zhang Xiaobao just called Erniu, but Erniu did not respond. If I leave, what will happen here? Erniu was a little worried as he accompanied the two little ancestors. We can't live without you. Find someone smarter in the inner court. My father is an official. Tomorrow, Cuckoo and I will come out with a guard of honor. There will be 20 horse-drawn carriages with canopies and umbrellas. There will be people holding signs in front. Along the way, yellow sand will pave the road, and still water will sprinkle the streets. When the civil officials see it, they will get off the sedan chair, and when the military officials see it, they will dismount. What do you think? Zhang Xiaobao joked with Erniu. Erniu also laughed. I will be beheaded. I will leave now. Little young master and little young lady, you two be careful. This is not like Sanshui County. After talking, Erniu mounted the horse and left. Only he knew about this matter. It was impossible for others to be involved. Just like how pomegranate was in charge of the loyal fungus, cherries was in charge of the hatching of the chicks, and Xiaohong did not tell others about the adjustment of the feeding recipe. After Erniu left, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan continued to stroll leisurely. The road leading to the mountain had been built for more than 200 meters. Baskets of soil and stones were carried down, and some wood was carried up and nailed to the side. When the time came to pull the rope, there was no need to worry about anyone falling down. At the same time, they had to walk among the children and the elderly, listen to them chat, play with the children for a while, and ask them if they wanted to study. The two of them also carefully looked at the younger children. When they returned, they would ask their father to find someone to teach them how to take care of children and set up a kindergarten. They did not expect to learn too much, as long as they could take good care of the children. They stayed until lunchtime. Then the two of them washed their hands and prepared to eat together. For lunch, there was no stew. When there was meat, it was stewed. Scrambled eggs with cucumber slices, scrambled eggs with chives, and sweet and sour slices. These three dishes were really good, but there was not enough oil. The two of them each had a bowl of small rice. They ate the dishes with extra eggs. That was the disadvantage of the small rice. It cooled down slowly, and they had to blow on it while eating. The people were already used to the county magistrate eating here. They also knew that the two children were not picky and did not have the slightest restraint when eating. In the afternoon, the two of them continued to observe the terrain and prepared to repair the lake. Because Erniu went to greet them, another clever person was sent over. He was 17 years old and had been living in the main family. There were also 3 generations of his family. He usually did things quickly and did not cause trouble, so he was sent over. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan also knew each other. His name was Zhang Xiangru, a man who gave a woman a name. No one knew what he was thinking at that time. As soon as Zhang Xiangru arrived, he said to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, "When I came, Master said that you two should go back quickly. The ship cannot be delayed." "Oh, I know. Then let's go. In fact, it's not a big deal. The purpose of life is to enjoy. When the arrangements are made, just wait. We can't think about it all day." Zhang Xiaobao stretched. He had just finished eating and was sleepy. He and Wang Wan went to the river to wash their faces and cool down. Then, they rode back on the horse. A group of guards carefully followed around, afraid that the two little ancestors would fall asleep while riding. When the two of them returned to the yamen, Zhang Zhong was there dealing with the people who came to report to the yamen. It was not a big deal. The number of people who were arrested a few days ago had reached 400. Those who were not killed were all sent to the road repair site to work. After dealing with an old lady who had a lot of mice in her house and asked the adults to think of a way to get a few kittens, Zhang Zhong could finally rest for a while. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan just happened to come back. "Xiaobao, the news just came in this morning. Those people are staying in the first house in Linshui. The letter has also been delivered. What should we do next? I'll leave this matter to you. I still have to deal with the government affairs." Zhang Zhong called Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan to the study. He decided not to care about the people on the boat. Recently, there were more people coming, so there were more trivial matters. In the past, the people would think of their own ways. Now, as long as they were close to the yamen, they would come to ask. There were all kinds of things happening. Chapter 354. After the imperial examinations, all the scholars who passed were overjoyed. Those who didn't and those who wanted to take the examinations next year stayed in the capital. These people immediately caused the capital to become much more lively. After the imperial examinations, the brothels and restaurants everywhere became places they frequented. They would either drink alone or invite 3 to 5 friends to drink to their heart's content. The rich were naturally easy to deal with. They could spend as much as they wanted. However, those who didn't have a lot of money, and even those who were poor, found that if they didn't think of a way, they wouldn't be able to wait until next year. Every time this happened, there would always be people who sent invitations to the various residences. They wanted to be a teacher for the people in the residences, or at least become an advisor. However, there were too many people in the imperial examinations this year. Only a small portion of people obtained such a position. The rest of the people had no other choice but to write letters or copy books. Even more people would go to the brothels and help recite a poem or two. They would eat and play for free. Perhaps they would even be appreciated by the brothels and be given some money. However, if the poem wasn't good, then no one would care. Those who were thin-skinned would think of a way to make a living. Those who were thick-skinned would follow beside the rich scholars and help them grind ink, pass the brush, and wait for them to finish writing before flattering them. There were also some that had nothing to do with being thick-skinned. Instead, the rich young masters would do such things for the poor people, admiring talent. There were also some people who had good relationships with each other. Regardless of whether they were rich or poor, they ate, drank, and slept together. They talked about the big and small classics and talked about poetry. All of this showed the various states of life. Happiness and melancholy intertwined together. Life was just repeating these things. At this time, Zhang Xiaobao was busy dealing with the people on the boats, so he still had time to think about this matter. The Zhang family once again made their move. On Vermilion Bird Avenue, when the sun had just risen in the morning, a procession appeared. The entire procession was made up of 20 carriages. Originally, the carriages were used to carry goods, but large signs were erected on both sides. There were large words written on the signs. This wasn't for the common people who didn't know how to read, but for the scholars. As a result, the calligraphy was flamboyant and flamboyant. There were also some landscape paintings, accompanied by the sound of gongs and drums. The grand procession slowly moved from one end to the other. 20 carriages lined up in a row. It was difficult not to attract attention. The commoners were curious. Since they couldn't read, they could only ask around. Those who could read started to tell the people around them. "Xiaoqing, I heard that you got into the second-grade exam this time. What did you write? Read it to your auntie. It looks really good." In the capital, a female shopkeeper asked a man who was sitting by the window and eating when the procession passed by her. This man was around 25 or 26 years old. He had taken the Bright Classics examination this year and had passed. His position was a little behind, but he was still a secondary class, rank 8 official. The people who knew him in the past were more respectful when they saw him. Only this female shopkeeper in the shop was the same as before. She kept calling him Xiaoqing, but he didn't feel angry at all. All these years, the money for his studies was all given by this female shopkeeper. He only had one mother at home, so he couldn't make ends meet. If it wasn't for this female shopkeeper, he wouldn't have been able to study. He would have been lucky if he didn't starve to death. He didn't want to and didn't dare to disrespect this female shopkeeper. When he heard the question, he respectfully said, "Auntie, this is prepared for some students." It said that Huayuan County and Sanshui County are going to hold a competition and invite all the scholars from all over. They can help Huayuan County or Sanshui County. The side that wins the most will get the first prize of this competition. This prize is given to everyone. Also, everyone who gets first place will get a good prize. They will be selected one by one, just like the imperial examinations. After saying this, the man stopped and waited for the female shopkeeper's reaction. "Oh. So it's like this. Xiaoqing, are you going? What's the prize?" The female shopkeeper looked at Xiaoqing and asked. "Starting from 10 days later, all the students can go by boat without spending money as long as they take out their documents. The meals for the next few days will be taken care of by the 2 counties. First, you have to tell which county you are going to help. Then, you can board the boat of that county. I will ask later if I have any work to do in 10 days. If I do, I can't go. If I don't, I can go and have a look. The prize is worth a lot of money. The first place of a single person will get a set of the 4 treasures of Black Bamboo Pavilion. It costs 50 strings of silver. That's the one that everyone has. It's also a set of the 4 treasures of Black Bamboo Pavilion. However, it's the last one. It costs 50 strings of silver. Xiaoqing explained in detail. He was a little tempted. He felt that it was better to compete than to stay in the capital. It was not far away. The female shopkeeper nodded and asked again, "What else is there?" Also, the 2 counties will be recruiting teachers at the same time. It will only last until the imperial examinations next year. Depending on the professor, the teachers will get 40 to 100 strings of silver per month. The food and lodging will be taken care of by the Zhang family and Wang family in Zhuangzi. There will be meat for 1 meal every day, and there will be holidays every 10 days. Xiaoqing explained another thing. He didn't care about this, but those who couldn't make a living should consider it. The Zhang family and Wang family in Zhuangzi? Are you talking about the Zhang family and Wang family in Sanshui County? The female shopkeeper didn't pay much attention to other things, but she knew about the 2 Zhuangzi. Xiaoqing nodded. It's the 2 Zhuangzi. If it were someone else, no one would believe it. But the words of the 2 Zhuangzi are naturally not ordinary. It seems that people like me have a place to go now. No matter what, eating and sleeping is not a big problem. Xiaoqing was right. Now, there were many students on the streets who had spent their money and didn't know what to do. They were preparing to work in the 2 counties. Of course, they also wanted to participate in the competition. They could choose one of the 2 opportunities. As long as they were on the right team, they would get a lot of money. To them, this was not a small sum. They could save up the money and spend this year without any worries. Next year, they would be able to take the imperial examinations again. In addition to those who wanted to find something to do, those who were rich also wanted to participate. It wasn't for the reward, but fame. If people remembered them, they would have some fame in the future. Otherwise, why would they insist on treating others to a meal? They drank all day and had a splitting headache. Wasn't it just to be famous? The sound of gongs and drums was not small. Even people who had a hangover last night would be awakened by the noise as long as they were on the 2 sides of the Vermilion Bird Avenue. Some officials' mansions were also here. When they heard the noise outside, they asked the servants in their mansions to investigate. When they returned, they said that it was a matter of 2 counties and involved the Zhang family and Wang family. Many people pretended that this matter didn't happen. Only a few people complained. Some people praised this matter. These people were basically wholeheartedly devoted to the country and the people. They knew what was involved in this matter. The students who were in dire straits could finally settle down. In addition to the attention of these students, there were also some businessmen and families who lacked manpower in their mansions. The businessmen wanted to go to the competition venue to take a look. It would be better if they could sell something. If they couldn't, perhaps they could find a talented person and betroth their daughters to him. The families who lacked manpower were naturally unable to judge the number of invitations sent by so many students. They didn't look for people, not because they didn't want people, but because they didn't know how talented they were. Those invitations might have been written by others. At this time, knowing that there was going to be a competition, they sent people from their mansions. Countless students, as long as they competed, they would naturally know who was good and who wasn't. At that time, they would recruit people, even if it cost more. This was also the purpose that Zhang Xiaobao wanted to achieve. He wanted more people to pay attention to the two counties. He and Wang Wan had already set off. They took a boat and went to Little Luoshui. Today was the second day that those businessmen stayed in the first house near the water. Fast horses passed back and forth. After all, it would take some time, so it was better to go there in person. The two of them set off from the dock of Huayuan County. On the way to between the clouds and the water, they didn't receive much attention. But when they arrived between the clouds and the water, when the people there saw the two rice seedling flags on the boat, they directly sent a boat to welcome them. This is the real home. In this small piece of land, we finally don't have to worry. Wang Wan saw the boat coming and said with relief. Yes, this is our home field. If we go further, the people on the boat will have less to worry about. Zhang Xiaobao also relaxed. He looked at the restaurants and waved his hand vigorously at the ships that were coming towards him. Immediately, there was a wave of greetings on the boat. When Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's boat joined the boat between the clouds and the water, the people in the restaurant between the clouds and the water who could see this place were all shocked. What a big show! Even the Marquis's escort boat was surrounded. There were only 2 children on the bow of a small boat, but so many people were alarmed. On the boat that greeted them, there were even managers of restaurants. Those who knew the situation could only sigh at the power of the Zhang family and Wang family here. Those who didn't know the situation asked the waiter. The waiter's answer was simple. The people on the boat were the young master and young lady of the main family. As long as they weren't stupid, they would know who the main family was. After passing the restaurant between the clouds and the water, when Zhang Xiaobao looked at his home again, he found that it was different from when he left. It was really like what he thought at the beginning. The two of them only learned about it in the letter, but they didn't see it with their own eyes. If it weren't for my father's urging, would go back and stay for a few days and play with the children on Zhuangzi. When I move in the future, I must bring them with me. It's comfortable to look at them. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan didn't intend to keep a low profile at this time. The main family's people came here not only to show their dignity, but also to show their recognition of this place. Chapter 355. When the flag formed by the 2 rice seedlings appeared in the eyes of some of the villagers, they all ran toward the small bridge and shouted from a distance. Stop the boat. Following Zhang Xiaobao's order, the boat stopped right below the bridge. If it went forward a bit more, it would enter the bridge. Once the boat stopped, the people upstream and downstream who didn't know the situation all broke out in a cold sweat for the boat. They knew the rules. On the entire river, from Jingdou all the way to Dingping County, as long as you felt the boat could stop steadily, then it could stop anywhere. However, it could not stop at this small bridge. One reason was that the bridge was smaller than other bridges and could only allow 2 boats to pass through. If one boat stopped, it would delay the boat behind it. The other reason was that it was not allowed to stop. The reason was that it was not allowed. As long as a boat slowed down a bit, there would be bailiffs on the shore who would rush over with bows and arrows, aiming at all suspicious places around them. Especially in the water, there would be people patrolling along the shore with spears. There were a few people who stopped to look at the scenery, but they were all fined and taken to the Yamen of Sanshui County for questioning. In the end, they found out that they were just looking at the scenery, but they were still warned not to look at the scenery at the small bridge next time. The people on Zhuangzi understood that that position happened to be a blind spot for the hidden sentries on Zhuangzi. They couldn't see anything, so no boats were allowed to stop. They couldn't even go slower than normal. However, there was a boat that stopped today. The 2 children on the boat were still waving their hands, as if they didn't know the rules at all. When a boat stopped, the other boats would give way to each other and move to the other side. At this time, they were probably moving slowly, wanting to see what would happen to the 2 unlucky children on the boat. As expected, the bailiffs guarding this side took out their bows and rushed over on their horses. The villagers on Zhuangzi also rushed over. There was a kind-hearted person on the boat following behind. He shouted at the boat that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were on, "Hurry up and go to the front to wait for the bailiffs. Don't move. Otherwise, the bailiffs will really shoot. Don't provoke them." After shouting this, he muttered, "Whose child is this? Why did he cause trouble for the adults? Alright, let's go to the yamen and talk." The other boats had the same thought. Seeing that the people on both sides had gathered together, a shocking scene appeared in front of them. First, the bailiffs put away their bows and dismounted from their horses. At the same time, the villagers who ran over did not hold any weapons in their hands and stood there respectfully. "Greetings, young master. Greetings, young lady." Their voices, which were not too different from each other, rang out beside the ears of the people on the boats. Zhang Xiaobao was still waving his arms and shouting to the villagers, "Good, my family is good. When we change places, we will take you with us." Cheers rang out from the villagers once again. The bailiffs who dismounted from their horses also stood on the shore. The person in the lead stepped forward and clasped his hands. "Song Yang, on behalf of the brothers, greets young master and young lady." "Young master, is everything okay with the master?" "Good. Last night, my father was talking about the brothers in Sanshui County. He said that if the people in Huayuan County had the ability of the bailiffs in Sanshui County, it would save him a lot of trouble and he would be more considerate." Zhang Xiaobao turned around and shouted at the bailiffs. These bailiffs didn't cheer like the villagers. They stood straight and puffed out their chests as much as they could to let the young master and young lady see their graceful bearing. Zhang Xiaobao had already winked at Zhang Xiangru many times. Unfortunately, Zhang Xiangru was not as experienced as Erniu and did not know what the young master meant. Zhang Xiaobao had no choice but to speak by himself. "Cuckoo and I are going to Little Luoshui, so we can't talk to you anymore. When we come back, we will stay here for 2 days. Farewell, young master. Farewell, young lady." A clever villager took the lead and shouted. The others, including the bailiffs, also followed suit and shouted. As Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's boat passed through the bridge, the bailiffs were arranged to ride horses and follow the boat on both sides. Those who were anxious for the two children or waiting to watch the show were all dumbfounded. Who was so arrogant? Not only did the boat stop at the small bridge, but the villager and bailiffs who came over were also so respectful. "I know who they are. They are the young master and young lady of Zhang family and Wang family." No wonder. The people on one of the ships knew a little more. Thinking of the situation just now, they immediately guessed what kind of person could be treated like this. The people on the other boats suddenly realized that they were in their own home, so they could stop. No one dared to say anything even if the bridge was torn down. The bailiff's reaction was not strange. The entire Sanshui County was the territory of the Zhang family and Wang family, and the bailiffs were supported by them. The people who were worried about the two children were relieved. Those who were waiting to watch the show did not dare to say anything, in case the villager and bailiffs heard them. At that time, they would be the ones to be arrested. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan continued to ride the boat forward. They looked at Zhang Xiangru at the same time and felt that this newcomer was not easy to use. They did not know how long it would take for her to reach the level of Erniu. Although the boat looked shabby on the outside, the structure inside was different from other boats. The space was bigger and the water was deeper. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were ready to go in and rest, so that they could deal with the following situation. Unexpectedly, the people patrolling on the water also came over. The two boats were one in front and one behind. The bailiffs on the boats only had knives on their waists. They did not see bows and arrows. People who did not know the situation thought that these two boats did not have any fighting power. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan knew that the weapons on the boats were definitely illegal. No matter how high the status of Sanshui County was, it was impossible to allow the use of strong crossbows. It was a little smaller than the ones used to attack cities. It could only shoot 3-4 foot long arrows at a time, and the string was half twisted. When necessary, it could be pushed out and twisted twice. On this river, such a crossbow was almost invincible. The two boats also found the boat with the flag of 2 rice seedlings and quickly approached. When the bailiffs on the boat saw Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan standing at the bow of the boat, they immediately saluted as before. The person on the boat at the front asked, "Little master, little miss, where are you going?" "Let's go to Little Luo Shui to have a look." Zhang Xiaobao said to Zhang Xiangru after seeing that it was useless. "Then little master and little miss, take care." The person on the boat responded. The two boats passed by the small boat one after another. Who knew that as soon as they passed by, they changed direction and followed closely behind. "Xiaobao, you have been enjoying this kind of treatment in the past, right? Do you feel very calm?" Wang Wan saw the boats behind them and asked Zhang Xiaobao. "Yes, calm. I am also calm when there is a rumbling sound. Don't you think it should be like this? I don't believe that you haven't accepted any bribes." Zhang Xiaobao also saw the two boats behind them. They were supposed to be patrolling, but at this time, they were following behind to protect him. When he heard Wang Wan's question, he replied. Wang Wan thought for a while and said, "I really haven't accepted any bribes. I only accepted a cigarette and 2 fish. I couldn't eat them, so I threw them away. You can't guess what kind of cigarettes they gave me. It was a hardcover Hercules. The price was 3 yuan and 5 yuan a box. I don't smoke, so they bullied me. A single fish? How much money is that? A box is 2,000 yuan, and there are 10 boxes of 1 fish. That's 100,000 yuan. 1 fish is 2 eyes, and 1 eye is 100,000 yuan. 2 fish is 400,000 yuan. You threw them all away? Amazing." Zhang Xiaobao also cupped his fist and said to Wang Wan. Wang Wan was stunned. "What do you mean? What else could it mean? If you open the box, you'll find that there are 20 rolls of 500 yuan in each box. 1 box is 10,000 yuan, and 1 fish is 100,000 yuan. Starting from the gills under the eyes, there is a line of money. If I'm not wrong, the fish should be about 2 feet long. 2 fish means 400,000 yuan for you. What's the case? What kind of case is this?" Zhang Xiaobao knew a lot about this. 100 years ago, he gave 100 yuan as a gift. Later on, it was 500 yuan each. He gave them as cigarettes. It was a very old method, but it was usually very useful. For example, filling a bottle of erguotu with maotai was a national banquet. Unfortunately, they met a special person and threw them away. When checking whether the fish was bad or not, why didn't they check the eyes and break the gills? Wang Wan finally understood. "I know what is going on. But they are fine. Why did they give me gifts? And so expensive? Isn't it up to you whether they are fine or not? How would they know? Fortunately, you accepted them. If you didn't, someone might have a heart attack. Just like the boat behind us, if you ask them to go back now, they might not be able to recover for a few days or even longer. They will always think that the Zhang family and Wang family are not satisfied with them." Zhang Xiaobao told Wang Wan about this psychological need and comfort. "I understand now. So that's how it is. It seems that sometimes accepting gifts is also helping others, right? No wonder they accepted so much money from us. It turns out that they are helping us." The people Wang Wan was referring to were those who had been with Zhang Zhong when he was taking the imperial examination. Zhang Xiaobao just smiled at this and didn't say anything. The boat continued to move forward. After a while, they encountered two patrol boats. The two boats behind immediately turned around and headed in the direction between the clouds and the water. These two boats seemed to have contacted the boat that left. After passing by Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's boat, they also turned around and followed behind. Wang Wan didn't say anything at this time. Since others wanted to get a kind of recognition, she would give it to them. Zhang Xiaobao yawned and went into the cabin first. Wang Wan looked around and followed him. Xiaobao, do you think they will really do what you said? Wang Wan saw Zhang Xiaobao lying on the blanket. She moved two pillows over and threw one to Zhang Xiaobao. Chapter 356. The First House in Lin Shui. The ship merchants were still in the room where they ate the day before. It was not because they were rich. Even if they were rich, they still had to line up to get a room on the fourth floor of the first house in Lin Shui. It was because between the clouds and the water had attracted too many people recently, causing some people here to be unable to afford the rooms on the fourth floor of the first house. Don't be fooled by the fact that the merchants of the ship seemed to be rich and overbearing. When it came to small amounts of money, they would never relax, even to the point where it would make people's hair stand on end. When they used this room, they calculated the price of the food and the price of the time. When they ate, they would definitely be stuck until the last quarter. As long as they finished eating, they would not continue to take care of the room. When other rich people came, they would directly pay for a day or even half a month. According to the amount of 500 copper coins per hour, even if they did not come, the room would still be reserved for them. The ship merchants would take the room if they had it, but not if they did not. They would definitely not pay when they did not eat. At this time, they were very lucky to meet a time when they were not willing to spend money and eat in this room. Brother Weitong, should we wait for them to finish talking and then block the waterway from the Jing River to the Luoshui River? The little Luoshui River also uses the Luoshui River. It's good to settle there. They still want to do things with us. They want us to stop the big boat there and then let the small boat transport it. They also want us to discuss with the people of Luochuan County and jointly build a pier there. Are they stupid? If we just block the place where the Jing River enters the Luoshui River, what can they do? Guoren seemed to have drunk some wine before coming here. When he spoke, his tongue was not straight. It was awkward no matter how one listened to it. Fortunately, his mind was still clear. Mi Fan's face was gloomy. He naturally knew where Guoren went. It was the only brothel behind the little Luoshui pier. That brothel was opened by a person in the capital. Even the most ordinary woman would cost 5 strings of money a night. Some of them sold their skills but not their bodies. No amount of money could buy them, and they also covered their faces with veils. It was said that the rent of this brothel was 20 times higher than other places. All the food and drinks had to be prepared by the first brothel in Linshui. Similarly, the price was 20 times higher. Otherwise, they could just sit there and chat with the veiled women or listen to music. No one would do that. There was a pile of food in front of a girl. She could eat a little when she was resting. She couldn't afford to give you a cup of plain water. It seemed that Guoren had spent a lot of money today. A few dozen copper coins to listen to a new song was not considered little. A few hundred copper coins to chat with a beauty and listen to the sound of the zither was also not considered much. Brother Weitong, just say the word and we will immediately go and block that place. I don't believe that 60 ships of sand and stones can't block that waterway. Guoren was still thinking about the good things. When Mi Fan received the letter the night before, he told them the contents. The Zhang family would work with Luochuan County, Dingping County, and their shipping company to build a pier in Dingping. It would be convenient for large ships to transfer to small ships, and small ships to large ships. At the beginning, no one would have thought that this could be done. When the time came, both sides would earn money. When they transferred, they didn't need to use the same merchant or the same type of goods. The large ships would receive goods along the way. When they reached Dingping County, they would start to distribute the goods to the small ships. This way, the journey would be shorter. They wouldn't have to wait for the goods to come to the capital to earn money. They just had to transport goods from Chuanshu all the way back and they could earn a sum. After all, the return journey was against the current. It was too tiring for the large ships to travel. If they didn't load the goods in the capital, they would lose money. With the small ships in Dingping to receive goods, not only would they not lose money, but they could also earn a little more. The route would be divided into segments and there wouldn't be a shortage of goods. However, this idea was sent by the Zhang family. Now, the shipping company wanted to pressure the Zhang family. Therefore, no matter how good the idea was, it could only be used to deal with the Zhang family. The small river could earn money because it connected the capital and Chuanshu. As long as the diversion point in Dingping County was blocked, the goods from the capital could only be transported to Luochuan County. This was also the place called the Luoshui. If they cut them off, everything would be solved. They would turn their cooperation into a conspiracy. These people were more excited. At this time, after hearing Guo Ren's words, they also felt that it was feasible. The idea of cutting off the trade route was suggested by Mi Fan. However, Mi Fan would never have thought that they would be prepared to cut it off like this. Looking at Guo Ren's excited gaze in front of her, Mi Fan finally couldn't hold it in and said loudly, "Good idea. Using dozens of ships to block the Luoshui River. In a few days, our heads will be cut off to block the Luoshui River. Does the Jingshui River belong to us? We can block it if we want to. Then why don't we pool together the ships of our families and make 100 ships, fill them with sand and stones, send them to the canal, and sink them to block the waterway to the capital? That way, the transportation to the capital will be useless, and the grain won't be able to enter the capital. Even the emperor will be afraid of us. Don't you think so?" When everyone heard this, they didn't make a sound. Only now did they think about how the two counties and prefectures would react if they blocked the canal. Even if they had a few heads, it wouldn't be enough to chop them off. For the sake of one Zhang family, they would harm the common people. Even if the Zhang family didn't do anything, there would be many people who would do it. If they handed in a memorial, the emperor would see it. With just a word, the princes in the prefectures would confiscate their families. Although Guo Ren's body wasn't easy to control, his mind was still clear. When he heard this, he asked, "Brother Weitong, didn't you say the waterway would be blocked the night before? If we don't sink the ships, what else can we do?" The other merchants also looked at Mi Fan. Mi Fan felt a bit sad that she had to work with a group of idiots. However, these people did listen to her, so she could only say, "Those who come from Chuanshu don't dare to take the dangerous route. It's only because they haven't reached Chuanshu that small boats can pass through. In Dingping County, when you enter the Luo River, don't you know how fast the current is? If you use an oar, when a wave comes, all your strength will be wasted. If you use a bamboo pole, you won't be able to reach the bottom of the water. Don't their small boats rely on the trackers from that corner to pull them? Send 3 large ships over. As long as they anchor there, say that the ships are broken and can't move, their small boats won't be able to be pulled by the trackers. They will need to go around our large ships. It's already a fast current, and now it's blocked by 3 ships. Which small boat do you think will be able to pass?" "That's right. As long as a small boat wants to pass, it'll happen to meet the 3 large ships blocking the slanting current. One boat will capsize. We didn't do it on purpose. It's the large ships that are broken. After a few boats capsize, we'll send a few large ships and leave 3 ships there. We'll say that there's a problem. Even if they don't want to, they'll have to hold on. Only those who have rowed for decades are willing to give it a try. Others won't be able to do it. How many people can they find? 1 in 100. It's a good idea. When a merchant heard Mi Fan's words, he also thought of this point and started to flatter her. When the others heard this merchant's words, they also understood the reasoning behind it. They all agreed. Mi Fan felt a bit helpless. How could no one think of such a simple thing? They were even prepared to sink the ships to block the entrance. She sighed to herself and said, "This matter isn't urgent. We'll talk about it after we ask them about the details of the sea route." The merchants once again banded together, and one by one, they began to talk about how to deceive. The more Mi Fan heard, the stronger her fear became. Even when she mentioned using a boat to divert the small boats, she felt the same way. This plan was perfect. She didn't know where it went wrong. Could it be that the Marquis' shipyard could make small boats that were not afraid of such things? Unless they ate deep water. But if they ate deep water, they wouldn't be able to cross the river. As long as she thought of this, she felt a bit upset. She couldn't help but say, "Actually, the Zhang family's plan of switching from large to small boats will make us more money than before. Why don't you think about it?" "What's there to think about? If they don't die, we will. So many pairs of eyes are watching us. If we really lose face, will we still do business in the future?" "Brother Weitong, you overestimate the Zhang family. This is a matter on the water. They don't understand. They only know how to farm and raise chickens. How would they know the dangers on the water?" Guoren poured himself a cup of wine and drank it again. His eyes were glazed over, but his words received the agreement of the other merchants. They were indeed afraid of the Zhang family's manner, but that was on land. They didn't dare to interfere with some of the transactions. But when it came to the water, it was not as simple as imagined. No matter how powerful the Zhang family was, could they naturally understand things in the water? Then they wouldn't have to manage a small river. Mi Fan looked at the gazes of the merchants that were looking at him one by one. Finally, he compromised, even though he felt like his heart was being tightly grasped by someone. He had never been in such a situation before. In the past, when there was danger, he just felt uncomfortable. This time, he found it difficult to even breathe. What is it? What other tricks does the Zhang family have? Why is it like this? It's worse than dying. Could it be that the whole family is exterminated? The Zhang family really has this ability. He just has a top scholar and knows a marquis. Why does his chest hurt? Mi Fan pressed his hands to his chest. He valued his body's reaction very much. In the past, when he encountered things, he only felt a little uncomfortable. Every time he made the decision to hide, he would go to the temple or Taoist temple and receive good news. But this time was different. He felt like he was going to die immediately. Those merchants didn't know how uncomfortable Mi Fan was. They were still fantasizing about forcing the Zhang family to beg for mercy and be as obedient as dogs. Chapter 357. When night fell, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's boat also arrived at Little Luoshui's pier. The two of them slept comfortably, rocking on the boat as if they had returned to the cradle when they were young. "Cuckoo, I suddenly thought of something. You said that in the northeast and some other places, children sleep in cradles when they are young. As long as the cradle is gently rocked, the child inside will not cry and will sleep peacefully. Some people say that this is because they are afraid that the cat will take the child away. But I know that some people have cats and dogs at home, and those cats and dogs will stay by the side and help push the cradle. This is not the main point. What I want to say is there any difference between that kind of rocking and seasickness or carsickness? Especially ships. Why do people who are used to being rocked by cradles become seasick when they grow up? When Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan got off the boat, he suddenly thought of something, so he said to Wang Wan. Of course, Wang Wan knew about this matter, especially for some families who raised monkeys. Their children were all taken care of by monkeys. When the children were placed in the cradle, the monkeys would help to drive away mosquitoes while pushing the cradle. Their strength was neither too light nor too heavy. There were even milk bottles that were warmed and warmed. The monkeys would even help to feed the children. According to the theory of seasickness, the children would have vomited long ago, and it was impossible for them to sleep so peacefully. What was the reason for all this? Looking at Zhang Xiaobao's eyes, Wang Wan shook her head and said, I really don't know. Do you know? I don't know much about it either, but you should be able to find out that the younger the child, the worse their bones and muscles are. But every time they fall, they will cry because of scratches, but it is very rare for them to break bones. If they are short, then if they fall from a height of 1.5 meters, the probability of them dying is definitely lower than that of an adult. Also, you can try to put a baby on calm water. If you put an adult who can't swim on calm water, the baby's survival rate is higher than that of an adult. There's also a simple example. When a baby under half a year old cries, it's very rare for him to lose his voice from crying. Even if he cries for a few hours, if you ask an adult, how many of them won't lose their voice? Zhang Xiaobao continued to talk about the comparison between a baby and an adult. Wang Wan was confused. Some of what Xiaobao said was true. Especially when a baby cried, it could be heard very clearly from a distance. If it were an adult, it wouldn't take too long for them to stop crying if they wanted to have the same effect. Xiaobao, is it related to the recovery speed of the body? Wang Wan asked. No, if you give the poisoned milk powder to the babies and the adults will be fine, but the babies are basically done for. Actually, what I want to say is, why can I jump from such a high place and be fine, and why can I climb such a high place with my bare hands? Zhang Xiaobao became serious at this time. Why? Training? Wang Wan only felt that this was the right answer. No, it's regress. Babies don't have a sense of height. Even if you put him at a height of 1,000 meters, he still dares to climb down. It's like when you suddenly encounter a high-speed football head-on. You dodge backwards, thinking that you're seriously injured. You face it head-on. Unless you're very unlucky and the football happens to hit your weakest point, the injury you suffer will be much smaller. What I want to say is a kind of mentality. People who sleepwalk don't care about height. Just like a baby, they may fall to their death at a certain height, but at that height, people with the same physique as them will definitely fall to their death if they jump from that height. My training is actually to make myself feel less afraid and to be able to imitate the state of sleepwalking to a certain extent. As long as my body's muscles, bones, and coordination can withstand that height, I will be safe and sound. Many people who sing are the same. They are imitating a baby's voice. The pitch is very high, and the penetrating power is very strong. It can give people a special resonance. This can be nurtured. For example, our perception of danger, judgment of targets, and the hints we give ourselves when our body reaches its limit can be nurtured. An excellent battlefield sniper can sense certain things within his or her accurate sniping range. For example, you can. Okay, Xiaobao, I know what you mean. That is, under the same amount of effort, talent is more important than hard work in certain aspects. But what are you trying to say? Wang Wan interrupted Zhang Xiaobao and asked. What I want to say is that while we were on the ship, through the information gathered by Li Sun, I discovered a person who has a natural talent for sensing danger. He is different from us who are trained. He is born with it, and he is even more sensitive than us who are trained. His name is Mi Fan. Zhang Xiaobao finally got to the point. Wang Wan also saw the information sent by Li Sun. She thought about it and nodded. Indeed, but even if we want to kill him now, he can't avoid it. The two of us are enough. He is not as good as us. He won't use that kind of innate talent. Yes, 99% of sweat and 1% of talent is success. The most important is that 1%. Do you want to let him go? No, I want to keep him by our side like Song Jinggong, especially when we go out to sea. His talent is too important. I don't even know if I am a theist or an atheist, a materialist or an idealist. Zhang Xiaobao sighed and said. When something that a person insisted on was washed away, it was very uncomfortable in the heart. It could even cause one to lose one's sense of direction and the will to live. Although Wang Wan was a member of the system, the things that people in the system understood were the most mysterious. Xiao Bao, what is materialism? I believe that materialism is science, and this science is exploration and research, not positioning. If you say that the unknown is unscientific, then your statement is unscientific. Don't be fooled by the system. Look at those buildings built by the government, and look at the rules that those officials usually follow when they do things. If you still don't understand, then think about why the great people of the past would go to draw lots before every big battle. Do you know what a unit is? What did 83441 represent? When we don't understand, we don't have to admit or deny it. We don't have the ability to explore. We just have to be ourselves. Oh, Cuckoo, you are right. If souls can come, what is impossible? I want that Mi Fan. He is not Guan Yu, and I am not Chow Chow. Tomorrow, I will talk to them about the sea. When it's about time, I will immediately send a letter to Li Sun and ask him to prepare. Zhang Xiaobao didn't insist on things that he didn't understand. He quickly made up his mind. Wang Wan didn't understand. Xiao Bao, are you confident? It's not at the same level at all. If you get Yao Chong and Song Jing here, I might put in more effort, Zhang Xiaobao said proudly. Chapter 358. The night was misty. It was summer insects outside the window. Fireflies were hanging in the sky. The night is misty, looking at the starry sky. I am looking for a star, it is so bright, it is so affectionate. Wang Wan was lying on the ground in a house behind the dock. She looked at the starry sky outside and hummed. Zhang Xiaobao didn't sleep on the couch. The ground was cooler than the couch. The mahogany floor was polished smooth and painted with a layer of lacquer. Listening to Wang Wan's humming, he felt that he had heard this song somewhere before. It seemed to be very distant. He touched Wang Wan. Is it a song from 100 years ago? Can't you choose a closer one? I learned it when I was in the military academy. I've been singing it all the time. Everyone sang it and it became popular. Do you think life should be like a star shining in the distance, or like a meteor streaking across the sky? Wang Wan was probably hot. She was lying there and discussing life with Zhang Xiaobao. I think it should be like a star, like a meteor. It should crash into the earth and then cross the sky. Zhang Xiaobao put his hand flat on the floor. You are such a person. If you die, you will drag others down. It is too hot. It will be hot even if you put ice in the house. It would be better to have an air conditioner. Wang Wan imagined what the next star that was many times bigger than the sun would be like. She shook her head to get rid of this ridiculous idea and complained about the heat. Zhang Xiaobao was also hot. There were 2 basins of ice in the house. The air circulation was slow, so he didn't feel cool. Occasionally, there was a breeze from outside. It was warm. Hearing Wang Wan mention air conditioner, he suddenly said, "We don't have air conditioner. If you want to cool, you have to heat first. But we can make an air conditioner fan." It is very environmentally friendly. It doesn't use electricity or other fuel. Really? Then you should make one quickly. Not only can we use it, but also the restaurant. Then there will be more people willing to eat there. Tell me the principle and I will help you. As soon as Wang Wan thought of the cool breeze, she became interested and stopped sleeping. Zhang Xiaobao coughed and imitated the tone of a scholar. Today, I will first talk about the problem of heat transfer. As everyone knows, the existence of heat is ultimately, get to the point. Wang Wan patted Zhang Xiaobao and hugged the bamboo pillow next to her. Actually, it's just a fan made out of wood or bamboo. In front of the fan, there's a basin filled with ice. You can ask someone to shake the fan. That way, the cold air will be blown by the wind. That's the air conditioner fan. Zhang Xiaobao felt a little embarrassed after saying that. This is your high-tech invention? Environmental protection? Then what's the point of using a fan? Wouldn't it be the same if he just used a fan to face an ice fan? Wang Wan curled her lips. Rich people didn't ask their servants to face an ice fan to cool the house. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan didn't want to treat their servants that way. Otherwise, they could find a few more people to take turns to fan the air so that it wouldn't be so hot. Zhang Xiaobao thought for a while. It's not the same. My invention doesn't require too much effort. Using the lever principle of the mutual exchange of gears, the person who shakes the fan can make the fan turn many times. If you fan the fan, it will only move a little. Yes, just do it like that. There's no need for people. We are on a river and the wind is strong. As long as we make a fan outside some rooms and connect it from the bottom, not only will it add a special scenery, but it will also be able to blow the wind in the room through the conversion. It's better than opening the windows directly. If the wind can't blow into the room directly, it can blow in through my invention. The project is bigger, and the gears are simpler. There's no need to use good steel, and there's no need to bite so well. It just needs to be able to transmit the force and drive the fan. It's not like it's generating electricity. Let them melt the molten iron and cast it directly. Yes, we can try to do this. Let's start with the first house near the river. That house is made of wood. As long as there's a hole, the connecting shaft can go in. Use a wooden board to block it and beautify it. Use wood for the shaft. If not, it's too heavy and expensive. Get up and draw the blueprint. Zhang Xiaobao was talking by himself. As he was talking, he was perfecting his idea. His drawing skills still need to be improved, so he could only call Wang Wan to wake up. Let's do it tomorrow. How much are you going to invest this time? People are used to having an ice basin in the room to cool down. Even if we don't do it, they will still come to eat. Wang Wan didn't want to move. She turned over and spread her arms on the floor. Zhang Xiaobao came over and pulled her. One night's time will be wasted. Others are used to the current situation, but we have to let them get used to our place. They won't be used to other places. I can't draw by myself. I know the principle of the lever, but I don't know how to move it. Get up quickly. I'll make shaved ice for you tomorrow. Yes, just let the people in Huayuan County make shaved ice. Let's also make shaved ice for the people in Sanshui County. We can sell it everywhere and earn more money. There's so much edible ice stored in the winter. Our own restaurant won't be able to use it up. Don't pull me. I'm up. When the academy opens, I'll go there and find a good drawing master to learn. Wang Wan got up by herself and sat beside the desk with Zhang Xiaobao. She lit another candle, and it brightened up a lot. It's going to open soon. When those students come, the academy will open. It will give the academy a free promotion. Some of the competition venues can be put in the academy. There will definitely be people joining. Only when there are students and teachers will be willing to teach. Zhang Xiaobao spread out the paper, helped Wang Wan grind the ink, and talked about the academy. I knew you wouldn't just let people come here to compete. You don't have good intentions to let people from 2 counties make shaved ice, right? Wang Wan had been used to Zhang Xiaobao's style of doing things. She muttered and began to think about the design with Zhang Xiaobao. It took 3 hours for the 2 of them to draw more than 10 pieces of paper. Only after adding notes and descriptions did they manage to come up with a rough idea. As for the specific adjustments, they were handed over to the craftsmen. They were very experienced, so if they were given an idea, they would be able to figure it out themselves. Zhang Xiaobao clapped his hands and said, "Okay, send them to Zhuangzi tonight and find craftsmen to make them. Zhang Xiangru, come in." There were sounds of getting up and footsteps outside. After a while, Zhang Xiangru came in and said, "Little master, little miss, what can I do for you? Send these papers to Zhuangzi and send people to collect fruits. Buy the shancha left last year, especially the ones in Zhuangzi's warehouse and the ones that have just come out. Send them by the river. Put some of them at each place and send people to watch over them. Do the same with the ice, the kind that is edible." Zhang Xiaobao handed over a piece of paper and ordered Zhang Xiangru. Zhang Xiangru didn't ask more. She took the paper and turned around to leave. "You ask them to make shaved ice because you want to sell the shancha trees left last year on our newly granted land? And those fruits that are about to come down?" Wang Wan didn't want to study anymore. She pulled Zhang Xiaobao outside to take a shower and said, "That's right. How else can we sell them? Our shancha and the quality of the fruits is not good. If we do this every year, we won't have to cut down the trees anymore. Wasting resources is a shameful act. We can also sell more to the people in the 2 counties. There are many flavors, and people who come to see will want to buy and try it," Zhang Xiaobao said as he walked. The next morning, the weather was still hot. Fortunately, the spring plowing was over, so there was no need to worry about the drought. The people sent by Zhang Xiaobao came to the room where the shipping merchants were. They didn't manage to get a good place today. The waiter of the first shop in Linshui said that the room had been reserved by someone else. They could only change rooms. It seems that everyone has agreed to the matter of building a ship and going by sea. Let's sign the documents first and then talk about the details. The people sent by the Zhang family said solemnly to the shipping merchants. There were no dishes on the table, only some brushes, ink, paper, and inkstones. Everyone looked at Mi Fan. Mi Fan didn't look well today. He kept having nightmares last night and didn't have an appetite for breakfast. He was still thinking about what kind of danger was coming. Seeing that everyone was looking at him, he took a sip of tea and said, "It's not that we can't build a ship together, but we have to know how to do it. Otherwise, what if we lose money after we do it? It's better for you to tell us the details first." "Boss me, it's like this. It's written on the documents. After you sign, if you lose money because of the details, then the Zhang family and Wang family will compensate for everything. If we tell you the details and you don't sign, then it will be difficult for us." The people from the Zhang family pushed the documents forward and said, "How can we not do it?" "Don't worry," said a merchant from the ship company next to him. Seeing that, the people from the Zhang family nodded and handed over another document. He said to everyone, "Some details are written on it. Everyone can take a look first. After you read it, don't forget to sign the documents." The owners of the shipping company looked at each other. In the end, it was Mi Fan who spoke. "If that's the case, then wait for us to read it and then ask you to come over. Can we just tell the waiter in the restaurant?" The people from the Zhang family nodded and got up to put away the other things. They only left the documents that needed to be signed. He said, "It's like this. If there's nothing else, then I'll leave first." After the people from the Zhang family left, the people in the room immediately showed a special smile. Brother Weitong, take a look. It's best if you make a copy. Then say that it's not done well and that we can't work with them. Guoren said excitedly as he held the paper in his hand. Mi Fan didn't know why, but when she looked at the paper, she felt that it was difficult for her to breathe. She picked up the paper with trembling hands and flipped through it one by one. The more she looked, the more she wanted to continue reading. It was as if there was something on the paper that attracted her. Brother Weitong, what do you think? Guoren asked. Good. The Zhang family is really good. If we do as they say, we can definitely make a lot of money. Unfortunately, we can't go the same way as them. Chapter 359. The person from the Zhang family came to the best room in the first house in Linshui. He said to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, who were waiting, "Young master, young lady," they asked for the details. They didn't sign the document. Oh, okay. Then go and ask Dingping about the cooperation and see what they have to say. Zhang Xiaobao was a little disappointed as he instructed. After the person left, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan sighed at the same time. Looks like they really plan to be enemies with us to the end. Isn't it good to cooperate and make the business big? If they insist on scheming against each other, then let's play with them. Zhang Xiaobao looked at the busy people below and said helplessly. He felt that if he were in their shoes, he would consider cooperation. Wasn't business just for money? If they lost something in this area, they could make up for it in other areas. Turning a competitor into a partner was the best strategy. Wang Wan scooped a spoonful of shaved ice from the bowl and put it in her mouth. Don't worry about them. Let them do what they want. They're just short of people. Let Li Sun think of a way. See if he can contact the boat company on the Yellow River. After all, we have to go to the sea from there. That's all we can do. Zhang Xiaobao left the window and moved to Wang Wan's side. He also took a bite. The cool air went into his stomach, making him feel much better. In the other room, the boat merchants were still passing around the information. Anyone who could read was like Mi Fan after reading it. They were very surprised. This plan was too good. One by one, they talked about building a big boat and then going to earn money. Only Mi Fan was there drinking mouthful after mouthful of sour plum juice. It was precisely because the detailed plan was done well that he was even more worried. He still didn't know who would win in the end. Looking at those excited people again, he really regretted it. Why did it turn out like this? If he had known, he wouldn't have done this with these people. Although he was obedient, he couldn't do anything at critical moments. If he cooperated with a smart person, he could at least come up with some ideas. Brother Weitong, let's arrange the matter of blocking the river. We already have the detailed plan, so we don't need to tell them anything else. Guoren came up and said to Mi Fan. Looking at his excited face, Mi Fan sighed in her heart and nodded. All right, I'll arrange it now. Send 3 ships over. The boatman will know what to do. As soon as he finished speaking, there was a knock on the door. The waiter came in first, followed by the Zhang family member who had just left. Everyone, how's it going? We're looking at it right now. When we're done, we'll look for you, a merchant said. Very well. What do you think of the other matter? It's about transporting goods between the big ships and the small ships. The Zhang family asked again. This. I don't think that's necessary. We don't have many big ships. If we send out some more, we won't have enough. I'm afraid we won't be able to handle it. You can transport it yourselves. Another merchant added. The Zhang family member didn't care whether they agreed or not. He just wanted to know. After listening to the 2 people, he nodded and said, since it's like this, I'll go back first. You guys are busy. Young master, young lady, they also don't agree to hand over the goods at Dingping. The reason is that they don't have enough ships. I'm afraid they won't be able to handle it. The Zhang family member turned around and came to Zhang Xiaobao. Yes, let's get busy. Let's all work together. Wan, let's go and take a look at the artificial lake at the back. There's also a winery and a pig farm there. While others are busy, we can't be idle. Zhang Xiaobao heard this and knew it was time to take action. Since they had nothing to do, they could take a stroll. It wasn't easy for the two of them to come out. Wang ate the last mouthful of shaved ice, stood up and said, "Let's go. I'm going to row a boat. When the lake at Yaowang Mountain is built, we'll row there when we're free." The two of them went out, one after the other. Zhang Zhong was also busy at this time. He recruited another 100 government runners and bought some horses. He asked them to patrol back and forth in the county. Like Sanshui County, he also bought some boats on the river and arranged the government runners on them. He himself went back and forth. "Master, there's no road ahead." Under the protection of the guards, Zhang Zhong rode on the horse and strolled around the county. At this time, there was a mountain or a group of mountains in front of them. The government runner who followed him said to Zhang Zhong. This government runner was from the inner courtyard of the Zhang family. His title was different from others. Even if his household registration was in the Zhang family, he could still be a government runner. No one in Huayuan County would investigate this matter. This person was originally from Huayuan County. When he was young, he followed his father and grandfather to the Zhang family. He knew more things here. After all, he was closer to the locals when he talked. After asking around, he knew more about Huayuan County. Then he followed Zhang Zhong around. Zhang Zhong stopped the horse and looked at the mountain in front of him. It was really good. It was so majestic and so solemn. He asked the person next to him, "Are there people here?" In reply to "Master, there are. There are 2 villages here." Both of them said that their villages are called Fragrant Mountain Village. When they entered the household register, there was no choice but to record them as Big Fragrant Mountain Village and Small Fragrant Mountain Village according to the number of people. The people here don't pay taxes for food, but for animal skins. Usually, they make a living by hunting. They sell the game to buy some daily necessities. Daxiang Village has more people. There are 25 households and 166 people. Xiaxiang Village has fewer people. There are 23 households and 143 people. The 2 villages usually communicate with each other. There are also marriages between the 2 villages. The Yamen runner had a very detailed understanding of the situation in the mountain. He didn't even leave out the people. Seeing that the master liked to listen, he continued, "Master, there used to be a temple here. The pilgrims would buy some fruits from the mountain. In the past 2 years, there has been no one. The people in the temple have become ordinary people. The incense also stopped. Occasionally, some people would come here to take a look." "Yes." Zhang Zhong nodded and said, "Since there are still people here, I have to go and take a look. After all, I am a county magistrate. I want to see how they are living." "Master, there is no road ahead. If you want to go to the 2 villages, you have to walk on the grass. There are also wild beasts and poisonous insects in the mountain. Why don't you let the people in the village come out and take a look?" The Yamen runner was worried and tried to persuade him, even if he knew that it was useless. Sure enough, Zhang Zhong didn't care about these things. When he was walking around recently, the doctor at home had prescribed some medicine for him. There were also things prepared by the hunters in the past. He wasn't afraid of snakes and insects, let alone wild beasts. With 20 guards from the prince's mansion, even a big worm could be killed with crossbows. Or should I go and take a look myself and see how they are living? There is no lack of meat in the mountain. I think it will be good, right? Zhang Zhong was thinking about the meat of the wild beasts. If they could eat meat, their lives would be good. Unexpectedly, the Yamen runner shook his head and replied, "Master, they are the most miserable people in the county. In the past, when County Magistrate 1 was here, they had to send many things to the county every year. When they came to sell meat, they could only sell it to one family, which was Jinlai Restaurant. Otherwise, they wouldn't dare to accept it. The price given by Jinlai Restaurant is even lower than the price of pork. In the past, it was only enough to fill their stomachs. I asked around in the county. Last year, they also levied double the tax. In order to get enough fur, they went out at night. 3 people and 2 people died in the 2 villages respectively. It's good to be able to eat meat, but people can't always eat meat. They have to eat other things. Vegetables are wild vegetables. They also opened up some land next to the village and planted some vegetables. However, they have to wear clothes, eat salt, and come out to buy rice and noodles. Every year, they have to come out to work dozens of days, and the rent is not reduced. I don't know how they are now. Before Master came, they changed their things once and never came out again." Zhang Zhong listened quietly. His hands unconsciously clenched into fists. He really couldn't think of how the person surnamed One could do this without caring about the lives of the people. Even when his family was not better, he wouldn't do this to the villagers. "No, I can't just let it go like this. I have to submit a memorial. The person surnamed One should be cut into pieces. Get off the horse. Leave 2 Yamen runners behind to watch. The rest of you, bring our food and come with me. I want the people in the 2 villages to know that the change of officials is different from the original." Zhang Zhong was originally the kind of person who would let people off easily. This time, he was finally angry. It was one thing for a county magistrate to be greedy for the county's money and make fake accounts, but he actually wanted to exploit the people like this. It was simply infuriating. After getting off the horse, he took out the realgar and sprinkled it on his body. He also took out a small bamboo box and took out something to apply on his face. He handed it to the people who were going to follow him into the mountains. "Apply it. This is the medicine made at home." A group of 27 people began to walk into the mountains. 20 bodyguards, 6 Yamen runners, and Zhang Zhong himself walked all the way into the mountains. They could vaguely see the places where people had walked before. The sun above their heads was blocked by the leaves. It was not very hot, but the heat in the woods was not easy to dissipate. It was stuffy and unbearable. Sweat seeped out from their pores and wet their clothes from the inside out. Zhang Zhong was wearing his official robes. It was even more uncomfortable. His light green robes had turned dark green. Those who didn't know would think that a 6th-rank official had come. He also grabbed the goldfish bag hanging from his waist. This could not be lost. Everything else was fine, but this was something to show his identity. Although he was a 7th-rank official, he still had a goldfish bag. This was the additional benefit of giving something and being the top scorer. The county magistrate was from the inner courtyard of Zhuangzi, but he still had to show off. The 2 of them ran in front of the villagers, one in front of the other. "Everyone, don't worry. Hurry back to the village. We are the county's Yamen runners. Look at our clothes." The Yamen runner from the inner courtyard said to the villagers in front of him. The villagers didn't look happy because of their arrival. Instead, they looked at them vigilantly. The older people didn't say anything, but the children didn't care. A little boy about 9 years old shouted at them, "Do you know that we hunted 2 bears, so you want to come and snatch them again?" The 2 bailiffs were stunned, especially the one who followed behind. He recalled what had happened in the past, and his expression changed. He had also come to bully the people in the village. Back then, the village had just hunted a fox, and he had helped county magistrate when snatched the fox. Today, they had just brought back 2 bears. Suddenly, people from the yamen came again. Anyone would think that they were here to rob them again. The yamen runner from the inner courtyard had studied for a year and a half, so he knew a lot of things. He quickly said, "Don't think too much. The county magistrate of Huayuan County has been changed. The original one with the surname Wen was arrested and brought to the capital. The one with the surname Xiao was also arrested and his house was confiscated. The new county magistrate is different from the previous one. He loves the people like his own children. I heard that there are 2 villages here. I walked here and wanted to see how everyone is living. Our new county magistrate is very powerful. Everyone can wait to live a good life in the future." "Who are you kidding? None of the officials are good people. One left, and another one came. Is it because you took a liking to another one and collected taxes for 2 years? Since you can't get anything good out of it, you're here to steal from us?" The child who spoke just now added. The 2 yamen runners looked at the villagers' distrustful eyes and sighed at the same time. It was still the person from the inner courtyard who said, "Whether it is true or not, what's the use of you stopping here? Don't you know the village? Let's talk about it when we are in the village, okay?" The villagers thought about it and agreed. If they stopped here, the county magistrate would not come. There were more than 20 people, and they could carry 2 bears. Even if they really came, what could they do? Under the guidance of the village chief, the villagers continued to carry the 2 bears to the village. When they arrived at the village, Zhang Zhong also led people to greet them. He did not have any official prestige. He walked out from the protection of the guards with a smile on his face and said to the leading villager, "You are amazing. You can actually hunt 2 bears. 1 bear paw can be sold for a lot of money." If he was not wearing an official's uniform, the villagers would have thought that he was an errand boy. When did an official smile at ordinary people? His smile was so sincere. Only those yamen runners knew that as long as they did not do too much, the county magistrate was very easy to talk to. He would even chat with them when he was free. But as long as they did something they should not do, such as bullying the people when they went out, they would be beaten at least 30 times with the rod. There was a doctor waiting next to them. They did not dare to be merciful even if they wanted to. Not to mention the feeling of being beaten 30 times. After the beating, they had to carry them in front of the people who bullied them for them to see. If it was a second time, they would be beaten 100 times and then driven away. There was no need for yamen runners. Until now, no one had done it a second time, and no one had done it the first time. After 100 beatings, the person was dead. The villagers did not know this. Looking at Zhang Zhong's smile, they felt very comfortable. The village chief was not like other places, where the position was held by an old man. The village chief here was a man of 24 or 25 years old. He stood up and said, "You are the new county magistrate?" "Yes, I am." "Why don't you sell your 2 bears to the county? Sell them to Jinlai Restaurant." Now, Jinlai Restaurant is not owned by that relative surnamed one. It is owned by my family. The price given is absolutely fair, and we can even give a little more. After all, my family has many restaurants. If we sell them in the capital, we can make more money. As Zhang Zhong spoke, he opened his backpack and took out candies from it and handed them to the child next to him. The candies were prepared for himself. When there was no food to eat, he could eat 2 pieces of candy to make up for it. The child stared at the candy but did not dare to take it. He looked timid. Zhang Zhong took the child's hand and stuffed the candy in it. "Take it. Don't worry, I will not take your things for free. I am different from that county magistrate one. My family is rich. I don't dare to say too much, but I can easily take out tens of thousands of coins. I am not afraid of not having enough money. How much are your 2 bears worth? My family's master is the head of Zhangjie Zhuangzi in Sanshui County. He doesn't care about your things. My master has hundreds of restaurants and shops. At this time, the yamen runner in the inner courtyard helped to speak up. Zhang Zhong turned his head and nodded to the yamen runner with satisfaction. Some of the villagers who went to trade had heard about Zhangjie Zhuangzi. When they came back, they told the villagers. At this time, when the villagers heard that the new county magistrate was the head of the Zhang family, they were finally not worried. The child who took the candy stuffed it into his mouth and asked without scruples, "Did you give something to your family's farmer? And build a big house for the farmer? Don't talk nonsense." The farmer's parents said at the same time. Zhang Zhong did not care. He nodded and said to the child, "I will not give it for free. The farmer has done a lot for the family. It is not right to not give it. Tell me, how old are you?" 8 years old. After being scolded by his parents, the child became timid and said timidly, 8 years old is not old enough. You can go to school to study. In the future, I will build a school here and find someone to teach you. 2 Zhuangzi can take care of you at the same time. Zhang Zhong thought of his son's plan. He wanted to find a person who could not pass the exam. He believed that the people who came here would not suffer too much and the villagers could take good care of them. At this time, the village chief also noticed the difference in the new county magistrate. He said, "Sir, are we still collecting taxes this year?" "Collecting taxes? Didn't you already pay this year's taxes?" "No, we will collect next year. The 2 bears are not of much use to you. Send them to Jinlai Lu. 1 bear is 100 coins. Chapter 361. The Jing River flows, and the Wei River flows. The shadows of the boat struggle to reach the end, and the fish swim with the current. Near Nei province, far Nei province. Flags flutter in the wind, and life is full of joys and sorrows. Li Sun sat in the study of the state capital, and the sound of him reading came from his mouth. Those who didn't know would think that he was reading, but in fact, he was reading a letter written to him by Zhang Xiaobao. Beside him, a servant girl was helping him pour some water, grind ink, and flip through books. At this time, she didn't move and just waited for the marquis to speak. Li Sun read the letter from beginning to end and asked the servant girl, "Do you think I'm crazy, or the people of the Jing River Boat Company are crazy?" "Of course it's the people who are crazy. If they weren't, why would they provoke the Zhang family? The Zhang family's methods to deal with their enemies are endless. From the beginning, they calculated and only stopped when they made people sick. The little prince is working with the Zhang family, and they still dared to stir up trouble. If they aren't crazy, then what are they?" The servant girl seemed to be very familiar with Li Sun, and was not afraid at all. Li Sun reached out and pulled the servant girl into his arms, and said with a naughty smile, "My little Qingqing still knows. Come, let me teach her well." The servant girl only smiled and was not afraid at all. Instead, she snuggled into Li Sun's arms and said, "The marquis is bad, you only know how to bully Qingqing. Qingqing can only listen to the marquis." Li Sun let go, and a helpless expression appeared on his face. "Don't listen to me, I can't do anything. Wait until I go to the Zhang family to find a prescription and grow up quickly, then I'll teach you a lesson. Then Qingqing will wait for the marquis. The marquis must grow up quickly." The servant girl followed. "Okay, isn't it just bullying me because I'm young? There are also 2 younger ones, Xiao Bao and Cuckoo, who are just as anxious. Ha ha ha. Tell me, should I do as they say? This idea is too immoral. If I don't do it, their property will be confiscated. The Zhang family is really ruthless when they take action. Li Sun did not know what to do with this servant girl. She was usually obedient and sensible. Even if he wanted to take advantage of her, it was fine. But how could he take advantage of her? He could only suppress his anger. Fortunately, there were still two people. So what if they were childhood sweethearts? One day, he would ask Xiao Bao to visit the brothels. The maidservant Qingqing also heard what Li Sun just said. She also thought that the Zhang family was not ordinary, but she didn't think there was anything wrong with it. Now that the Marquis asked, she said, naturally, we have to do as the Zhang family says. The Zhang family gave them 2 chances in a row, but they didn't agree. Compared to the Marquis, they are far worse. The Zhang family is like this. They are kind to good, and evil to bad. You can just say that this Marquis was afraid at that time. Yes, I was afraid. I was afraid of the Zhang family's desperate methods, and I was also afraid of my father. People can only avoid danger when they know that they are afraid. You don't know now. Wait until I'm older. Li Sun thought about how he had almost provoked the Zhang family's revenge. He was also filled with emotions. That bridge was really like what others said. It was not an ordinary bridge. It was the bridge of helplessness. It was a line between heaven and hell. If he retreated, he would immediately receive benefits one after another. If others entered, they would fall one after another, causing him to be dizzy and his family to be ruined. Why were the people of the Jing Shui boating company so stubborn? It was easy to commit suicide. They just had to tie a big stone to their feet and jump into the water. It was convenient to jump from their own boat. Why did they have to implicate their family? Little prince, if you can't bear it, why don't you follow the second plan of the Zhang family's letter? It will only force people but not kill them. The maidservant Qingqing saw the hesitation on the little prince's face and said. Li Sun knew the second plan, which was to force the people of the boating company to quit the industry. There was also the third plan, which was to force them to cooperate. He could choose from the 3 plans, but he had no choice. His identity was there. The people of the Jing Shui boating company knew his relationship with the Zhang family, but they still dared to do this. They clearly didn't put him, the Marquis, in their eyes. He could only choose the first plan. He didn't want to give the people of the boating company any chance and get them down in one breath. Therefore, Li Sun pointed at the first set of plans. The servant girl looked at it and said, then let's do it like this. He actually used a series of schemes, deceiving everyone, creating something out of nothing, loosening the reins in order to capture him, capturing the leader of the gang, and the most crucial one in the middle, leaving first. Too ruthless. So be it. If they don't hate me, they won't know how powerful a Marquis is. Li Sun also knew the result of the first plan. He also wanted to use it to let some people who didn't care about him know. Li Sun made up his mind. He threw away the other 2 plans and said to the maidservant, go and call them over. I have to give them orders bit by bit. Let's paddle the 2 oars. The small boat moves back the waves. The small boat pushes the waves away. The beautiful white clouds are reflected on the water, surrounded by green trees and green grass. Zhang Xiaobao, can you not blindly change the lyrics? The lyrics are rhyming. Quickly row. Just now when you got on the boat, you said you were good at rowing. Now you can't. When Zhang Xiaobao was singing enthusiastically, Wang Wan didn't give him any face and interrupted the later part of the song. She pointed to the 2 oars and asked Zhang Xiaobao to row. Zhang Xiaobao looked at the 2 oars that weren't fixed to the side of the boat. He really didn't know what to do. He could only pick up one of the oars and row left and right. It was impossible to row both oars at the same time. When he came here, he and Wang Wan each had an oar and rowed at the same time. When he was rowing, he said how good he was at rowing in the past. When Wang Wan heard it, she immediately threw the oar in her hand into the boat and let him do it himself. Zhang Xiaobao rowed a few times and stopped. He said to Wang Wan, "Comrade Wang Wan, you didn't understand just now. I didn't mean rowing in this way. Is it a goose boat? The kind that we step on? Then I can row well." Wang Wan looked at the surrounding water and said with a look of enjoyment on her face. Zhang Xiaobao thought about what a goose boat looked like and nodded. "That's really simple. What are we going to eat tonight? We didn't bring any fishing gear. Otherwise, we can catch some fish and go back to eat. Let's go to the pig farm tonight and see if there are any pigs that can be killed. I want to eat blood sausages." "Xiaobao, which plan do you think Li Sun will choose?" Wang Wan said something about food and asked about Li Sun. Zhang Xiaobao had already confirmed this. "It's the first one. Li Sun's character determines that he will choose the first one. What if he doesn't choose the first one and chooses the other two?" Wang Wan asked again. "Then I'm wrong. It's not a big deal. Rowing. Master, why don't you drink the tea we brought?" In Daxiang Mountain Village, Zhang Zhong went to the village chief's house and sat there drinking the tea that was served. There were also a lot of things added in the tea, but it was not as good as the tea in his house. The yamen runner looked at him from the side and whispered in Zhang Zhong's ear. Zhang Zhong took a sip and bit a piece of ginger. He chewed and swallowed it. "No need. Didn't I drink the same thing before? I can drink it before, and I can drink it now. I can't forget my roots just because I have a good life." "Master, you're right. We can't forget. We have suffered, but we have to remember now. We can't throw away the food that we have eaten." The yamen runner didn't continue to take out the tea after hearing his master's words. He repeated one of the rules in his house, which was that he could eat expensive food during meals, but he couldn't leave any leftovers. He could eat all the snacks that were steamed with honey, and no one would say anything about it. He could eat the food made with chaff and wild vegetables, and he couldn't leave any leftovers. Zhang Zhong had always been very satisfied with this yamen runner, and he was still the same now. "Well, it's good that you remember. There are still many people who can't eat. Those who are not hungry don't know how to cherish food. You go out and spend money to buy the food." "Master, why would I go out and spend money to buy the food? Our Zhang family's food is better than the restaurants." The yamen runner said with a smile. The village chief accompanied them and drank the tea. He also knew that the tea in the village was not good, but he didn't expect that the new county magistrate didn't care at all. The ginger was usually thrown away, but the county magistrate ate it. Seeing this, he was relieved. The two bears had been sent to Jinlai restaurant. Even if the county magistrate didn't pay, he didn't dare to keep the county magistrate here, unless he was ready to rebel. How could more than 100 people rebel? At this time, seeing that the new county magistrate was so amiable, and thinking about what the people who went out said when they came back, he believed a little more. "Village Chief Hong, I will stay here tonight. I will choose a place to eat and see how the people in the village are doing. If they are doing well, I will go back early tomorrow morning. If they are not, I will stay here tomorrow and help to think of a solution. When I came here, there are no wild animals in the mountains nearby. There is also a river. We can raise some ducks and pigs. When the live ducks arrive, there will be people in the county who will buy them. The price is the same as the price in the county. As for the pigs, we can make some sausages and smoked meat and sell them for some money." Zhang Zhong picked up the pot and added water to the bowl. He also added some for the village chief and said with concern. The village chief didn't expect that the county magistrate could give ideas to the village. He said excitedly, "Master, will there really be people coming in to buy the food? It will take a lot of effort to get out of here. It will take 3.5 hours to get to the county. The forest is stuffy and hot. It will take half a day to get to the county. Half a day is not much. The Qin family in Sanshui County is Zhuangzi. If you go there and come back, you will need to spend a whole day. Now they are raising some fish and shrimps. As long as they are big enough, someone will go there to buy them. If the road is not good, you can repair it. I don't have the say in other counties, but I am the county magistrate of Huayuan County. I can do whatever I want, Zhang Zhong said firmly. He really wanted to build a road. There were many wild animals in the mountains and some good wood. With a road, he could make money. He didn't have any idea of environmental protection. Even the emperor encouraged people to destroy the forest for farming. Chapter 362. Zhang Zhong wandered around in the afternoon. The villagers didn't eat lunch, and he didn't eat either. He only ate some beef jerky, fried noodles, and other things that he brought with him. Walking around the village, the villagers also caught 3 poisonous snakes, which he bought. He said that he would eat them when he went back, but in fact, he would use them to make medicinal wine. Little fragrant mountain village was not far from here. It was only an hour's walk away. Zhang Zhong decided to go there tomorrow. At night, he really would eat in the village and stay in the village. The villagers couldn't tell what kind of feeling they had. Anyway, before the meal, they had already chosen 30 people to take turns to guard outside at night. Zhang Zhong didn't specify which house to eat at. The villagers couldn't arrange it, so they could only make the best food at home into food. When it was time to eat, Zhang Zhong randomly chose a restaurant. When he went in to take a look, there were actually 4 dishes. One was fried salted rabbit meat, one was fried salted venison, one was steamed fish, and the last was an omelette. It was something that was made by breaking eggs and then putting them in oil to fry. It was considered a dish for ordinary people. In addition to the 4 dishes, there was also a soup. It was a ceremonial thing, and it didn't matter whether it was drunk or not. It was made by boiling small fish with a layer of oil and some chopped green onions floating on top. The rice was tu rice, which was made by boiling rice and millet together. Zhang Zhong looked at the dishes, and Wei Wei nodded. He already understood that there was really nothing to eat in the village. The 2 dishes of fried salted meat were prepared for emergencies, and the omelette was definitely not poultry, but pheasant and wild duck eggs. There was one part of the color that was different from the others. Zhang Zhong picked up a little with his chopsticks, tasted it, and said, "You also took out the salty ones and fried them? Is the rice at home also gone?" "Sir, do you think the food is not good?" the male owner of the house asked with some worry. The child and the woman had already gone to the next room, and they were not qualified to come over to eat. "Good, how can it not be good? How can the food that was made with all the effort not be good? I won't pay for today's meal, but I'll treat you tomorrow." Zhang Zhong had originally planned to give them money. After all, it wasn't easy for the commoners. If they ate a meal, they might have to use up half a month's worth of savings. But when it was time to eat, he decided not to give them money. A little money couldn't solve the problem. Tomorrow, he would get people to go back and deliver some food and salt. Although the 2 dishes were marinated, the taste of the eggs was very light. It seemed that there was no more salt in the village. Their salt was basically used to marinate things. The men of this family didn't know how to respond and could only smile along. Zhang Zhong didn't hold back and ate as much as he could. Only 2 of the guards were still guarding, the rest had gone to other villagers' houses to eat with the bailiffs. Everyone had a good meal, but the villagers had a lot less emergency supplies in their houses. That night, Zhang Zhong stayed at the village chief's house. There was no ice basin, and the mountain was hot and stuffy. Fortunately, Zhang Zhong brought mosquito repellent. When he slept at night, he only heard the buzzing of mosquitoes, but was not bitten. When he woke up early the next morning, he ordered people to go back and bring some food and salt to the village for the villagers to eat. At this moment, he couldn't be calculative about his efforts and returns. Let the villagers have food to eat first. As for what would happen in the future, he would go back and ask his son. Not only could his son earn a lot of money, he could also help some people earn a little money. Zhang Zhong watched them leave and prepared to continue to the next place, Shaoxiang Mountain Village. For this, he even found 2 guides from Dexiang Mountain Village. Mi Fan, Guo Ren, and the others also welcomed a new day. After sending people to make arrangements yesterday, they prepared to go back today. After breakfast, they didn't forget to ask the waiter to find the Zhang family's people who came to discuss the cooperation yesterday. Everyone, are you ready to sign the contract? The Zhang family's people came over and asked first. No, this detail is still lacking. How about this, in a few days, when you have thought about what you are lacking, you can come to us again. A businessman didn't need Mi Fan's help this time and said directly. The Zhang family's people smiled and asked, do you know what's not good? Let's think about it carefully. This is not good? It's not convenient for us to point it out. After all, it was the Zhang family's idea. We are the party who provided the boat. You can't expect us to think of a solution, right? Take a good look at it yourself. Here. After the businessman said something that even he felt was shameless, he handed back the paper with the details sent yesterday, including the unsigned contract. The Zhang family's people didn't show any dissatisfaction. They still had the same smile. Then we will think about it carefully. Goodbye. Seeing that the Zhang family's people were so happy, Mi Fan clutched his chest again. That special feeling appeared again, making him unable to breathe. Some small dots appeared in front of his eyes. Brother Weitong, what's wrong? Guo Ren, who was beside him, noticed that something was wrong with Mi Fan this time and asked with concern. Mi Fan shook his head. It's nothing. I just swallowed a little. Let me say something now. I know that some of us have connections with other boat companies, but don't tell anyone about this sea transportation, especially the details. Otherwise, it will harm others and ourselves. After this is over, if we really want to go by sea, we will have to make a new plan. Everyone agreed. Mi Fan didn't have time to distinguish who was telling the truth and who was lying. He felt that the uneasiness in his heart should come from this plan. But after saying that they wouldn't act according to this plan, the uncomfortable feeling didn't disappear. Brother Weitong, according to the time we arranged, there will be a boat stopping us in 3 days, right? After leaving the first family in Linshui, Guo Ren, who was standing on the boat, was in high spirits. It was as if the whole world was in his control. He asked Mi Fan, who was still feeling uncomfortable. Mi Fan forced himself to stay alert. Yes, in 3 days. 1 day is for someone to send the message, 2 days for the boat to arrive at Dingping. Brother Qianyuan, don't you think we're going too far? If we wanted to deal with the Zhang family directly, we wouldn't have to lie to them about the sea transportation plan. What if Zhang Zhong becomes a higher official one day? What will happen to us then? Mi Fan kept looking for a reason for his uneasiness. Since it wasn't because of that plan, it should be something else. Thinking about the Zhang family's situation, only Zhang Zhong was a threat to them. Guo Ren laughed disdainfully. Brother Weitong, you're thinking too much. How long will it take for a county magistrate to become a high official? By then, we'll be able to make money by sea transportation. Even if he becomes a third-rank official, we can go to the Prime Minister and the others. With money, there's nothing that can't be done. Oh, that's right. With sea transportation, we'll be able to contact more powerful people. If it doesn't work, we can contact a few princes. Mi Fan was trying his best to find a reason for himself, a reason that would make him feel at ease. But when he said it, he still felt uncomfortable. In Feng State Prefecture, there was a fleet of 6 ships by the riverside. They left from the dock with the intention of going to Malingshui. These were big ships that had just been bought from elsewhere last night. 6 ships, costing nearly 20,000 taels of silver. Someone else was carrying some heavy things onto the boats. The people at the pier didn't know what they were, and the boatmen and the people moving the things on the boats were unfamiliar faces. The 6 boats sailed against the current. As long as they reached Dingping County, they would be able to reach Malingshui by following the largest river. The people on the boat seemed to be nervous and excited at the same time, but they did not speak. The boats weren't fast. At this speed, they would need 1.5 days to reach Dingping County. 2 days later, Zhang Zhong came out of the mountains. He bought a lot of furs and cured meat from the 2 villages. He also sent a lot of grain, salt, cloth, and silk to the 2 villages. He even secretly gave them 12 military bows. Others couldn't get these things, but he could. The moment the people of the 2 villages saw the grain, they completely believed that the new county magistrate was a good county magistrate. The grain was enough for them to eat for half a month. It was all good white flour and rice. The salt was divided into coarse and fine salt. The coarse salt was naturally used to pickle things, while the fine salt was eaten at home. They didn't have to do anything to get these things. They said again and again that they would give the county magistrate their own things. The county magistrate agreed, but after they left, they found that there was some silver in the county magistrate's house. It was exactly the value of the things they gave. Some people cried on the spot. He said to Wang Wan, who was sitting there eating snacks, "I just finished arranging a task and my father found a new one for me. What a tiring life. Arranging work for people in the mountainous areas. What is this called? I know you can do it. It's not too far away. You can get in from the outside in just over 2 hours." Wang Wan stuffed Zhang Xiaobao's mouth with a big mountain and said lightly. Zhang Xiaobao was so sour that his whole face scrunched up. Chapter 363. There were many boats coming and going on the Jingshui River, so no one would deliberately pay attention to these boats. When the 3 boats arrived at the intersection of the 2 streams in Dingping County, they followed the instructions and lined up diagonally. The people on the 3 boats also shouted that the boats were broken and so on. They set up springboards and looked messy. The small boats coming from the Luoshui River were immediately swept away by the current. Fortunately, the people on the small boats reacted quickly. After a few strokes, the small boats spun around and headed downstream of the Jingshui River. After being swept away for more than 1,000 feet, they leaned to the side and looked in shock at the big boats in the distance. When the small boats behind saw this, they all stopped and didn't dare to go in that direction anymore. On a small boat that also stopped, a group of people was drinking at the bow. When they saw the small boat being swept away like a leaf, many of them laughed out loud. Only Mi Fan, who was sitting there and hadn't eaten a single bite, was pale. When the small boat was swept away, he felt his vision darken and couldn't see anything. He only recovered after a while. He wanted to drink some wine to calm his nerves, but found that his hands were trembling so much that he couldn't hold a wine cup. He could only sit there and gasp for breath. "Brother Weitong, are you feeling unwell again?" Guoren saw Mi Fan's expression and asked with concern. He had been like this since the beginning. Mi Fan and Weiwei shook their heads. They actually really wanted to persuade the people on the boats to give up on this plan. They had never felt like this before. It was too scary. They didn't know what would happen. But they also knew that it was useless to say anything now. The people on the boats wouldn't listen to them, even if they were very obedient in the past. On the small boats waiting to pass, they already knew the situation in front and started cursing. Why couldn't 3 boats be broken? Why did it have to be that place that was broken? And all of them were broken together. Looking at the flags on the boats, they were from the Jingshui Boat Company. Some of the smarter people immediately guessed that the people on the boats were deliberately doing this. Guoren and the others listened to the cursing and didn't care at all. So what if they cursed? They still couldn't pass. Some of the people on the small boats cursed as if they did not know fatigue, especially those who were transporting seasonal vegetables and fruits. Every 2 hours of delay, there was a possibility that some things would rot. However, there was nothing they could do. They could only wait for the 3 boats to leave quickly. Some of the bolder ones who thought they had better skills even tried to move forward. In the end, without exception, they were all swept downstream and obediently leaned against the shore. An hour passed, and the 3 large ships that looked like nothing had happened were still there. The small boats that could have passed by also stopped. The small boats on the Luoshui River were also next to each other, waiting for the 3 large ships to leave. Ha ha ha. When they saw the anxious appearances of the people on the small boats that had stopped at Little Luoshui, the people on the boats once again began to laugh loudly. Mi Fan listened from the side and felt even more irritated. Just as some people were cursing and some were laughing, 6 large ships suddenly appeared from upstream. The people who had just arrived behind the 3 large ships immediately changed their flags to those of the Jingshui Boat Company. The small boats that had stopped to transport goods now thought that the 3 ships that had stopped before were indeed broken, and the ships behind them were coming to help. Otherwise, they wouldn't be so close. However, the merchants on Mi Fan's side were puzzled. Where did the 6 ships behind them come from? Just as everyone was deep in thought, the 6 ships had already stopped there in the same way as the 3 ships in front. They also connected to each other by gangplanks. At the same time, they also connected to the outermost ship of the 3. Someone pulled a metal chain and came out of that ship. While the people on the 3 ships were still in a daze, the 3 ships and the 6 ships were all connected by about 20 metal chains that weren't too thick. You guys are. The people on the 3 ships didn't understand what was going on. One of the ship's leaders pulled on a person who was still nailing the chains and asked. This person raised his head and looked at him impatiently. Listen to orders. You guys are just in charge of blocking the water. In a moment, someone will tell you what to do next. As he spoke, this person had already nailed a few places in front of him that needed to be nailed. He turned around and ran back. The other people who came over did the same. The people on the 3 ships looked at the flags and looked at the clothes these people were wearing. For a moment, they couldn't stop them. They were indeed boat operators. When the people on the 6 ships all retreated, they saw a few small boats being lowered from the ships. The people on the large ships all jumped onto the small boats. Using the current's impact, they disappeared downstream in the blink of an eye. When the last boat was out of sight, the 6 big boats emitted thick smoke one after another. Not long after the thick smoke appeared, the people on the 3 boats saw the flames on the other 6 boats. Quickly cut the chains. When the person in charge of the 3rd ship saw this, he immediately reacted and shouted at the boatmen. Some of the boatmen immediately went to look for tools, but before they could find them, the ship closest to them exploded with a boom and an area was blasted open. The rain of fire fell from the sky. Some inevitably fell on the other ships. The fire was mixed with oil. When it fell on the deck, it began to burn. The wind on the river was strong. The fire ignited the ship closest to them. In addition, the 6 connected ships exploded one after another. The boatmen on the 3 ships didn't care about cutting the chains anymore. They relied on their good swimming skills and jumped off the ships. They were swept downstream by the current. The boatmen were indeed good swimmers. When they were in the water, they didn't stupidly shout for help. They held their breath and rushed forward for a distance. Only then did they reveal their heads to call for help. One by one, they looked back in horror. They saw that the other ships were hopeless. The people on the 3 ships had all jumped off. They watched as the fire engulfed them, but there was nothing they could do. The people on the small boats that passed by were dumbfounded. Mi Fan and the others were also dumbfounded. Fast, it was really too fast. The 6 boats stopped and caught fire in less than a quarter of an hour. Now, when they wanted to look for the people on the boats, they were long gone. How did they get there? What happened? They didn't know. The only thing they knew was that the ships were on fire. 3 of the 6 ships were on fire. How can this be? Where did the ships come from? Why are they using our ship's flag? Guo Run, who was in a daze, was the first to react. He looked at the burning ships and shouted loudly. The other merchants also didn't understand. They followed suit and shouted. Once they shouted, their identities were exposed. The surrounding small boats were cursing people. They didn't have a specific target. Now, they found their target. They were the people on the ship. Just like when the ships exploded, the people on the small boats also exploded. They started cursing at the people on the ship. They used the ships to block the other ships and didn't let them leave. After cursing each other for 2 hours, the ships on the other side were completely on fire. It was impossible to save them. After a while, they would sink. Just then, a few fast boats came from downstream. The bailiffs of the manor stood at the bow of the boats. There was also a portion of the manor's soldiers. Once these boats arrived, they began to control the people on the small boats. Mi Fan and the others were no exception. They were also watched by a few people. They didn't let them leave. They didn't ask any questions. They just watched. When the sky gradually darkened, the ships were almost completely burned. Other than the places that were in the water, the rest of the ships were either burned to charcoal or ash. The bailiffs and soldiers of the manor didn't stay idle. They pulled apart the boats and fished up some things from time to time. There were tea leaves, rice, and salt in wooden barrels. As the people under watch waited, the bailiffs and soldiers began to ask one by one, whose ships were these? Why were there salt and tea on the ships? There were even people who went to the places where the fire was still burning. They pushed away the burning planks and spread nets. When the nets were lifted up, there were weapons hanging on them. It wasn't difficult to ask this kind of thing. The boatmen were still there. After asking, they learned that the ships belonged to the Jing Shui Ship Company. Immediately, someone found Mi Fan and the others and asked, "Why are there so many important things on the ships, and even weapons?" "Sir, there's nothing on our ship. It should be the goods from the 6 ships that came after. It has nothing to do with us. Think about it. If it was our ship, how could there be weapons on it? How could it catch fire?" A merchant from the ship company explained and even tried to reason with the person who asked. "But we just asked. The 6 ships that came after also flew your flag. If they weren't your ships, why did they stop there at the same time? Besides, we don't know which ship the things that were fished up were from." This person asked again. The merchant just now could only continue to explain, "Sir, how would we know why they flew our flag? Why did they stop there? Our 3 ships were damaged. That's why they stopped." "Oh? You don't know? That means you don't know them? Then why did you let their people board your ships? When we asked the others just now, they said that they saw the people from the 6 ships board the ship that was originally here. Are your ships really damaged? Do we need to ask a few boatmen to come over and explain? It seems that what you said is different." This person asked again and happened to ask something that others couldn't say. This, I suspect that you are colluding with the enemy. Let's wait for the people from the manor to come. Now, no one is allowed to leave. Otherwise, we'll kill. Kill. The moment this person shouted the word kill, the other bailiffs and soldiers also shouted at the same time. Chapter 364. Seeing the surrounding soldiers unsheathing their swords and nocking their arrows, the people on the boat were all dumbfounded. They had never expected that things would end up like this. Wasn't it just 3 boats blocking a place? How did they get implicated in colluding with foreign enemies? Who knew where those 6 boats came from? One by one, they started to cry out their grievances. The soldiers were not used to this and scolded them loudly. The merchants became obedient. "Brother Weitong, how can you do this? Think of something. We clearly didn't do that." When a merchant was at a dead end, he suddenly saw Mi Fan, who was still sitting there with a pale face. He approached her and asked her for an idea. When others heard his voice, they placed their last hope on Mi Fan. Mi Fan didn't know what to say anymore. Ever since he started feeling unwell, he had always been trying to convince the people on the boat to give up on their plans to deal with the Zhang family. He had even mentioned it twice, but none of the people who thought they were powerful enough listened. Now that revenge had come, was there a need to explain what was going on? He arranged for people to go to the river to cause trouble, scammed them of the details of the sea transportation, and even blocked the entrance. They ignored him the first time, but when they went there, he expressed his goodwill twice. This time, they were angry. Zhangjie Zhuangzi, when he took action, he was furious and wanted to wipe out the entire family. Guo Ren was also anxious at this time. He nudged the silent Mi Fan and said, "Think of something. We usually listen to you. Why aren't you saying anything now? What do I say? What do you want me to say? When I told you to let go, which one of you listened? You went to the river and got robbed, thinking that the Zhang family didn't know. You took the sea transportation goods from the Zhang family and thought that they were easy to bully. Think of something, make a decision. Okay, there's a way. Tell the people who are watching us that we're willing to admit our mistakes and compensate the Zhang family with some shipbuilding experts. Go and talk to them. That way, we can save our lives. If you don't say it now, it'll be too late. The Zhang family always gives people a way out. Even if you give in at the end, the Zhang family won't be so ruthless. As long as they don't directly deal with the Zhang family, everything can be discussed." Mi Fan was also angry. She slammed the table and stood up. She shouted twice and then sat back down. She muttered in a very small voice. The surrounding people also quietened down and listened. When they heard that Mi Fan didn't say that she was going to look for the people in the manor and instead asked them to compromise with the Zhang family, they all felt that Mi Fan was no longer the Mi Fan of the past. She had become a fool. What did this matter have to do with the Zhang family? "Brother Weitong, you should take a good rest. Let us handle the things here." A merchant felt that he shouldn't continue to trust Mi Fan. To be polite, he took out 500 strings of coins from his sleeve. He looked around and came to the leader of the prefectural soldiers who were detaining them. "What are you doing here? Go back. Be careful not to be shot if you move recklessly again." When the general saw someone come over, his face darkened and he scolded. The merchant who came over smiled. "We didn't move recklessly. We just wanted to ask if this matter would affect us." "Well, it's not about being affected or not. As long as you tell us clearly, who are you sending the tea leaves, salt, and weapons to, and where are they going? Where did you get the goods? Maybe you can still escape," the general said sternly. The merchants felt bitter in their hearts. How would they know about weapons? It had nothing to do with them, but no one would believe them now. Unless they found the people on the 6 ships and got them to admit it. This method was definitely useless now. Those people would be waiting to be caught. They would have run to God knows where long ago. Handing the flying money over, the merchant said, "Sir, we are all legitimate businessmen. How could we do such a thing? Maybe someone else did it and I was implicated. What do you think? The general's eyes swept over the flying money. He instantly pulled back his hand. The flying money disappeared from the merchant's hand. The general said to the merchant, "We don't know if it's true or not. You can ask someone else. Go, and come back quickly." Yes, I'll go ask now. I'll go now. How could the merchant not understand? He nodded fiercely, turned around, and jumped off the ship that was already docked. He found a direction and ran. When the other merchants saw this, they all had the same idea. They all went up and took out the flying money. They said a few perfunctory words and jumped off the ship. "Brother Qianyuan, it's better to stay. You can't run." Just as Guo Ren followed the others to give the flying money, Mi Fan tried to persuade him again. Guo Ren stopped and looked back at Mi Fan. He said, "Mi Fan, you were smart in the past, but if anyone listens to you today, they will be asking for death. If you want to stay, then stay." After saying that, Guo Ren handed over the flying money. He also got a chance to leave. It wasn't that Mi Fan didn't want to, but just as he was about to stand up, his vision went black again. His chest hurt. He didn't know the details, but he knew that if he really left, it would be worse than it was now. Because Guo Ren always listened to him and followed him around, he tried to persuade him to stay. He didn't expect Guo Ren to leave. Almost everyone ran on the shore. Only one person quietly jumped into the water after leaving. He was good at swimming and didn't care about the turbulence of the current. He also used the darkness to swim. The general had received a lot of money, which added up to about 10,000 strings of coins. He looked in the direction that the others had fled and smiled. He then looked at Mi Fan, who was still sitting there and drinking by herself. He walked up and said, "Don't you want to ask someone about it?" "I want to, but I don't have the ability." "General, why don't you have a drink with me? It's always lonely to drink alone." Mi Fan picked up a piece of beef head meat and took a bite of garlic. He spoke as he ate. The general was hungry. Seeing that there was only one person left, he sat to the side and picked up the wine that the merchant poured but didn't drink. He drank it all in one gulp. Without using chopsticks, he tore off a roast goose wing and stuffed it into his mouth. He allowed the oil to flow to his chin. He wiped it with his sleeve and said, "You don't have money? It's fine. Let's go." "Huh, no money? How can I not have money? I have, but I can't spend it. I have a lot of money and people. I'm not stupid. You are sent by the Marquis Li Sun, right? This is called loosening the reins to catch them better. When they are caught, they will be guilty even if they aren't guilty. If they aren't guilty, why run? Good skill. Those 6 ships have been prepared long ago, right? Hanging our flag, this move is called crossing the sea by deceiving the heavens. First take the side road, then turn back, and then it's Zhou Lang's chain of fire. The 6 ships are loaded with the things you found just now. Shifting the blame to us, this is called making something out of nothing. It's just a little change, we made something out of nothing. After that, the best plan was to escape. If they all ran away, those people would never be found. But this wouldn't be so easy to convict them. After all, a careful investigation of the 6 ships could still find some clues. So, it was to scare us and make us run. Those who ran away, 100 mo braids. Can you tell me, what's the next move? Mi Fan sat down and didn't run away. His body felt much more comfortable. He thought carefully about what had happened and said to the general in front of him. At the same time, he raised his cup to toast. The general raised his cup in return. He raised his head and drank. He laughed and said, "Boss Mi is indeed not an ordinary person. You actually saw through it. What a pity. It's a pity that Jianggan fell for it. What a good joint venture. It was originally a gift for us. Small boats, big ships, huh? It was clearly a test. If we took a step back and agreed, we would have a wide open world. I would like to ask the general, will those people be killed? Mi Fan now completely understood why he felt so uncomfortable. He fell for a trap within a trap. Actually, it wasn't really a trap. The Zhang family might have known about this a long time ago. They didn't do anything because the connected river did indeed affect the Jingshui business. Therefore, the Zhang family gave them 2 opportunities to work together. They wanted to make up for it. Different from others, Zhangjie Zhuangzi's compensation was that if you agreed, they would compensate you. If you didn't agree, it would be a trap. When they couldn't think of an idea, they gave them an idea. This idea could make them search and destroy their family. The general smiled and helped Mi Fan pour the wine. He said, Boss Mi is indeed different from others. No wonder the little prince said that you must stay and protect Boss Mi no matter what. Those people won't be killed. Their family will be searched and then exiled. I believe they will still have some money left. Boss Mi, you don't have to worry about them. Why? Mi Fan didn't understand. This time, it was the little prince who did it. It wasn't the prince who sent them. If we really investigate carefully, the 6 ships might be found. Scare them a little and let them admit to a crime that won't kill them. I believe they will agree. The general continued to explain. At the same time, he reached out and grabbed some food from the plate. After eating, he rubbed his hands against his body. Mi Fan didn't care whether the general grabbed the food with his hands or chopsticks. His mind was on this matter. When he heard the general's words, he still didn't understand. Then you're not afraid that I will tell others? Who are you going to tell? From now on, for half a month, you can't move at all. You can only stay on this ship. After half a month, when the dust has settled, you can say whatever you want. Let's see if you have the guts. You have such a big family, and there are so many people. What if something happens? When the general said this, he laughed. Hearing this, Mi Fan shivered. Fortunately, his body didn't feel so bad anymore. This made him understand that he wouldn't be in any danger for the time being. He asked tentatively, then do you want me to do something? Chapter 365. The next day, the person who came to talk to Mi Fan was Song Jinggong. The 2 of them talked in the cabin for a full 6 hours. After that, they ate something. The boat turned around and headed for the Linshui first family. The others were caught after running for a while. When they returned, they were told that the previous general had been caught, taking bribes and allowing criminals to escape. Originally, they needed more evidence. Now it was simple. If you didn't commit a crime, why did you run? Search. These people were taken to their homes to search. Naturally, their homes were not that clean. For example, there were illegal weapons in the house, cultural relics from other countries in the house, and the house was not built according to the rules. After all these were found out, and the fact that they had escaped proved that they were colluding with the enemy country, these people were taken to the Yamen of Sanshui County in fear. It was not Dingping, nor was it the prefecture. The reason was that they came from the Linshui first family in Sanshui County. It was suspected that they had a secret relationship with the Linshui first family. The official who interrogated them was not the original secretary Zhao Xiang, but someone sent by the prefecture. This was the result of Li Sun's discussion with his father. When Li Sun's father heard Li Sun's plan, he only said nonsense and did not care anymore. He had long disliked this Jing Shui boat company. They dominated the Jing Shui River. Every year, their taxes were so little. No matter the year was good or bad, they always found excuses. When there was a drought, they asked them to help transport some food from Sichuan. They also talked about the price, saying that there was little water and the bottom of the boat could be damaged easily. When there was a drought, the price of food elsewhere would increase. This way, there was no need to damage the boat. It also saved them the trouble of raising the price. More importantly, Li Sun's father, the prince, felt that the Zhang family's methods were only revealed when this plan was used. This time, the master taught his son many things. He also taught himself some things. Sometimes, one could give in and show weakness. It was also a trap. The Yamen of Sanshui County began to question the case. It was just like the general who spoke to Mi Fan. First, they determined that the crime could be exterminated. Then, after the merchants gave them some benefits, they decided that they did not know the details. They changed the sentence from beheading to exile. Most of the goods were confiscated, but they did not continue to investigate what properties the merchants had outside. The status of merchants was not high to begin with, so they did not dare to say much to the authorities. They did not understand those things, but they did run away, so they could only admit to the lighter crimes. They could only confiscate their property, and that was fine. They still had some business outside, so they could live well after being exiled. When they were escorted to the prison cell and sent to the capital, the people on the ship led by Guo Ren regretted it. They now knew the reason why the matter had happened. They had been captured for interrogation because they had left the first house in Linshui. However, after sentencing them, the shopkeeper of the first house in Linshui was actually fine. I don't accept this. Didn't the Zhang family rely on a marquis? Otherwise, how could this be? His family's business is so big, but I don't see anyone saying that he is a merchant. A merchant huddled in a corner of the prison cell and muttered there. This position was not bad. There was a place near the wall, and it was also far away from the toilet. Another merchant beside him understood. Stop complaining. It's useless. The Zhang family's business is not under the name of the main family. They are not merchants, but officials. Why don't we see Ma Rong? Where did he run off to? He jumped into the water. When we were running forward, I saw him. He ran upstream of the Luo River. He got into the water as soon as he took off his clothes. Who asked him to be a good swimmer and have so much courage? It seems that he was not caught. We also did not see his family. It seems that he ran quickly and went back to take his family with him. If he was not caught, then he was lucky. When he went to another place, he changed his name. Don't count on the things at home. Use the things that are opened in other places to buy things. Exiles like us are strong. We don't know where we will be exiled to. The merchant who spoke earlier knew quite a lot. When he was running away, he did not forget to look at the others. Guo Ren was the one who felt the most suffocated. When he heard others say that Ma Rong had run away, he said with a gloomy face, "He is usually the most slippery. He didn't even tell us when he jumped into the water. Do any of you know about his business elsewhere? Report it to the authorities and let them deal with him." Everyone shook their heads. Everyone would do this kind of thing. They would never let others know. Even now, they did not know how much wealth the people around them had. And Mi Fan. I don't know where he ran off to. He said that he would not run with us. Maybe he already thought of an escape route. We shouldn't have followed him in the past. At this time, Guo Ren thought of Mi Fan. In the Sanshui Yamen, he did not see Mi Fan, let alone his family. At this time, no one echoed him. Everyone understood that without Mi Fan, they would not have so much money now. Mi Fan had mentioned several times not to go against the Zhang family, but no one was willing to listen. Now, everyone only regretted. If they had listened to Mi Fan, they would not have ended up like this. After saying this, Guo Ren regretted it. Looking at everyone's reaction, he felt that he was being isolated. Just like you guys, we've already given you a chance to compensate for the business that Xiaohe stole. Why do you have to fight to the death? The Zhang family is not willing to take the initiative to cause trouble, but they are not afraid of trouble. You guys gave a portion to the state government. How could this happen? Song Jinggong had gradually become familiar with the Zhang family's way of doing things. Every time, they would first show enough kindness, but some people would take this as weakness and insist on trying. In the end, not only did they not get any benefits, but they also had to give up something. Mi Fan also understood now. In the past, their boat company did not care about this. They put all their focus on making money. They thought that as long as they could make money, they would take a certain amount of money. The less others earned, the more they earned, and the more successful they would be. Got it. Give it all away and don't keep it for yourself. Mi Fan thought it through. That's right. As long as we build the boat, we can make more money in the future. Don't worry about this small amount of money. The academy between the clouds and the water is about to start recruiting. Why don't you send your son there? It's impossible to kill all the wild animals with that little manpower and those kinds of weapons. We can find shills to go there and promote the delicious food there. In fact, there are also delicious food in other places. It's just an excuse. If one person is willing to go there, there will be a second one. Especially since there are many wild animals there, some people like to go hunting everywhere. Let them go there. Apart from tourism, I really didn't know how to develop that kind of place. Raising some poultry and pigs would only make their lives a little better. The people who usually went hunting would have to make sure that the animals they raised were not eaten by wild animals. It would also take up a lot of manpower. Especially now, no matter what they eat, it's all green food and can't be sold at a high price. Or let them move out. There's no development if they stay there all the time. Zhang Xiaobao also came up with an idea, but this kind of thing was too uncertain. There was no way to say that they could live a good life by doing this. Wang Wan also knew about this matter. Now was not the same as before. A large group of people felt that life in the city was boring and always wanted to go deep into the mountains. A free-range chicken can be sold for more than 10 times the price. Now, no matter how they raise it, it's still not enough money. It's the same for pigs. Rafting can be used there. It's said that there is a river, but bungee jumping can't be counted on. Without ropes made of that material, even if it's the former, people don't need to go to the mountains to experience it. As long as they are not afraid of death, they can get a boat to float in the Wei River and the Yellow River. It's even more impossible to come out of the mountains. There is not so much land that can be farmed. It's so close to the capital. With so many people, the land has already been divided. Then let's think about it again. There will always be a way. Wang Wan said helplessly. Just as she said that, the fishing rod suddenly wanted to sink. If it was an ordinary child, they would have been taken down. Wang Wan's reaction was different. Her will was also different. She hugged the fishing rod tightly to her chest and supported her feet on the side of the boat. She shouted, "Help me." Zhang Xiaobao turned his head to look. He didn't want to bask in the sun anymore. When he was halfway through a carp jump, his body turned 180 degrees in the air, and he leaned forward at an angle of 60 degrees. He exerted force on his feet and directly pounced on Wang Wan. His body adjusted again in the air, and his legs crossed, forming the same posture as Wang Wan. When he landed on the deck, his 2 feet were also on the side of the boat. He reached out and just happened to hug Wang Wan. The 4 hands of the 2 people changed positions in half a second. They firmly grabbed the fishing rod, and their 4 legs were on the side of the boat. "Someone come!" Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan shouted at the same time. While shouting, they adjusted their bodies again. There were people patrolling the boat. When they heard the shouts of the young master and the young lady, they hurriedly ran over. Looking at the posture of the fishing rod, they knew how big the fish was. They rushed forward and used their bodies to block the front of the two people. In fact, they were pressing on the legs of Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. After waiting for the people behind to come over, everyone exerted their strength together and finally pulled up a 5-foot-long carp. At this time, the fishing rod was already cracked, and there was no time to get the net. Two people directly came up and held the carp as if they were wrestling with each other and pressed it to the deck. "Who said that I can't catch fish with such a thick hook?" Wang Wan said excitedly. Just now, she wanted to let go. Fortunately, Zhang Xiaobao rushed over in time. The carp didn't exert its strength in other places, but perpendicular to the side of the boat. Only then did it stabilize. The people on the boat didn't expect that the young lady could catch such a big fish. This carp didn't swallow the hook, but was caught by the hook. The hook was deeply embedded in an inch below the gill. Zhang Xiaobao went over to take a look. He gave Wang Wan a thumbs up. "Good, comrade Wang Wan. I'm convinced. You can catch it. No matter how you catch it, it doesn't matter if it's the underworld or the legal way. As long as you can make money, it's a good way. Luck, it's all luck, and the subsequent actions of others, such as Song Xiang, Wang Lai, Zhang Xia, and of course, comrade Zhang XX, who rushed over first, made this carp admit defeat." Wang Wan said modestly. "What do you mean by, comrade Zhang XX? Bureaucracy is not good. Your luck is a bit good. If the villagers of the big and small fragrant hills had this kind of luck, it would be good." Luck? Luck. Feng Shui, there's also Feng Shui. As Zhang Xiaobao spoke, he entered a state of contemplation. Wang Wan was still thinking about how to eat this fish. Seeing that Zhang Xiaobao didn't say anything, she also quieted down. "I know what to do. We can let some people who know how to measure Feng Shui go in and have a look. There are so many mountains, rivers, trees, and so on. People who know how to measure Feng Shui will definitely find a good place. Even if it's a bad place, we can change it. For example, if a mountain is not good, we can blow it up. If the Feng Shui is good, people will naturally be willing to go and have a look. We can put the food and the medicine bath in the village. After eating the good things, we can take a bath. The next day, when we wake up, we will be refreshed. Don't you think it's the effect of Feng Shui? We can ask for a higher price and scare away the poor people. We can earn money from the rich people." Zhang Xiaobao finally found a good way. Regardless of whether Feng Shui existed or not, it involved too many things, including air, diet, behavior, the influence of magnetic fields on the human body, underground hydrology, and so on. But it was useful now, and it could be used. According to the environment, Feng Shui could be changed. If the water channel was not good, they could change it. If it was high, they could blow it up. As long as the people who measure Feng Shui reached a consensus according to their theory, it could be implemented in the big and small fragrant hills. When Wang Wan heard the word Feng Shui, she frowned and felt a little superstitious. After thinking about it, she said, "That's better. When you don't understand Feng Shui, it's a superstition. After you understand it, it's science. Even building a government building needs to be tested, let alone people now. Let's do it this way. Invite more people like this and let them have a good look. As long as they reach a consensus, we can publicize it. We have to guard against some liars, people who don't even know the theory. We must not let them sneak in." Chapter 367. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were very happy that a fish like this had brought them a new idea. Logically speaking, such a big carp should be sent to between the clouds and the water to be sold. If people saw this fish and wanted to buy it, they could directly ask someone to cut some of it and make it into a dish. This way, the price would be much higher. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, who were in a good mood, couldn't care less. Such a big fish was enough for everyone on the boat to eat. The fish head could be used to make soup, and the meat of the fish would taste good with other dishes. They could even make spicy boiled fish. If they didn't have chili, then they wouldn't add it. If they didn't add chili, then it wouldn't be spicy boiled fish. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan also planned to let the chef on the boat think of a way to make it. When the time came, everyone would have a meal together. By the time they reached the small bridge next to Zhuangzi, the meal was already ready. Zhang Xiaobao thought for a while and wrote a letter. He then waved at the patrol boat that had been following behind them. Send this letter to the pier in Huayuan County. Ask someone there to pass it to my father, Zhang Xiaobao said as he handed the letter over. The patrol quickly took it and didn't ask any questions. He ordered someone to steer the boat quickly towards the pier in Huayuan County. At this time, the boat stopped. The meal was ready, and they couldn't go ashore without eating. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan ate a big meal before they were lifted onto the small bridge. Where do we go first? Zhang Xiaobao came to the bridge and asked Wang Wan. Wang Wan originally wanted to run to the corridor to play hide-and-seek with the children on Zhuangzi. When she heard Zhang Xiaobao's question, she thought for a while and said, "Let's go find Grandpa Bai first and ask him if there's anything going on over there." It did not matter to Zhang Xiaobao where they went. He nodded and pulled Wang Wan towards the pavilion in the middle of the lake. Although the old man's house was built next to the manor, it was impossible to find him unless it was the middle of the night. Otherwise, it was impossible to find him at that place. The old man's fishing skills were very bad, or rather, average. He couldn't be compared to Wang Wan, but he still liked to fish in the pavilion. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan always thought that the old man had some mental problems. He wanted to learn from Jiang Taigong, but he didn't want to do it himself. No one forced him to retire and return to his hometown. Sure enough, when they came to the corridor, they saw the old man fishing from a distance. His fishing skills were really in line with Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's idea. He didn't even look at the fishing rod. Instead, he drank tea on the stone table next to him. The dozen fishing rods were placed there with bells hanging on them. When a fish took the bait, the bells would ring. If they didn't ring after a while, they would have to take back the fishing rod and put the bait again. The bait would definitely be eaten. The fish didn't have to take the bait to eat. Not only was the old man there alone, but there were also a few young people standing there cautiously. It seemed that they wanted to talk to the old man, but didn't dare to. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan didn't care what those people were doing. They directly ran to the old man's table and looked at the things on it. The old man actually asked someone to cut some cucumbers and put them on the table as fruit. He ate them with a toothpick. This was something done between the clouds and the water in winter. In summer, the cucumbers had already fallen, so why would he do this? Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan had just finished eating and were a little thirsty. The old man's teapot was placed there, and there was no charcoal burning. They thought that the temperature wouldn't be too high. Zhang Xiaobao picked it up first, put it to his mouth, and gulped it down. He handed it to Wang Wan. "Just right, drink it to quench your thirst." Where did the old man get this tea? Why isn't it Jun Shaninjin? Why do I feel like it tastes like West Lake Longjing when I drink it? When Wang Wan heard this, she immediately took it and drank 2 mouthfuls. She said to Zhang Xiaobao, "That's right, it's West Lake Longjing. How did Grandpa Bai get it?" Wang Wan and Zhang Xiaobao knew that this method of making tea was unknown to others. Even if you really got Westlake Longjing, it would still be a tea dumpling, the fermented or semi-fermented kind. It was impossible to produce such an authentic taste. The two of them spoke loudly on purpose for the old man to hear. Before the old man could say anything, a young man who was standing respectfully at the side stood up and scolded, "Which family's little kid is so insensible? Is this how the family's elders usually teach him?" Zhang Xiaobao really didn't care about the first part of the sentence, but when he heard the latter part, his expression immediately changed. Who dared to talk about his family? It wasn't easy for him to have a family, so he definitely wouldn't allow anyone to do that. Wang Wan was also stunned for a moment and looked at the person who spoke in surprise. She understood that Zhang Xiaobao's obsession in this area was purely a kind of mental illness, and it was the kind that couldn't be treated. It's over, this person is over. Of all things to say, he just had to say this to Zhang Xiaobao. When his illness acted up, it was called killing without batting an eyelid. Wang Wan thought for a moment and didn't have any intention of stopping him. For such an old person, didn't he know to look at the situation before speaking? The old man reacted and said to the young man who had just spoken, "Didn't your parents teach you well? Listen to what Zhangjia Zhuangzi usually says, if the son doesn't teach, it's the father's fault, if the teacher doesn't teach strictly, it's the teacher's laziness. You didn't teach strictly, or you didn't teach the child well. When did it become your turn to speak?" After scolding this person, the old man said to Zhang Xiaobao, "Xiaobao, you haven't come to see this old man for so long. Have you forgotten about me? Some people are just a few years older, but they're not even as good as a child. Don't bicker with others. Tell me, what do you think of this old man's tea?" The old man couldn't do anything. He knew Zhang Xiaobao's temper. If he found the people of the Miao protection team, they would just beat that person to death. Such a young child, what could they do to him? Besides, he had the protection of himself and some people. Even if the emperor asked, he could just say that someone insulted his parents first. He still remembered that when Zhang Xiaobao was exchanging conditions, the first thing he asked was for his father to be in the top 3. Usually, when he ate with him, he would always put food in his bowl with cuckoo. As long as he ate a few more mouthfuls of food, he would definitely serve it directly next time. This kind of respect for the elders was not fake. When Zhang Xiaobao heard the old man's question, he took 2 deep breaths. He also knew that his behavior was a disease, but he finally had a family, so he was sick. After glancing at the person who had just spoken, Zhang Xiaobao finally controlled himself and said to the old man, "Grandpa Bai, this tea must have been picked from Westlake, but how did you make it? Only a few people in my family know the recipe to make this tea. Did they leak the secret?" When the old man saw that Zhang Xiaobao no longer cared about that person, he said with a sigh of relief, "What secret?" "I asked someone to pick the tea and send it here quickly. I directly handed it to the tea maker in your family, and they made the tea. Isn't it delicious?" Zhang Xiaobao nodded, "It's delicious. It's really delicious. I'm used to drinking the original tea. When I drink this, the taste is different. Grandpa Bai, if you have time, you can ask people to go to other places to pick more tea, such as the ones in Wui Mountain and Sichuan. There's no need to pick such green shoots." "Oh? There's such a saying?" The old man was interested. "Of course. For example, the tea in Suzhou can be picked. The tea in Yellow Mountain is also fine. It's not too far from here. The tea in Lu Mountain, the north of Dongting Lake, and the east coast of Jiangnan." Zhang Xiaobao finally got the opportunity. They were all good tea. He listed them one by one. Chapter 368. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan didn't come here to talk about the tea, but since they saw it, they might as well mention it. After the old man was promoted, he didn't have much to do other than teaching others and fishing. When they heard Zhang Xiaobao mention so much tea, some of them still remembered it and agreed one by one. Xiaobao, we can talk about the tea. Tell me about your family. The old man remembered the tea and asked Zhang Xiaobao about Huayuan County. After all, his nephew was earning money there. It's all right. There's a lot of money in the Yaman's account. We won't be able to use it all in a short period of time. We'll repair the mountains and roads. After this year's autumn harvest, the people's lives will be much better. Grandpa Bai, in a few days, some scholars will come here. Zhang Xiaobao didn't hide the things in the county from the old man. He mentioned some things and told him the details. The old man listened to them and asked about the food and drinks of the people when they were working. After he understood, he said happily, "It seems that Huayuan County will become a Shang County next year. It's good to be a Shang County. Not only will you be promoted, but there are also other benefits." You heard it. Tell me, what other benefits are there? The first part of the old man's question was directed at Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. The second part of the question was directed at the young men who were still standing there respectfully. The person who talked about Zhang Xiaobao just now was reprimanded by the old man. Now that he heard what the old man said, he finally knew that he couldn't afford to offend these two kids. Now that he was asked, he decided to show off. So he answered first, "Minister. I'm not a minister anymore." The old man didn't want to hear this title now. "Elder Bai, if you are promoted to a county, not only will you be promoted to a county magistrate, but you will also be promoted to a county magistrate. This way, when you are promoted in the future, you can only be promoted to a higher position. This is the benefit." This person changed his words quickly and emphasized the official's rank. The old man nodded and then shook his head. "Anything else? Even if County Magistrate Zhang is not promoted in the Shang County, he will definitely have a good official position in the future. This is not important. More? Also, in Shangxian, the bailiffs in the Yamen are allowed to carry knives, so the commoners don't dare to cause trouble." The person added. "Anything else?" The old man was a little disappointed. This person was always talking about promoting people and not daring to cause trouble. This was not what he wanted to hear. That person moved his mouth in panic, but in the end, he didn't say anything. The people beside him also thought of these 2 points. The old man sighed. These people didn't care about the common people at all. If such people were really reminded, they might become like Jia County magistrates from Sanshui County or Huayuan County Magistrate 1 from Huayuan County. The old man looked at Wang Wan and said, "Cuckoo, tell them, what's the benefit of being promoted to a county?" Wang Wan nodded. "Grandpa Bai, we have to start from why we can be promoted to a county. A county needs to send more money to the imperial court, have a large population, and have some places to educate the commoners, such as academies, schools, and so on. In other words, to become a county, we need to have money. Not only do we have to send more money to the imperial court, but also the commoners. That way, we can do more business and pay more taxes. If the commoners have money, their lives will be better and they can send their children to school. This is the most important point. Whether a foreign official is good or not depends not on his knowledge, but on what he can bring to the commoners. Grandpa Bai, am I right?" Wang Wan could have said it more clearly, but she was a child after all, so she had to pretend to be young. Fortunately, the old man was not young, so he didn't have any psychological burden to pretend to be young. "Yes, Cuckoo knows more. The benefit of being a county is actually the benefit of the commoners. Listen carefully. In the future, study hard in the academy. Don't just learn how to take the imperial examination, you also need to learn how to do something practical for the commoners." The old man liked Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan from the bottom of his heart. They were sensible, smart, and filial. It seemed that all the good qualities that could appear in people could be seen in these two children. They were not as naughty as other children. Since he saw them, he didn't see them do anything wrong, nor did they cry endlessly after falling down. At this time, when he heard Wang Wan say the same thing he was thinking about, he happily patted Wang Wan's head and gave a few words of advice to the people standing there. They really didn't expect that the benefit would be like this. It was not about what they could get, but about the commoners' lives. These were not important, but the last sentence was important. Master Bai, you mean, we can go to the academy to study? The person who spoke just now asked happily. Yes. Teaching without discrimination. Although you are not good at learning and think less about the commoners' lives, this is what the academy wants to teach. In the future, the monthly exam will test you on this. If you are below average for 3 months, then you don't need to study anymore. The old man suddenly thought of this. He originally planned to teach students like other academies, but now he found that many people were only good at learning, but bad at other aspects. When he decided to teach them, it would involve some content in this aspect. In the future, anyone who graduated from the academy, whether they were officials or scholars, must always remember this. The monthly exam was not too difficult. There were 2 levels above that. As long as you didn't slack off, you would not be bad. The few people stood there and nodded vigorously. They would think about the future monthly exam later. Being able to enter the new academy was what they were looking forward to. It was good that the minister retired, but he could still contact people in the imperial court. No matter how good his knowledge was, he still needed someone to recommend him. When the time came, they would have to submit an invitation, but compared to the old minister's words, it was far worse. Xiao Bao, are you still here to learn literary selections today? The old man didn't care about the happy people and asked Zhang Xiaobao. Zhang Xiaobao waved his hand and said, not now. I will go home and learn from my father. In the future, if there is something I don't understand, Cuckoo and I will write to Grandpa Bai to ask. Grandpa Bai, when you are free, you should go to Huayuan County to have a look. The Yaowang Mountain there is good. There is also the Fragrant Mountain. My family plans to build a big lake at the Yaowang Mountain. The scenery there is even better. Okay, good child. Then accompany this old man to fish for a while. I will use the fish I catch to cook something for you to eat. The old man didn't force Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan to learn. The 2 children were already very hardworking. Some things that people in their 20s couldn't understand, they had already started to understand. The old man spoke casually, and Zhang Xiaobao answered casually. However, the people standing there were different. They suddenly felt a great pressure on them. How old were the 2 children? They were already learning literary selections. Did that mean that they had already learned the simple 1,000-character classic? They had also memorized the Analects of Confucius? Okay, we will eat the fish that Grandpa Bai caught in a while. Literary selections. Now, my father asked me and Cuckoo to stop for a while. When we learned if there is a person in the Shishan, we can't quite catch up. The words are difficult to understand. Cuckoo and I are reciting area. We will return to learn when we are almost done. Zhang Xiaobao told the old man about the progress of his and Wang Wan's learning. Wang Wan nodded at the side. The old man smiled comfortably and said, good. It's good that you know not to force yourself to learn. If there is something you don't understand in the future, remember to write a letter to ask. Just go to the 2 counties' official stops. It's faster. This time, those few people were completely stunned. They had only learned the first poem scroll, but these 2 little brats had actually learned the first poem scroll, and the mountain ghost scroll. They had even deliberately stopped to recite area. Could it be that the children of the top scholar were so powerful? Grandpa Bai, let's go back and eat after fishing for a while. I caught a big fish and ate the meat. There are still fish bones left. Together with the fish maw that I saved, we will eat minced fish maw tonight. We will roast part of the fish bones and steam the rest for Grandpa Bai. In the future, you have to eat more often. It's good for your health. Wang Wan began to talk about her fishing. When she talked about the fish bones, she suddenly remembered that these things also contained calcium and had the same effect as beef bones. The old man listened happily. After Wang Wan finished talking about the whole process, he said, "Eat." Cuckoo said to eat, "Then I will eat in the future. Ever since I came to Zhuangzi, this old man's body is getting better day by day. He even specially made a menu for me. You two are so considerate." The old man sighed with emotion and began to fish again. The few people did not intend to leave and stood there respectfully. Zhang Xiaobao took out some soybeans that were popped from the popcorn pot and shared them with Wang Wan and the old man. He said, "Grandpa Bai, in a few days, the people who participated in the individual competition will come. Coincidentally, the academies will be opened at the same time. Grandpa Bai can see what they are like. If there are good people who do not have an official position, please stay. In the future, we can build more academies in other places and compete with each other often. They can learn from each other." Zhang Xiaobao said with a lisp while chewing the soybeans. The old man looked at Xiaobao and suddenly laughed. "Now your family is going to make money again. They may not be able to spend much money on the competition, but there will definitely be some people who will come to watch the fun. Especially those with daughters who are waiting to be married off. They naturally won't miss this opportunity to choose a son-in-law. Tell me, what are your plans?" Hey, Grandpa Bai, you can't always think like this. My family organized this competition. It's troublesome to organize it, but it's also a kind of labor. Of course, you have to get something out of it. In fact, my family will spend a lot of money. My father is going to build more schools in Huayuan County and Sanshui County. When the children are young, they will study in the school first. When they grow up, they will enter the academy. The school needs someone to teach them. Some people who did not pass the exam and have no money can be found to teach the children. During the teaching, they can revise what they have learned before. They can also eat and live and get some money. Chapter 369. The river murmured as it flowed quietly into the distance. It meandered and the sun shone brightly. Jianjia became the academy, educating people for 100 years. The sound of reading echoed in the fields, like a fantasy between the clouds and the water. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, who had stayed in Zhuangzi to watch other people's competitions, heard the sound of reading coming from the academy as soon as they walked between the clouds and the water. All the children in Zhuangzi went to the academy to study, except for those who joined later and those who were too young. The old man found some teachers and divided them into several subjects. Zhang Xiaobao didn't let the Jianjia Academy teach the things written by Wang Wan. Those things would be learned in Zhuangzi after school. Similarly, he didn't teach some subjects related to medicine and technology in the academy. The technical subjects were taught in specialized engineering schools, and the medical subjects were taught in specialized hospitals. When the Yaowang mountain was settled, he would set up a medical school. It would be best if he could pull in a few doctors from the medical school in the capital. The sound of reading echoed in the academy not far from between the clouds and the water. The people eating between the clouds and the water, as well as the villagers, didn't find it noisy. Some even stopped to listen carefully, as if it was a pleasant thing to hear others read. The old man was old, so he woke up earlier. He was doing the 8 animals exercise in the small pavilion. When he saw Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, he made a few gestures and walked to the main restaurant between the clouds and the water. He wanted to eat with Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. Grandpa Bai, some people have come in the past few days. How many students have you accepted? There are some new faces in the academy. Wang Wan walked forward and asked the old man. I've taken in 11 people. 4 of them are from good families, and the other 2 are recommended by my old friends. Tomorrow, when those people arrive, I can choose some more. I can't be like what you think, where I'll only take in those who are rich. Also, we agreed that the Zhang family would pay for their food, clothing, and housing. We can't be lacking, especially their food. Even if we don't eat meat every day, we should at least add an egg. I've seen the food that the children in your farmstead eat. It doesn't have to be that good. It's fine if they don't have enough milk. The old man pointed in the direction of the academy and said to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan didn't expect to collect tuition fees, and they wouldn't specifically accept rich students. They wanted to train more people and expect their help in the future. Of course, they would take care of small things like food, clothing, and living expenses. Wang Wan followed the old man upstairs and said, Grandpa Bai, don't worry. We don't lack money. We promise to have a meat dish every day, but it can't be too good. According to the boxed lunches we sell now, in the morning, there will be a bowl of porridge, or soy milk, tofu pudding, 2 tea eggs, vegetable steamed buns or deep-fried dough sticks, and 2 small pickles. For lunch, there will be 2 vegetarian dishes and 1 meat dish. There will be rice, steamed buns, and egg soup. In the evening, there will be 2 vegetarian dishes and 2 meat dishes. They will rest for a while after eating and continue to study. Those who don't study will only have 2 vegetarian dishes. They will do whatever they want after eating. Those who study will have a bowl of fish soup before going to bed in the middle of the night. In terms of living, there will be 3 seasons of bedding a year. In spring, summer, winter, and autumn, there will be no need for that. There will be 2 sets of clothes a season. If they wear out, they can mend it themselves or buy it. We will take care of the ink, paper, and inkstone. There will be a fixed amount every month. If you need extra, you can ask. Those who are good at learning will be given more. They can also copy books while they are studying in the academy. We will give them different amounts of money according to the thickness of each book they copy. After all, they have to practice themselves. That is to say, as long as they are willing to learn, they will not only not lack things, but also save some money. Those who are rich don't care. If they feel that the food in the academy is not good, they can eat outside. Between the clouds and the water is only a few steps away. They can also buy their own clothes, but they must be made according to the uniform style of the academy. They also have to embroider the words of the academy on their clothes. They are not allowed to go home or make trouble outside. They can choose to live in the academy's house, which is free. They can also rent a courtyard between the clouds and the water. But they are not allowed to come out after a certain time at night. Grandpa Bai, do you think this is okay? We've done everything we can. The old man did not expect that Wang Wan would say so in detail. It seemed that her family had mentioned this when they came out. He thought for a while and asked, what if someone is sick? Of course, we have to treat the sick. This is free. We can't use 100-year-old ginseng for every illness. We can just give them ordinary medicine. If it's too good, it depends on how well they are learning. If they are ranked first in the academy, we can give them 100-year-old ginseng. Zhang Xiaobao continued. It was normal for people to get sick, but it was not right to use the best medicine on anyone who got sick. If someone really got sick, there was nothing that could be done. That's good. Then your family will have to spend a lot of money. The old man was satisfied. It was enough to treat the sick. He did a little calculation. If there were 200 students in the academy, the Zhang family would have to spend 4 strings of coins a day, especially on those meat dishes. In a year, They would have to spend at least 2,000 strings of coins, including clothes. After all, there was also the money for copying books. Copying books was indeed a way to learn. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan also knew this. But they had to spend money for a long-term plan. It was the same for the medical school in the future. Wang Wan said to the old man at this time, "It will cost a lot of money. In summer, there will be crystal sugar mung bean porridge and sour plum soup. In addition, there will be ice when it's too hot. In winter, there will be charcoal and coal. Every one of them will have to spend money. And there will be tea to refresh them at night. We plan to give each of them half a kilogram of tea leaves a month. According to our method, they can only drink it themselves. They are not allowed to sell it. Ordinary tea will do. We can't let them drink tea that costs dozens of taels of silver." The old man was even happier. In this way, if the students in the academy did not study hard, he would drive them away mercilessly. Your family will spend a few years of money first. When they are successful in the future, they will definitely repay your family. No one dares to go against you. As long as you tell them about the academy, no one will continue to be friends with them. What do you want to eat this morning? The old man also understood that the students who graduated from the academy would be good to the Zhang family and Wang family in the future. The money would not be wasted. It was a win-win situation. Drink milk, eat cake, and a few fried eggs. Ask them to fry a big goose egg. Wang Wan said to the waiter waiting at the door. The cake was baked in the oven that used to bake fish fillets. Milk was not available all the time, so they could eat it when they got there. After a while, the waiter served the food. In addition to the few things that Wang Wan said, there were a few pieces of baked ham and some pickles. This way of eating was only seen in some restaurants owned by the Zhang family. Many people were not used to it, especially the cake. It was good to eat as a snack, but when it was eaten as a main meal, they always felt that it was not full. It was not as good as steamed buns. The old man had gotten used to it these days. He was a little fatter than when he first came here. His weak body had also recovered. Now he did not need to eat a fixed amount for a meal. He could eat a little when he wanted to. He could eat more than one meal a day and eat less every meal. There was a set of special recipes for him. What do we have to compete in the academy? The old man asked Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan as he ate a piece of salted fish wrapped in egg white and fried in flour. Painting, calligraphy, poetry, and political criticism. These four are all in the academy. As for the couplets, we can put them outside and compare them while we look at the scenery. Grandpa Bai, we should ask them to make more couplets. At least when they are writing poems, they should compare them. Also, the archery competition is at the foot of the mountain. Zhang Xiaobao talked about the competition. Couplets were usually not valued. It was difficult to compare couplets outside and it could be used to test people. After this competition, people who were at a disadvantage in couplets would often use them. They did not have to wait until the song Dynasty to develop it. It was not known whether the song Dynasty existed or not. In fact, the most important thing was that Zhang Xiaobao wanted to let the people in Zhuangzi who had learned the couplets recited by Wang Wan take advantage of him. The old man did not know about Zhang Xiaobao's narrow-mindedness. He felt that this arrangement was not bad. He nodded and said, "Then let's do it this way." It is said that many of the people who came have no food to eat. You have to take care of them. That's not a rumor. It's just like that. Some people have already come over. Every day, the people who sell boxed meals at the farmstead will prepare a meal for them. They can choose any dish they like, 3 vegetarian dishes and 1 meat dish. Some of them are even preparing to teach children in school. Wang Wan drank the last mouthful of milk and picked up the cold water beside her to rinse her mouth. The old man did not say much about this. The world was so big that it was impossible to take care of everyone. When they were studying, they did not do much work. When they were in the family, they would be short of labor. Those who studied for a few years and finally got the status of a tribute to the village, but when they came to the capital to take the exam, they did not even have the money to go back home. Most of the time, some families had their own internal schools and found people to teach their children. Ordinary families couldn't do that. They had to borrow books. Under such circumstances, it was very rare for ordinary families to be able to produce talented students. The fact that the Zhang family could arrange something for Zhang Zhong to do was a good deed. Plus, they could set up an academy. When the time came, even if Zhang Zhong did make some mistakes, as long as it was not a rebellion, he could get away with it. Even the emperor had to consider this. When the three of them were eating, a waiter ran in and said to Zhang Xiaobao anxiously, "Young master, bad news. Someone jumped into the lake." Jumped into the lake? Even if he wanted to jump into the lake, he shouldn't jump into the lake between the clouds and the water. There are so many other places. Let's eat first. Chapter 370. Zhang Xiaobao and Wan Wan accompanied the old man to finish his meal. After a short rest, they went outside together. "Don't stop me. Let me die. I don't want to live anymore." Before the three of them could get close, they heard a person's shouts. It seemed that he was fine. Judging from the voice, he was full of confidence. As they walked closer, they could finally see the person's appearance clearly. At this time, his face was like an eggplant, round and a little flat. His hair was tied up on his head with a rope. His clothes were green. They were wet from the water and were about 4 feet 8 inches tall. He had single eyelids, a short nose, and thick lips. He shouted that he wanted to die. No one caught him. Only 3 Yamen runners took out their knives and held them against his body, preventing him from jumping into the lake. "Don't stop me. I don't want to live anymore. Get out of the way. Let me die." The person saw that many people had surrounded him and shouted even louder. He held the back of the knife and wanted to take it away. The Yamen runner held the knife against his neck and asked, "Where did you come from? What are you doing?" "I want to die." "Why do you care where I come from? Don't tremble. You'll cut it." Being held by the knife, the person didn't dare to move. He stood there and didn't even dare to turn his head. However, he still didn't change his mind about jumping into the lake. The Yamen runner was angry. "I won't move. You can move. Don't you want to die? I'll fulfill your wish. If you don't move, I won't move. I want to die by jumping into the lake. I don't want to die by a knife." The person's cold sweat flowed down together with the water on his hair. "You're making trouble, right?" The Yamen runner shouted again, scaring the person. "I'm not making trouble. Between the clouds and the water forced me. I want to die in the lake between the clouds and the water," the person said again. The people around him laughed scornfully at the same time. "Tell me, how did between the clouds and the water force you?" "You're working between the clouds and the water?" asked one of the people in charge of between the clouds and the water. The man shook his head, looked at the people around him, and angrily said, "It's all because of that curved plow. I had thought of it, but when I was about to do it, someone else did it first. I asked around, and the person who made the curved plow was the boss behind between the clouds and the water. If they didn't make it, then the credit would be mine. If I could be an official and earn a lot of money, I wouldn't be like this now, where I can only repair people's plows and do some chores. Don't you think it's because of between the clouds and the water?" The surrounding people let out scornful laughter again. Some even began to curse. What kind of person was this? To think that he could find such a reason to jump into the lake. It was obvious that he knew that nothing would happen if he jumped into the lake, so he deliberately came over to cause trouble. The yamen runner took back his knife and pointed at the lake, saying, "Now you can jump. No one will stop you, and no one will save you. Jump. You want me to die? I know what you're planning. Are you afraid that I'll tell others about this? My curved plow must have been stolen by you, and then you made it out to be yours. I'm going to find my uncle and sue you. My surname is Liu. Remember this. Do you know who my uncle is?" The man stopped moving and began to threaten. Unfortunately, Zhangjia Zhuangzi didn't copy him. Even if he did, no one would believe him. The Zhang family made all kinds of things, and they had skilled people who specialized in this. My uncle is a high-ranking official in the capital. When the time comes to punish you, I will definitely find him. Who can lend me some money first? I don't have any money to go back. The man continued, which led to a burst of laughter. Your uncle is a high-ranking official in the capital. Why are you dressed so shabbily? You don't even have a travel fee. How did you get here? Someone couldn't help but ask. I haven't seen my uncle yet. I didn't find the place. I came from somewhere else. My grandfather said that there is an uncle who is a high-ranking official in the capital. He is in charge of many people, and he is also in charge of this curved plow. I walked around the capital, but the place is too big. I didn't find him, so I came to find the person who stole my curved plow. If you are willing to compensate me, I won't mention this matter. When I came, I said that I came to participate in the competition. I didn't spend any money, and I didn't spend any money on food. This person explained to the person who asked him the question. Everyone despised him even more. He pretended to be a contestant and freeloaded all the way here. He even took a free ride on the boat just to cause trouble for others. They didn't know why the boat that was transporting people allowed him to board. At this time, the old man said, "Your surname is Liu, and your uncle's surname is also Liu. He is in charge of this curved plow. He is a high-ranking official. Is your uncle called Liu Jiro? He is the current Minister of Works. I know where he lives. Go to Vermilion Bird Avenue and ask around. There is a shop called Anren Fong there. When you see your uncle, tell him to take some time to come to between the clouds and the water. There is good news." After the old man finished speaking to the man, he said to Zhang Xiaobao, "Xiaobao, get someone to give him some money. See if it is true. If it is true, he is a distant relative of the Liu family. If it is false, it is not easy for him to come here. Don't catch him." Zhang Xiaobao nodded. The person in charge immediately sent someone to get the money. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan did not plan to do anything to this man. It was easy to lock him up, but the effect was too small. There were not many people who came to find trouble. Moreover, this man did not have any powerful skills. If it was another trading firm, it would be another story. Letting him go would let people see the Zhang family's generosity. That man really did remember the place, the old man said. He repeated it over and over again, as if he was afraid of forgetting. The people around him did not say anything more. They all talked about how between the clouds and the water was the safest place. There was no need to worry about falling and dying. The wine and dishes between the clouds and the water were also good. At this time, the waiter brought the money over. He was afraid that it would be inconvenient for him to take it out and spend it, so he specially divided the money into 100 strings. One of the strings was divided into 10 strings of 10 copper coins. This kind of consideration for details made the people around him start to praise the various benefits of Between the Clouds and the Water restaurant. At the same time, they despised this man who came to make trouble. This man was really not polite. He reached out and took the money. He looked at the people around him and then looked at the old man. He said to the old man, "Who are you? How do you know my uncle? When I mention you to my uncle, I have to say your name. Otherwise, how can my uncle, who is such a high official, remember an old man? My name is Lu Feidong. Oh. Good name. If you really see your uncle, tell him that old man by asked him, how high is a minister? Can such a high official condescend to come here? The old man laughed and said to Lu Feidong. How high is a minister? Lu Feidong did not know. Not high, just a third-level official. The county magistrate of Sanshui County is a 7th-level official. He will be a 6th-level official soon. A little higher than a county magistrate. They all have a hard life. The old man explained and let out a sigh. Only those who knew his original position would understand this sigh. Lu Feidong thought for a moment and said, a high official, really a high official. I will go find my uncle. When the time comes, I will ask between the clouds and the water to compensate me. Such a high official, the county magistrate does not dare to protect him, ha 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 ha. As he spoke, he went to find a boat to enter the capital. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan sighed at the same time. The two of them were really helpless. They did not know how a high official like Lu Jiro could have a distant relative, so they just let it be. When the people around saw that there was no more drama to watch, they dispersed one after another. Some people even wanted to jump down from the window to experience it, but they were told that jumping down was also okay. One jump would cost 100 copper coins. They all gave up on the idea. It was really too expensive. Grandpa Bai, why are you looking for him? What if this person is a swindler? Zhang Xiaobao saw that it was quiet and asked the old man. The old man took their hands and walked towards the pavilion. As he walked, he said, if he is a swindler, when the competition is over, I will have someone call him. If he is not a swindler, it is even better. The Minister of Works is naturally in charge of the Ministry of Works. Let him come over and see what your house made. The place where I live first made that fan. There is not much wind outside, so one end is connected to the water. When the water of the small river rushes over, the fan in the house really starts to turn. Put a basin of ice or water in front of the house, and it is indeed cooling. There are records of this in some books, but there are not many places to do it. I think it is convenient. Maybe it can be used in other aspects in the future. I let him come over just to see those small parts and think about it. As for the Book of Nature, after I finish learning it, I will talk to him, especially about the clairvoyance. Chapter 371. It was another sunny day. Today, more people came to between the clouds and the water than before. Some people who thought they were talented all came here to participate in the competition. The original rule of the competition was for the students who had failed to qualify to participate. However, after some people heard about this, they went to Shuiyun Club. No one knew who they were looking for, but they randomly pulled a worker over and said that they wanted to participate. They were even willing to fork out some money. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan took it seriously. It didn't matter if the people came to take the money or not. As long as they participated in this competition, people like them would definitely not come alone. Rich people were very likely to be able to call friends. In order to attract more people, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan discussed for a while and decided to increase the prize money for winning the competition by a large margin. Winning in a group would get 2 strings of coins per person, and based on the individual ranking, the first place would get 100 strings of coins and 2 sets of the 4 treasures of the study. In order to let more people have time to come, the competition was delayed for another 10 days. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan also went back home and arranged for the coal mine. They let their father collect money. 1 copper coin per ton of coal, and they also gave the village 1 copper coin. The village would have to pay another tax. This way, the yamen would have more money. A ton of coal was 2,000 caddies. It was not much when piled up on the ground. A stone of rice was about 100 caddies. A stone of coal could be filled with 160 to 70 caddies. Because of the density, if it was only filled with coal, it would be more. Roughly, a ton of coal would cost more than 20 copper coins. This price was not low, but now, each place was in charge of some resources, including salt. If they thought it was not worth it, then don't pick it. When the time came, when the pressure was too much, they could bargain and do a favor. Zhang Xiaobao also knew that the current price of coal was very low compared to when he and Wang Wan came. Zhang Xiaobao prepared to earn 7 to 8 copper coins for a ton of coal. He deliberately set the price of 20 copper coins to give people a chance to bargain. No matter who wanted the coal, they would have to find someone with enough coal. Those below the 5th rank could not even think about it. These officials came to ask for favors, so naturally, they had to do a favor. Even if half of them were willing to return the favor, it would be easier for his father in the future. Today, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan came to Zhuangzi again. The competition started at noon today. People came and went, and it was very lively here. The restaurants between the clouds and the water were all occupied. Some smart people actually spent money to occupy a few and then sold them to others. When Zhang Xiaobao heard about this, he just smiled. Scalpers existed at any time. Those courtyards that were suitable for people to live in were not empty. Some people could not find a place to live, so they could only go to the nearest Zhuangzi. The villagers had houses, but it was a pity that the villagers in Gujia village had not built houses yet. The houses were crowded, and only 1 or 2 were available, which was far from enough to meet the demand. This was Xiaobao's idea. He did it on purpose. Every day, the competition would start at noon. After lunch, they would be able to go and watch the competition. Furthermore, the competition was divided into the preliminaries and the finals. There were 4 competitions, which added up to 20 days. Those who participated in the competition did not have to worry. There was free food and a place to rest. As for those who wanted to watch the fun, those who had money could stay from the beginning to the end. Those who did not have money could only watch according to the competition, especially those who were close to it. Grandpa Bai, did you see that? Our culture is flourishing. From today on, the academy will become famous. Zhang Xiaobao, Wang Wan, the old man, Lu, and Xin were all on the roof of Between the Clouds and the Water. Looking at the people coming and going, Zhang Xiaobao stood up and said loudly. The old man naturally would not be fooled so easily. He looked at the people below and said, "Our culture is flourishing too. How much did your family earn this time? The restaurants and accommodation are all full. Many people have no place to stay. Tell me, how much did you earn from the advertisements? You put up flags and put up banners. Grandpa Bai, you've wronged us. We don't earn much from advertisements. Look at the advertisement for Purple Bamboo Pavilion. They have the most and biggest flags, and the banner is placed in the most obvious position. It's about the same for the 4 Directions Clothing Company's advertisement. My family even used boats to advertise for the meat and grain companies. We only took 100 strings of cash from each of these places, which is just enough to make the advertisements. The rest is for the labor. We did not take any money from the advertisements. How can we make any money?" Zhang Xiaobao said to the old man with a wronged expression. The old man did not know about this matter. He asked Zhang Xiaobao in confusion, "Why did you not take money? Do you want to do something good?" Zhang Xiaobao shook his head like a rattledrum and said, "Who wants to do something good? It's all for you, Grandpa Bai. You are now the dean of Jianjia Academy. Look, there are so many people here. Won't you take in 300 to 500 students? My family is afraid that after you take in so many students, we will not have enough money to make clothes and food. We can't even afford the mung bean soup and charcoal in winter. What will happen to the academy then? We can only ask for less advertising money and let them take out half a year's worth of necessities for the academy. For example, the 4 treasures of the study will be taken care of by Purple Bamboo Pavilion. For example, the meat store will send fresh meat every day. For example, the clothing store. They are responsible for making clothes, aren't they? The necessities are enough for the academy and we can't ask for money. All of it will be included in the advertising fee. That is to say, half a year's worth of necessities for the academy will be settled by this advertisement. You don't need to spend any money. After half a year, you can compare with other places. In only 20 days, you can earn half a year's worth of necessities for the academy. Your family is really good at making money. It seems that your father should work in the Ministry of Revenue. The old man did not wait for Zhang Xiaobao to finish and continued his words. At first, he was thinking about how much money the Zhang family would spend on the academy. Now he did not need to worry about that. The Zhang family had their own way of making money. Zhang Xiaobao nodded embarrassedly and explained, "Grandpa Bai, you can't say that. In fact, we don't need them to provide the necessities. We can just use the advertising fee. The main thing is that every time we buy, we have to negotiate the price. The price of the meat is not fixed. That is to say, my family is using the advertising fee to buy the necessities in advance instead of getting the necessities for free. If my family received the money in one go, we could use it to make more money. We are just afraid that they can't pay in one go, so we use the method of paying in installments. The necessities of the academy will be paid by my family." The old man thought about it and agreed. However, he was interested in paying in installments. He asked, "Can other things be done in installments?" "Yes, but not now. Flying money is only used for bulk transactions. There are also pawnshops and loan sharks. Their original profits are high, so they don't need to pay in installments. Some loan sharks are actually using installments to collect money. Every time a certain period comes and the family can't pay back the money, they will give a portion of the money first. Speaking of responsibility, I don't really understand either. I'll tell Grandpa Bai when I learn." Zhang Xiaobao originally wanted to mention the matter of the bank. He did not work in the bank, but he knew the internal situation. He had to use it in the past, but he suddenly realized that it was not appropriate to say it now. His family could not gain much from it, and it could easily affect the interests of others, so he had to stop. The old man did not continue to ask this time. He felt that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan knew so much. It was impossible for them to know more. It depended on what the Zhang family taught them. They continued to watch from the rooftop. The old man was deeply impressed by the Zhang family's way of making money. Every day, it would start after noon. Naturally, there would be nothing in the morning. It was impossible for people to stay in their places and not move, not to mention that the scenery here was so good. Renting a boat to play in the water for a while, or going to the mountains to take a look, and buy some things along the way could let the Zhang family earn a lot of money. There was also the market, which usually started in the afternoon. Since there were more people coming, there were people setting up stalls in the morning before dawn. There was also the grocery store. No one knew where it got so many goods, but it was also on display. Naturally, the people who came here to play would not be like ordinary people, exchanging things for things. They could only buy things with money, especially some exquisite trinkets. They were all collected. When they were collected, they were cheap. Now that they were sold, the price could be doubled. With all kinds of snacks and ice money, the Zhang family would probably earn a few thousand strings of coins in 20 days, maybe even more. There were crosstalk and skits at night. If they wanted to watch them, they would have to spend money. Zhang Xiaobao was also calculating how much money they could earn. After he calculated, it was more than what the old man thought. These days, he transferred a lot of medicine from other places. He also asked someone to go to the hospital to find a doctor. The doctor would be here in a while. When the doctor came, he would examine the people who came here for free. If they were in good health, he would recommend health supplements to them first, including food therapy. If they were not in good health, he would treat them directly. It was just right that they could stay here for 20 days. The diagnosis was free, but they would have to pay to buy the medicine. The restaurant could also directly promote a few kinds of medicinal cuisine. Those who did not have much money would drink the medicine directly, while those who had more money would eat the medicinal cuisine. The medicine was bad, but the medicinal cuisine was not bad. In this way, plus the health supplements they bought before leaving, they would probably still have a few thousand strings of coins left after giving some money to Li Sun and Zhuangzi of the Gu family. Xiao Bao, do you think your family's method of earning money can be used elsewhere? The old man felt that if it was possible, he should let people try it elsewhere. The businessmen had money in their hands. If he did not earn from them, who would he earn from? In particular, he could let the imperial court do this. When the imperial court had more money, he could do something. Zhang Xiaobao nodded. As long as you choose the right place and make the necessary preparations, it can be used with a little modification. In a few days, we will also do it in Huayuan County. However, it will not be a matter of the students. We won't be able to earn too much, but there will be a lot of benefits. What are you doing? The old man asked curiously. It's a medical competition. It's best to let some medical doctors from Beijing participate, Zhang Xiaobao replied. Otherwise, if no one buys the roast chicken, it will be ruined at home. Who likes to eat roast chicken? It's best if it can be preserved for a longer time. Without vacuum equipment, it won't work even if we freeze it. In the past, when the chickens were big, we could kill them and freeze them to sell. If the roast chicken is frozen, what will it taste like? When Zhang Xiaobao thought of the finished product processing, the image of roast chicken flashed in his mind. Wang Wan thought about the frozen roast chicken and said, I don't think it's a big deal. If it's frozen, it's frozen. The smell has already entered the chicken. When the time comes, if you want to eat cold, you can eat cold. If you want to eat hot, you can steam it. In addition to roast chicken, there is also smoking chicken. You can use some burning wood chips to smoke it. Zhang Xiaobao sold 13 spices, so he knew some recipes. It was a mess. Basically, the methods were different in every place, but the general ingredients were similar. When he heard Wang Wan's words, he nodded and said, then let's do both to increase the income of the farmers. Then, have you thought about how to sell it? Even if it's frozen, it can't be stored for too long. Otherwise, the price of one chicken won't be enough to cover the cost of the cold. Wang Wan also mentioned the problem of sales. Zhang Xiaobao said confidently, stupid people will directly roast and smoke the chicken in Zhuangzi before selling it. Can we open the roast chicken shop and the smoked chicken shop elsewhere and carry out the roast there? We can make more adjustments and see what flavors the people in the place like. We can specially cook according to what the people in that place like to eat. Zhuangzi is responsible for delivering chickens to various places. Now that Zhuangzi is only planting rice, it's much more leisurely than before. We can let some of them go to other shops. It's like what we said before. We won't limit them to Zhuangzi. We can provide them with the recipes and ingredients. When the time comes, we only need 10% of the net profit. 10% of the profit for each shop is like a membership fee. Let's make it cheaper and not so much. The money we collect from 9 shops is the same as the money from 1 shop. Let's open shops in the entire prefecture first. When it's about time, we don't have to worry. There will naturally be people who want to learn or buy the recipes. Let's try and see if there are such people. If there are, we'll let them join. We'll sell them the chickens and the seasonings. We can't take the net profit because we don't have that many accountants to calculate how much they've sold the chickens for. We can only add the price to the seasonings. Zhang Xiaobao actually didn't expect many outsiders to join. If there were, he would take them. If there weren't, he could just use the village to sell them, especially those who were in a hurry. If they bought a roast chicken, they could eat it as both a meal and a dish. It was convenient. It was even more so for boaters. They could eat it at any time. They could even hold a chicken leg in their mouth while working. The cost was low, so it wouldn't be too expensive. The chickens also didn't need to be raised that big. Although most roast and smoked chickens were roosters, hens could also be made. Chicks could be raised for 3 months before they could be used for cooking. They could be sold by weight and could be bought in half. Half a chicken would cost about 20 copper coins. It wasn't expensive at all. A chicken that laid eggs could be sold for a few dozen copper coins. Who would say that the chicken hadn't laid eggs yet and couldn't be sold for such a high price when they bought a roast chicken? Wang Wan had also thought of this point. If they did this, they could raise the chickens for a short period of time. As long as they sold the chickens quickly, they would earn more money than waiting for them to lay eggs. The chickens that laid eggs had to be specially supplemented with calcium. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to lay eggs or they would be soft-shelled eggs. The ordinary people in the area might eat less, but they could specially open their shops in places with high traffic. Xiao Bao, since chickens can be smoked, then we can also use a better method to smoke the meat. The people here who have some money don't like to eat pork. First, it's because there aren't many people who usually raise pigs. Unless it's at the foot of the mountain where they can cut some pigweed to feed the pigs, people won't be able to eat, let alone feed the pigs. Another reason is that pigs always like to roll around in the mud. Even their feces and urine will be stained on their bodies. But after all, there are still people who eat it, especially the ordinary people. They can't eat other kinds of meat. The fatty parts of the pork can be oily, and the lean parts can also be used as food. We can get people to smoke it and sell it to such people. I think that the feces of poultry can be fed to the pigs. In addition to the grass on the mountain, there won't be a need for too much food. The pig feces can also be used to feed the fish and raise the earthworms. When we go to Huayuan County, we can leave this matter to the farmers and provide them with ideas. What do you think? Of course, why not? Even if we fail in the end, we won't lose too much money. People always have to try again and again. Maybe the farmers will be able to come up with more ideas. We'll do this when we go back. Let's not swim for now. Zhang Xiaobao agreed with this idea very much. At first, he also thought of something like this, but he was delayed by other things and didn't have time to do it. After the pork was smoked, it tasted good. Moreover, it was different from the smoked chicken. After smoking the chicken, it couldn't be scattered after smoking. That way, people would specially choose a good place to buy it. After the pork was smoked, it could be cut into slices or made into strips and turned into smoked pork jerky. It could be stored for a long time and was convenient to carry around. When they went out, they would bring some with them. It was better than the smoked meat and the kind that was directly smoked here. The rich people didn't eat it, but they also didn't sell it to them. Because of an idea, the two people who had been idle began to work again. Zhang Xiaobao wanted to mix ingredients. Some of the ingredients that he didn't have, he had to replace them with other similar ingredients. After this kind of prescription was mixed, it was too difficult for outsiders to distinguish it by taste. Many spices were not used at all by people nowadays. They were only sold in medicine shops as medicinal materials. All kinds of medicinal materials were ground into powder and then some spices were added. Unless a doctor who was proficient in cooking carefully tasted it, there might be some hope. However, Zhang Xiaobao wouldn't give this opportunity to someone who was both a cook and a doctor. According to the different prescriptions, the spices were mixed into the wine or soy sauce. Even if they couldn't be mixed, they would be taken out separately and mixed with some neutral spices that didn't affect the taste. Zhang Xiaobao was in charge of concocting, and each time he concocted a sack of it, Wang Wan would write down the manufacturing method. When the time came, all she had to do was give it to the villagers in the farmstead. Some of the villagers could read a few words by now, but even if they couldn't, it was fine. The children in the farmstead were all studying in school. After a lot of work, the sky was already dark. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan found the people in the inner courtyard who stayed behind and asked them to bring the oven. They were going to roast a few animals first. At the same time, they were going to let the farmers see what they were going to sell in the future. When the two of them were busy, they didn't feel hot. Now that they stopped, they realized that they were sweating. Chapter 373. The summer weather changed quickly. Before going to bed last night, they could still see the stars in the sky, but when they woke up in the morning, it was already covered with dark clouds. However, there was no wind, which made it hard for them to breathe. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan ate breakfast with the old man. They brought him a roasted chicken and a smoked chicken. Xiaobao, cuckoo, it seems that you are ready to go back. It may rain today. If you want to go back, you should leave early in case you encounter a storm on the river. I have already thought of the topic for today's competition, rain. They may still be thinking about today's topic last night. The old man broke off a chicken wing and nodded as he spoke to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan did not comment on the old man. As a minister, he actually bullied the students. It seemed that the old man liked this feeling. They did not know how the children in the academy would live in the future. Perhaps the old man would come up with an idea to torment them. Grandpa Bai, we really have to go. We don't need to look after things here. The others are already doing a good job. Grandpa Bai, if you think this chicken is delicious, you can have the people from Aqua Cloud Room serve it to you. Remember not to eat too much. Things that have been smoked or roasted are always not as good as usual. Zhang Xiaobao looked at the gloomy sky outside and said to the old man. Wang Wan also added, Grandpa Bai, when you find it hard to breathe, open your mouth to the fan and breathe hard. You will feel much better. Okay, I will remember. Don't forget to write a letter when you go back. Don't worry about the academy. I can handle this. Eat quickly and leave early after eating. The old man listened to their words and said with relief. After a quarter of an hour, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan left between the clouds and the water by boat. They followed the river and quickly went downstream. At this time, the gloomy atmosphere changed. The whistling wind made the river ripple. Raise the sail, raise the sail. Seeing the wind, Zhang Xiaobao shouted excitedly. Boats on this kind of small river usually did not need sails. Occasionally, a sail would be pulled out from a boat, especially when it was going against the current. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's boat was specially made. There was a sail on it and a rudder at the back, which was much better than other boats. When the boatman heard the young master say to raise the sail, he had no choice but to raise it. However, he did not raise it fully, only half of it. In such a strong wind, the boat could easily capsize. Once the sail was raised, the jib made use of the wind to push the boat faster. There were several times when the boat flew out of the water. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan stood at the bow of the boat. Each of them tied a rope around their waist and the other end of the rope was tied to the mast. This was not requested by the boatman, but by the two of them. They did not want to experience the feeling of being rescued. What a strong wind. I'm in such a good mood. It would be even better if the sky was a little darker and the wind was a little stronger. Wang Wan opened her arms and said excitedly as she felt the wind blowing. Zhang Xiaobao felt the same. Yes, this kind of time makes people a little scared. When facing such majestic weather, there is an underlying thought that does not admit defeat. Zhang Xiaobao also opened his arms and closed his eyes, experiencing the feeling of flying. After taking a few deep breaths, Wang Wan asked Xiaobao again, the issue with Buxing hasn't been resolved yet. They've already collected quite a lot of food. You wouldn't ask them to change their profession to become grain merchants, right? The Chens have helped us this time. How should we repay them? Yes, they are still collecting grain. Zhang Xiaobao seemed to have just remembered. He patted his forehead and said, we have to think of a way. Those grains are useless in their hands. If they dare to sell them, they will definitely be attacked by the grain merchants. It is better to transfer them to the grain merchants at a fair price. We will compensate them. Buxing, what can Buxing do? Now, it's like they've ordered the sales in advance. When our big ships come out, there's no need. Now, some big ships have been taken over by the Jing River. I want them to prepare more sails so that our big ships can sail around the coastal waters near the mouth of the Yellow River. Zhang Xiaobao had indeed forgotten about the matter of the Chens for a few days. The people of the grain merchants were too weak. They were defeated with just one trick. It turned out that they were planning to prolong the war. I thought that the head of the Chen family would reject us, but he actually agreed so readily. It seems that ever since your father became the county magistrate, he hasn't had a single peaceful day, Zhang Xiuying said. That's fine too. I thought that the head of the Chen family would reject us, but he actually agreed so quickly. After hearing Zhang Xiaobao's idea, Wang Wan felt that it was a good idea. If they sold the grains to the grain merchants at the purchase price, the grain merchants would not suffer a loss. The weather was hot, and there were more people eating noodles. They could take the opportunity to grind the grains into noodles and sell them. They could also make more money than usual. In the past, all the grains here were collected by the grain merchants. At worst, when the grain merchants transported grains to the northwest, the grain merchants would give them some benefits. Now that they had a grain merchant, they gave the majority of the profits to Li Sun. However, Li Sun would not kick them away. In the future, they would use the grain merchants as if they were his own family. With the help of the wind and the water, the ship arrived at the dock in 3 hours. Seeing Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan get off the ship and stand at the dock, the boatmen on the ship had time to wipe the cold sweat on their foreheads. This journey was like flying. It was too fast. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan did not care whether the others were frightened or not. The two of them were looking at the road from the dock. There were many people working diligently. It seemed that the road was different every day. Even if it was going to rain, the road workers did not have the slightest intention to stop. They had already put on their bamboo hats and put their straw raincoats beside them. It seemed that these people were going to continue working in the rain. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan knew that it would be useless to try and persuade them, so they boarded the carriage and gave the driver some instructions. The driver drove the carriage towards Huayuan County's Yamen at a leisurely pace. On the way, it started to rain heavily. The lightning lit up the sky. Along with the rolling thunder, bean-sized raindrops fell to the ground. With the sound of splashing, a layer of mist appeared on the ground. The dry heat and stuffiness of summer were all gone at this time. The wind carried the cool breeze everywhere. What a heavy rain! The speed of all the projects will be slowed down again. The coal mining will also have to stop. Hope it comes and goes quickly. Otherwise, if the water accumulates too much, it will easily become a flood. Wang Wan said worriedly. She opened the wooden board that was just closed to block the window. A gust of wind came in with the rain. She hurriedly closed the window and let down the curtain. I remember that there is no flood at this time. It should continue to be dry for a while. Zhang Xiaobao leaned against the wall of the carriage and recalled. Maybe there is no record. Let's sleep. It is comfortable to sleep in this kind of weather. When we wake up, we will almost be home. Wang Wan did not care about this matter. She lay down and closed her eyes. Then let's sleep. Zhang Xiaobao yawned and fell asleep on the other side. Zhang Zhong did not know that his son and daughter-in-law were on the way back. He was now urging people to fill the sacks with sand. He asked a few local elders, and they all said that the rain would last for at least 3 days. Zhang Zhong was not worried about the river that was connected. When the river was connected, it had already been repaired. He was afraid that the river at Yaowang Mountain would burst. In that case, there would be no need to manually repair a lake. A large lake would directly form there. But there were more than 3,000 people living there. There were also temporary houses, tents, and other supplies. If there was a flood, they would all be gone. It would also make the road repair work unable to continue. Therefore, before the rain started to fall, Zhang Zhong led a group of people to transport a lot of burlap sacks to that place. There were still some burlap sacks there. Zhang Zhong left behind the transport team behind and rode his horse all the way. Finally, they arrived at the place before lightning and thunder appeared. He ordered people to stop the road repair work and rushed to the river. There, he began to fill the sacks, in case there was a flood and they were unprepared. In addition to filling the sacks with sand and stones, some wood from the mountain was also transported down. Someone took a saw and began sawing out the trunk. When the time came, they would nail it into the river. Otherwise, the sacks would not be able to withstand the current. Once one was thrown into the river, another would be washed away. It could only be used under the condition of wooden stakes. Master, I think this river should be fine. The water is still shallow. Why don't we let them do it first? Master, you should take a rest. If something really happens, we'll have to rely on you to take charge here. After the rain fell, the yamen runner in the inner courtyard tried to hold an umbrella over Zhang Zhong's head and advised in a low voice. Zhang Zhong reached out and held the handle of the umbrella. He looked at the people working and nodded. It's fine now, but I can't guarantee that it will be fine in the future. It's good to take a rest. I hope nothing will happen. Master, you are a literary star from heaven. If you say nothing will happen, then nothing will happen. Master, be careful. The yamen runner said. The place where he stood happened to block the blowing wind. In just a short while, his back was wet from the rain. When Zhang Zhong walked to the door of a room, he suddenly remembered something. He ordered one of the guards, go back to the yamen immediately and tell them to load the coal in the warehouse onto the cart and bring it here. Remember to cover it with oilcloth and don't let it get wet. Once it rains, we have to go into the house to cook. The firewood on the mountain can't be used. We can't eat it raw. It will be fine after a few days. Go quickly. The guard did not delay. He turned over and mounted the horse. Wearing only a bamboo hat, he whipped his whip and galloped away. His figure disappeared in the rain in the blink of an eye. Everyone else, don't be idle. The wind is strong. Be careful of the tents being blown away. See if any of the houses are leaking. Quickly plug it. Zhang Zhong still did not enter the house and shouted at the door. The yamen runners immediately ran to check the tents and houses. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were also awakened by the continuous sound of thunder at this time. They lay there, unable to sleep, and stared at each other. Chapter 374. Midway through the journey, they joked about the lake, pointing out the mountains and rivers, carefree and unrestrained. Where should we dig? It's raining so heavily. Aren't you afraid that the water will flood the fields? Wang Wan advised worriedly as she listened to Zhang Xiaobao's crazy words. There's no fields. We planted a lot of wheat there and harvested it long ago. The land is empty. If we don't dig the lake out now, it'll be hard to work when the rain clears up. Zhang Xiaobao insisted. Even if the river flooded, there couldn't be too much water. Wouldn't a lake be enough to fill it? It could reduce the pressure downstream. Wang Wan wanted to persuade him again. She opened her mouth but couldn't find a reason. She could only say, then where do you want to dig the hole? Don't let it wash away the construction site. We'll see when the time comes. Let's go home first and persuade my father. Send someone to the coal mine to tell all the excavation teams to stop. No matter if it's the people from Elm Village who help us dig or the people who came to help us, no one is allowed to work. If something happens, we'll regret it for the rest of our lives. Yes, we have to stop. Although it's still an open-air excavation, who can guarantee that there's no fault in the coal? If there's a hole, it'll be fine on a normal day, but if it collapses on a rainy day, there won't be enough time to rescue it. It'll be like quicksand, gone in the blink of an eye. Wang Wan wasn't the kind of person who didn't care about the lives of others for money. Her family had a lot of business and didn't lack the money for coal. Zhang Xiaobao thought for a moment and said, even if the rain stops, they can't start work for a while. There's definitely a lot of water in the hole. Without a pump, we can only wait for the water to seep in slowly. It's too dangerous to let people draw the water bit by bit. The county and Elm Village will have to pay less. Wang Wan nodded. She suddenly thought of something else. Since we've stopped, why don't we do something else? I'll teach Wuxia how to train military discipline first. Then I'll find some strong young men from Elm Village for Wuxia to train. The last time I went there, the young men were all good. Do whatever you want. Remember to pay them. I don't know anything about this. What about our original healthy seedling protection team? Zhang Xiaobao saw that Wang Wan couldn't wait to train, so he let her. There's nothing we can do. We'll continue to leave them at the farmstead. In the future, the seeds and land there should be better and better than the fields. If someone goes there with bad intentions, they can come in handy. Wang Wan actually felt a little uncomfortable when she saw that her father always brought the guards of the Wang mansion with him when he went out. What if some of the guards were bribed by someone else? Even Li Sun didn't know about them. It wouldn't be good for the family if they knew too much. As the carriage moved with difficulty, the two couldn't sleep. They began to talk about various things. When they talked about Zhuangzi, they also analyzed the flood resistance ability there. The conclusion was that there was no problem. There were some small channels connecting it. As long as there was water, it would be sent to the river. The lightning didn't stop and the thunder didn't stop. Usually, it would take them at least half a day to finish the journey. Because of the heavy rain, they didn't arrive at the yamen until 4 in the afternoon. They turned to the back door. As soon as they got off the carriage, they saw people rushing out and asking about the dangers on the road. The two of them were busy replying. After everyone had asked, they started talking about Zhang Zhong. My father went to Yawang Mountain? Then we have to go too. There's something important. When Zhang Xiaobao heard that his father wasn't at the yamen, he pulled Wang Wan and walked outside. He changed the handle of the carriage and said to his mother, "Mother, you have to tell the yamen runners to spread out and look around the county. If there's a house that can't withstand the flood, immediately arrange for someone to repair it." Zhang Wang clan agreed. Looking at the backs of her son and daughter-in-law getting on the carriage, she wanted to say something. In the end, she sighed. When she turned and walked back, she said to Wang Wan's mother, "These two children have a busy life. They have to be busy when there's something." "Sister, you're right. We'll wait until everything in the county is settled before we can have some free time." Wang Wan's mother also sighed. At Yaowang Mountain, the people working there were still working hard to pack the sacks. The river had risen a lot. If it continued to rise at this rate, then by tomorrow morning, the river would overflow the embankment. At this time, Zhang Zhong didn't have the leisure to rest. He stood on the embankment and watched. He only wore a bamboo hat on his head and didn't wear a straw raincoat. He let the rain hit his body and stood motionless for half an hour. "Master, there's nothing to do here. Why don't we go somewhere else?" "Master, you'll get sick if you stand like this. How can I explain it to the young master?" The yamen runner followed Zhang Zhong step by step. He had also stood there for half an hour. Several times, he wanted to put an umbrella on the master's head, but the master refused. This was not the first time he tried to persuade him. Zhang Zhong and Wei Wei shook their heads. They even took off their clothes because they thought the straw raincoats and bamboo hats were a hindrance. They worked in the rain with bare arms and said, "It's okay. This rain won't make me sick. I usually eat the kind that strengthens the body. Do you think the water will rise?" "I don't know. It doesn't look like it will rise." "Master, you'd better go and dry the clothes." When this little one entered the yamen, the young master told this little one to take care of master's matters. "Master, if you don't hide, this little one will help you carry them back even if I have to carry them." The yamen runner was really anxious. After persuading him again, he prepared to do it. Zhang Zhong didn't wait for him to do it. He turned around and asked, "What do you think Xiao Bao will do if he is here?" Master, are you talking about the young master?" If the little young master was here, then this lowly one would not be in a hurry. The little young master was very resourceful and capable. Even if the sky collapsed, with the little young master around, this lowly one would not be worried. The little young master would definitely be able to withstand it. The difference between an ordinary person and the little young master was like the difference between heaven and earth. Master, I'm not saying that you're not good enough. I'm saying that the little young master is smart, but sometimes, when he does things, he's actually quite good. It's like this. The little young master, he is really not bad. Master, I'm not talking about you." The yamen runner had a crazy trust in the young master. When he heard the master mention the young master, he felt that he had overdone it, so he quickly explained. Zhang Zhong waved his hand and smiled. He turned his head to look at the river and said to the yamen runner, "If Xiao Bao and Cuckoo are here, I don't have to worry. I can find a place to take shelter from the rain, drink some hot soup, and chat with others. I won't be in such a hurry. Unfortunately, they are in Zhuangzi. Even if I send a fast horse now, they will only come back tomorrow noon or later. The rain is heavy, so it's difficult to travel. Master, can we send someone to ask the young master and young lady and pass the method back? We can't let the young master and young lady come back in the middle of the night. The river is so dark, and it's very dangerous with the wind and rain." The yamen runner was also regretful, but he gave an idea. The young master couldn't go, but others could. He believed that the young master and young lady would be able to tell the method directly without needing to ask for the purpose. The yamen runner was sure in his heart. The two young masters were like gods to him. Zhang Zhong shook his head, thought about it, and nodded, "Fine, then send a few people to go by fast horse and go by land. Don't you think I'm too useless? I have to worry about the children. Xiao Bao and Cuckoo are also busy over there. How can Master be useless? Master is a kind person and loves the people as his own children. Master can rush to the front when there is a problem. Master is not greedy for a single copper coin. Master's most amazing thing is that he gave birth to the young master. This lowly one doesn't know much, but I understand that a person who knows when to advance and retreat is a powerful person. Master has handed the matters of the family to Madam and has never interfered. This lowly one thought about it and thought that Master knows that he can't manage the family well. Master let the young master and young lady do the work of making money and giving ideas. This is true ability. To say something disrespectful, no matter how capable the emperor is, he can't do something by himself. Whoever should do it will do it. Young lady also said that each profession has its own specialization. Master doesn't need to think about other things. Master just needs to do his own thing well. That's ability. This time, the Yamen runner was speaking the truth. If he were to talk about the people in the main house that he listened to the most, it was naturally the young master and young lady. If he were to talk about the person he was most afraid of, it was the madam of the main house. But if he were to talk about the person he respected the most, it was none other than the master. Zhang Zhong was just asking out of boredom. In fact, that was what he was thinking as well. He didn't expect that the person who was always by his side doing chores would actually say such a thing. It seemed that there was a difference between learning and not learning. The people in the inner courtyard had studied for 2 years. Every one of them was able to do some reliable things when they were released. Thinking of this, Zhang Zhong chuckled. He looked at the Yamen runner and said, "What have you learned recently?" In reply to Master, "This lowly one is reading about the mean when I have free time." This lowly one's favorite phrase is, "If a country has principles, it will not change. If a country has no principles, it will not change until it dies. If a country has no principles, it will not change until it dies." This lowly one asked the madam of the main house. After knowing what it means, this lowly one pondered that if this is true for the country, it should also be true for the main house. The Yamen runner really didn't fall behind in learning. After hearing the master's question, he immediately followed and expressed his loyalty. "Good, it's really good. In the future, read more and learn more. If you don't understand, ask me. If I also don't understand, then find someone to ask." Zhang Zhong was very happy in his heart. Which servant in the inner courtyard could casually say such words? Someone in the Zhang family could. The Yamen runner wiped the water on his face and said, "Master, how can you not know? Master, you are the top scorer. Any one of our Zhang family is better than others, especially the main house. They are all capable." "Yes, they are capable. But the capable people are not here. Can they come up?" Zhang Zhong returned to reality. The rain was still heavy and the river had not stopped.